to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. So close to saying Tuesday. Happy Wednesday to all of you. 3 for 3 this week. Good job, Sean. Good to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, my friend.
Hey, what's up, man? I had a fun afternoon just kind of taking in the rest of the league, thinking and reflecting on the Texans' offseason so far, which is it's weird to say that a team is aggressive when they're trading players away, and that's the sign of their aggression. And yet, I feel like this is a pretty damn bold and aggressive move to say, look, the offensive line was a problem last year. Well, how are we going to handle it? We're gonna tear it all down.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do. And we're left in this moment where, man, it was cathartic in a lot of ways for a lot of people to trade away guys that had been huge blemishes this season and over the past seasons. And Laremy Tunsil, the best player amongst them, obviously. And for a lot of Texans fans to get rid of a lot of things that were headaches along the way. But now you are in that moment where, okay, this is where the real work begins. They were a bad offensive line last year. Getting rid of Laremy Tunsil didn't immediately or obviously make them a better offensive line. It made them a worse offensive line.
Yeah.
So now you've got some work to do, and it's building it back up from the foundation. As you said, as you appeared on Washington radio yesterday, and we're met with, frankly, disrespect over your opinions about exactly what the Texans are doing right now, particularly the Laremy Tunsil trade. Yeah, there's work to be done, but it feels like, all right, they're going to try to mold this offense in the image of the defense, which is molded in the image of DeMeco Ryans, and you got rid of some guys that were not playing swarm caliber football.
Yeah. Yeah, there's more moves coming. That's where I'm at with it. You know, people who are like, I can't believe you traded Laremy Tunsil. Oh, my God, look at the offensive line. If you had to play today, this is what it would be. I'm like, no, there's more moves coming. Now, I don't know, Seth, that the moves that are available to them right now in free agency, and then if you draft a guy, especially a tackle, that it's a guy who's going to be ready-made to play. Although DeMeco Ryans has said if we draft a guy in the first round, the hope and the expectation is that he can be a day one starter for us. We'll see how that goes. But that's kind of where I'm at. Like, yeah, if they had to go play a game today, I'd be really worried about the offensive line. But there's still time to get this thing fixed. And we haven't seen what it looks like yet with, as you pointed out several times, with Cole Popovich coaching the offensive line.
Right.
You're not plunking it down into the same, to use a magnificent Gladstone word, ecosystem as you were last year. It's very different now. New offensive coordinator. We don't know what the system's going to be. Maybe the guys they're bringing in now are tailored better to do what Nick Caley wants to do than the guys that they're shipping out of here. But yeah, I'm in total wait and see. I'm completely in favor of how they're going about this right now. Completely
well, and
in
I think
favor.
If you just look at it on the dollars and cents side of it, and it's probably something we neglected a little too much yesterday, but it was just so much fun to talk about the emotional stuff. You clear some cap space with Laremy Tunsil, and this is my answer to people outside of Houston who say, "Oh my gosh, the O-line was bad, and you get rid of your one actually good pass protector." The offensive line was so bad that getting 3 guys around $10 million per year, if they average that are just solid veterans, not awesome, not awful. That's better for an offensive line than having one Laremy Tunsil and 4 guys that you can't depend on.
Yes, 100%.
So Laken Tomlinson, who they signed yesterday, he's nothing to get super excited about, but he's very, very affordable, and I think he's an upgrade over anybody that was playing at guard last year.
100% agree.
And
yes.
he's been very, very, very durable in his career. He's gone 8 years or so without missing a game. So that's the kind of stuff that isn't going to make headlines on ESPN.com or anything. But you got to worry about the sum total, place some of that Laremy Tunsil salary and cap hit with guys that at the very least can be dependable cogs in a 5-man offensive line.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think it probably, for Texan fans, if you're looking at the part where they get a little anxious, it's looking around in free agency at what other teams are doing. Like the Bears, on paper, have done a massive shift with the interior of their offensive line. They trade for Joe Thuney. They trade for Jonah Jackson. They signed Drew Dalman, who was the top center in free agency. The Vikings have been making big moves for the interior of their offensive line. They've got I'll call him a rookie quarterback. J.J. McCarthy has yet to start a game. So he's going to be a first-time starter next year. They signed Ryan Kelly. They signed Will Fries. The Texans had more work to do to tear it down in the first place than going and getting the guys to replace them.
Yeah, and look, there are guys out there in free agency right now that you wouldn't panic if they were one of the starting tackles for your team. I mean, I think Jedrick Wills is still out there. The Justin School, guys like that, guys whose names you're not going to recognize or anything, but that are viable starters. And then you draft and see what happens after that. And there could also still be trades along the way.
And if the Texans are able to put together an offensive line through replacements and through coaching that is middle of the pack, it's a major upgrade over last year.
There's, in a lot of ways, I think you think about last year's offseason and everybody had all these. It was going to be, oh, damn it. What was the name of the Rams
Greatest show on turf.
Greatest show on turf, yeah. It was going to be the greatest show under a retractable dome with all these receivers and all these weapons you had out there. Yep. I think it feels very much like a back to basics. Nick Caley has used the word fundamentals multiple times when he's done his few interviews that he's done so far. Mm-hmm. He talks a lot about the nuts and bolts of operating a good offense. And it's not really as much about scheme as it is about guys playing good, fundamentally sound football. So I like it. I'm ready for blue collar and boring. Yeah. I want stability. I want something that can complement the skills of C.J. Stroud, but also complement the defense, because the defense yesterday, in trading away Kenyon Green, adds a guy who is a turnover machine in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Yeah. And the defense, which already was a good enough defense to win a Super Bowl. If you don't look at that defense and you can say, yeah, there's certainly areas for improvement, but you don't look at it and say, yeah, that was what was holding them back. No. With a competent offense and C.J. Stroud playing to the highest of his abilities, yeah, you can win a Super Bowl with that defense.
No question, and we should talk about that too. That trade came down right before the last segment of our show yesterday. The Texans trading Kenyon Green and a 5th-round pick next year to the Eagles for C.J. Gardner-Johnson and a 6th-round pick next year. There were some things I learned. We'll dig deeper into these trades at 7 o'clock when we've got some runway to work with. Johnson is only 27 years old. Yeah. I thought he was an older player just based on the fact that he's played for so many different teams over the last few years. He started out with the Saints, went to the Eagles for a year, goes to the Lions for a year, goes back to the Eagles. So the 2 Super Bowl years, I don't know if it's coincidence or not, but he was on the team the 2 Super Bowl years and was on Detroit in between, a team that probably should have made the Super Bowl his year if they hadn't screwed up so many things against the Niners in the NFC title game. Dude, the Texans, and this guy is hard hitter. He is swarmy. He is like dangerously swarmy. They are trying to set a record for concussions administered this coming season with CJ back there. That's CJ.
And he was injured in 2023. He only played 3 games. In the last 21 regular season games, he has 13 interceptions. Yeah. So you
ball hawk.
Compare that to Eric Murray, who has, I think, 3 interceptions over the last several years. I can't remember the stat. It's very, very meager. It does not stack up. And that kind of ability to force turnovers, if you can just get competent play out of the offense, that makes for not just winning the division, but getting home field advantage in the playoffs, where we know this Texans pass rush and their ability to force turnovers makes a big, big difference in the playoffs.
That's so true, man. He's been near the top of the league, C.J. Gardner-Johnson has, in what they call ball hawk percentage. Mm-hmm. And it's basically just the percentage of times you've been targeted where you either get a pickup, you're getting your hands on the ball in some way, and I'm looking at a stat here, second in the league behind Denzel Ward. Derek Stingley Jr., for context, is fifth in the league. Feels like Derek Stingley Jr. gets his hands on the ball every time it gets thrown his direction. He's fifth. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is above Derek Stingley Jr. So your secondary now has two guys that this ball hawk percentage matches the eye test, plus Kalen Bullock, who feels like one of those guys, plus Kamari Lassiter, who feels like one of those guys, plus there's a physicality element to him. And then you got Jalen Petrie, who this team loves and I think is going to get a second contract, who now all of a sudden is freed up to be whatever Swiss Army knife you want him to be.
Well, if you go back to the Dolphins game last year, where after the game, Tunga Vailoa basically, he wasn't trying to make excuses for his turnovers, which he had multiple turnovers in that game, but he basically made the point, man, it's hard to pick an easy guy to target when you're going against this defense. And that was as they were playing with two rookie defensive backs,
that's right,
and with Eric Murray out there as a safety in that game, if I remember correctly.
No, you're right.
It becomes that much more difficult. You throw Jalen Petrie and C.J. Gardner-Johnson into the mix, and it's a whole lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's really a whole lot of fun defensively. The swarm quotient, though, still really has to be lifted on the offensive side of the ball.
Yep. And I think the good news there is their behavior as a front office and a coaching staff on that side of the ball over the last week tells us that they know that. They've at least recognized the problem. There was a feeling that I think you and I and a lot of people had at the middle of the season when either D'Amico or Nick would talk about the offensive line, where there was this concern that they weren't seeing the same things we were. And I think in retrospect, it's probably more that they weren't going to throw guys under the bus in week 9 of the season. Like, this is we're going to love the one we're with right now, and there's no reason for us to go on talk radio or a press conference and say how bad they suck.
It was, at one point Nick said that it was a lazy narrative that the offensive line was playing poorly. I'm like, all right, well, you just got rid of 60% of that offensive line. You brought in a guard that's going to compete with some of the guys who are on the roster already. At the very least, I feel exonerated, Sean, that we are not being lazy with our narratives about the offensive line.
I just feel like I'm not cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You know what I mean? I'm like,
because that was the only explanation is the one that you just gave, which is that they were not going to throw guys under the bus publicly, even though internally they very much knew it was an issue.
You're right.
But it was as close as I've come to feeling like I did in the Jack Easterby era, where am I cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs?
Yeah.
Like, have I lost all sense of football and how it works? Because, my God, I feel like the offensive line is a huge problem.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're rolling on a Wednesday here. A new quarterback in the division. Yes, we were excited about this. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. We've got. We'll give our assessment of the quarterback situation. We'll do that next. I don't know if there even is a next.
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we were told this was going to happen by the GM of the Indianapolis Colts, Chris Ballard. This is Chris Ballard at the Combine a couple of weeks ago. Anthony Richardson, of course, the 4th overall pick in the draft, same year C.J. Stroud was drafted. He has been their anointed starting quarterback each of the last 2 seasons. He's gotten injured in a big-time way each of those 2 seasons. And when he's been on the field, as we know on this show, because Seth has a tracker for this, he rarely cracks the 50% mark when it comes to completion percentage, right?
Right,
Yes,
yeah. And when he does, it's because they run the hell out of him, at which point he ends up getting injured.
Yes.
Yeah, there's just zero that's reliable or dependable about him. You don't know whether he's going to be available for a game, and you don't know when in the middle of a series he's going to pull himself out of the game.
He might tap out.
Yeah.
Like he did.
Oh, he's the best.
He's the best. Well, now it gets fun. Here was Chris Ballard at the Combine saying, no, we're going to have some quarterback competition.
Look, to create real competition, but we want to create real competition. I think it's good for the team. I think it's good for Anthony. When we drafted Anthony High knowing it was going to take some time, all right? And we knew there's going to be some hiccups along the way. And it's I know we all want a finished product right now. I do, you do, fans do, we all do. But I think as he continues to progress in his young career, us adding competition, I think will help up everybody's game.
And that competition, my friends, is the blank stare of Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Yes.
The most notable thing he's done in the NFL was supposedly being romantically linked to Kay Adams for a spell.
Oh, yeah, last year.
That all fell through. She probably went out to one dinner with him and was like, ugh. I'm not going to sacrifice my professionalism for this.
No, I'm on an uptick. Yeah, I do not need to attach myself to a bad quarterback.
Chris Ballard there saying that they knew it was going to be a long haul and a long project for him. I would remind Chris Ballard, I'm reading a headline from August 15th, 2023. Colts rookie Anthony Richardson named starter for the 2023 season.
Yeah.
Long haul my butt.
Yeah.
You guys, don't stop feeding me candy and telling me lies. You guys thought you had to look, C.J. Stroud's still mired in the competition down there in Houston. Boy, we've got Anthony Richardson ready for prime time. Let's do this.
Yeah, it may just be that he's not good. Right. Someone is saying on here, okay, so Daniel Jones, let me get this text out of the way on Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, and see if you agree with this, Seth. True or false? Seth is more excited about the Colts signing Daniel Jones than any of the moves the Texans have made so far in free agency. Tell the truth! Exclamation point.
What? Yeah, I'm not going to deny that.
No, a bad signing by your opponents is just as good as a good signing by your own team, right?
And I think it is going to be a genuine quarterback competition. And it's depressing.
Oh,
if you're a Colts fan, oh, good, we brought in real and genuine competition.
Yeah.
A veteran quarterback. Who is it? Is it Aaron Rodgers? No, it's Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Did you trade for Saquon Barkley? No, nothing even close to that.
No, we got somebody from the Giants, a recent New York Giant. Oh, Saquon? No, Daniel Jones.
Well, but at least Saquon Barkley would be. He brings out the best in Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
They don't even have that.
Yep. I honestly think, text message, I honestly think the Daniel Jones signing is good for the Colts. I see him a lot like I see him a lot like Flacco in playing style without winning experience. He's going to end up being their starter. Now, he may very well end up being their starter, but that will be because Anthony Richardson is either still bad at throwing the football or injured. Those are the two things he's been very prolific at since he got into the NFL, getting injured and throwing incompletions. Daniel Jones, I do not see him like Joe Flacco, pocket guy, pretty immobile, big. Joe Flacco would have been the bee's knees back in like 1995 in the NFL, and Flacco had a good career and everything. I'm not trying to poo-poo Joe Flacco. Daniel Jones is actually a good fit for what Shane Steichen likes to do with quarterbacks in terms of his skill set. I just don't think ultimately you need to be able to throw the football, and he's just not very good at that.
Daniel Jones is the classic guy that you probably knew in high school who could run real fast. And you might, if you had a high school combine or something, you might say, "Oh wow, this guy's got it all."
Yeah.
But it's like I know he can't dance. There's no way in hell he can dance. Like not a lick.
No.
You know, like you just can't tie it all together as a quarterback. So there's impressive things that he's done. And if he is competing, they do have Jonathan Taylor, obviously. Like he's not Saquon Barkley, but there are some. I would put the odds on opening day starter on Daniel Jones right now.
Okay.
I think Chris Ballard thinks that Anthony Richardson needs to feel the sting of actual competition.
Yep.
And I think Daniel Jones will win the competition in training camp when they're looking at things about, okay, how reliable is he? How much can we count on this guy to do what we're asking him to do?
Yeah.
I think Daniel Jones wins initially, and until he has a rough stretch, Anthony Richardson's the backup.
Okay, it's funny. There are odds out on this right now. There are odds out on who the Colts starting quarterback will be in week 1. And then there's odds on which Colt will start the majority of the games during the 2025 regular season. That's exactly how these two weigh. Richards is a pretty heavy favorite to be the week 1 starter, minus 250. You got to risk 250 to win 100. Daniel Jones is the underdog. If you truly believe in that, Seth, you have a chance to get some value here with Daniel Jones at plus 170. But Daniel Jones is the favorite to start the majority of the games during the season. So those two odds, and it's like a coin flip, but Daniel Jones minus 140, Anthony Richardson even money to start a majority of the games. So what the narrative that it's shaped by these two wagers is that Anthony Richardson is going to get every shot to be the starter in week 1, but he's not going to be able to stay on the field. Whether it's through performance or injury, he will not be able to stay on the field.
I think that Ballard genuinely does want Anthony Richardson to have actual competition. Yeah. He's acknowledged what actual veteran players on the Colts have said, that Anthony Richardson just wasn't mature enough and didn't understand what it took to be an NFL quarterback. So I think he really wants Anthony Richardson to show that he's won a competition. He was benched last year, and he only came back in because Flacco was so bad. It wasn't like he really earned his way back on it. It's not like in the middle of the season for a few weeks, I took notes in meetings, now I'm ready to go.
Right. If
you go to what happened with Bryce Young last year, Bryce Young didn't have the maturity issues that Anthony Richardson had, but it was good for Bryce Young to sit and learn and see it from that perspective. Yeah. It's a different nature, but I think he genuinely needed some time out, and he came back and he played a lot better. So maybe I'll have to make that wager.
It happened with AFC South teams so far in free agency that makes you feel like, oh man, that team is closing the gap on the Texans. And I'm not saying the Texans are this finished product that should be held on a pedestal. Obviously not. They're doing a lot of the right things, but compared to the elite teams, there's obviously still a noticeable gap. Yeah. But as far as the AFC South, I would submit there's a noticeable gap still between the Texans and everybody else. And this quarterback mess, the Colts, I think, have the best roster out of those other 3 teams. But this is a mess. This 4th overall pick that you drafted 2 picks after C.J. Stroud, that you're bringing Daniel Jones in, who had 1 good season under Brian Daboll, got paid, and then turned right back into a pumpkin. I mean, horrible. But they let him go. He requested to get waived in the middle of last season while getting paid $40 million a year by the Giants. The Jags made some moves, but they've been getting more panned for the moves, I think, than lauded for the moves.
Or at the very least, they've really spent a lot of money, questionably.
Yeah. Questionably.
Eric Murray got 3 years, $22 million. So I don't think the Jaguars have done anything that really puts fear in my heart at all. I mean, maybe they improved as a team.
The Titans,
but the Titans lost Harold Landry. I mean, Harold Landry isn't as good as he used to be, but he's still one of their better players. They signed Dan Moore, the offensive tackle, and with their rookie from last year, that's probably a much better situation for them. Mm-hmm. But there is still the question of quarterback and who is your quarterback.
J.C. Latham, the other tackle. Yeah.
Yes. Aaron Rodgers, then that would raise my eyebrows. I'm not optimistic that Aaron Rodgers still has 17 games left in him. I think he still has good I saw it with my own eyes, Sean. Yep. I saw him play really good football for a half against the Texans last year. Yep. But he's got to stay healthy for 17 games. It's something. It would be intriguing. That would be the only thing that would really move the needle on other teams in the AFC.
Yeah. Like that. I mean, and I think that's part of what allows you to do a total teardown of your offensive line as your major project. Is like, okay, this may be a multi-year project. Getting this offensive line, it will be. They're not going to rebuild it in what they view as the perfect image in 1 year.
Yeah. They'll
improve it because it's hard not to improve it from what it was last year. But the division that you're in does allow you to do some of these things. Like, oh yeah, we can totally knock down our garage and build a new garage. Look at all these other janky houses in our neighborhood here.
Well, as far as something you said during the break, because we've talked about tearing it down to the studs on the offensive line and rebuilding. Mm-hmm. You made the perfect analogy, Sean. I congratulate you for it.
Thank you.
But I'm going to deliver it on air and get the glory, like any good manager would.
The floor is yours.
So
I had this idea.
People outside of Houston they're aghast that Texans fans are happy about the departure of Laremy Tunsil.
Right.
Because they're saying that was the one good thing you had in pass protection last year. How could you do it? Tech comes with Laremy Tunsil that you don't know because you didn't have to watch him week in and week out, and the way he operates, not just on the field, but the influence he has on guys like Titus Howard, the way he took no responsibility for his false starts ever, would basically insinuate that it was the center's fault, even though it wasn't the center's fault for any of the other offensive linemen. Mm-hmm. All of these things, the sum total of it was people are saying, yeah, I'm happy to get rid of it. So the analogy of tearing down the house to the studs is, basically, the Texans bought a teardown in Spring Valley Village. Mm-hmm. You tear it down, and people are looking at the lot and saying, "Oh my gosh, what did you do? I can't believe you did that." Well, yeah, idiot. We've got blueprints for a new house we're building.
Thank you.
All
yes.
right? It's not. Yeah, we're not gonna. Hey, you know what? We don't have to play the Chiefs in a divisional playoff game tomorrow. Yes, unless there's a pandemic again and they try to just accelerate everything.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, right now, if the Texans have to go out and play the Chiefs in a divisional playoff game tomorrow, I'm pooping my pants. Maybe literally.
Yeah.
But that's not. There's work to be done here.
There is. There's good points being made on the text line, the Jim Adler text line. This is one of them here. I love Nick Casario's bold moves to get rid of Tunsil and Shaq Mason and Kenyon Green, but now's the hard part, and Nick hasn't proven he can add good linemen yet, so I'm a little bit worried. I guess we'll see. And I think that is a fair criticism, is that this very offensive line that you're tearing down was largely handpicked or contract Casario. So these are some big transactions for him coming up here.
Yeah,
picking the replacements.
Huge.
Yeah,
you really it's almost like when a communist regime falls and a nation has capitalism for the first time, it doesn't go so pretty. It's not as simple as, when the Soviet Union fell, you go over to Russia a couple years later, and they're looking around like, I'd really like a dictator, maybe. This Putin fella
These
seems
free
like
markets are not what I thought they would be.
There's some promise. Yeah. It's not always so simple. There's disarray. So you got to figure out a way to adopt capitalism without massive and severe depression on the offensive line.
Good call. Yes. Yeah. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Seems like Nick has had to have had conversations with Laramie's replacement before trading him away, i.e. Nick has to have a plan, and this isn't it yet. I don't think they traded Laremy Tunsil, and then the next sentence to come out of Nick's mouth was, "All right, let's see who's available here."
Right.
There's a wide-ranging plan here where there's a teardown and identifying solutions going on at the same time. Obviously,
if we make this just about Laremy Tunsil, which in a lot of ways it is, Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason were not good at their jobs last year.
Yeah.
Laremy Tunsil, for all of his faults, was still really, really good as a pass protector. Mm-hmm. And he improved as a run blocker, I would argue, at least for over half of the season. Mm-hmm. So in clearing up that cap space with Laremy Tunsil's money, that if you can get 3 solid, dependable NFL offensive linemen that aren't going to go to Pro Bowls or anything else, like Laken Tomlinson, for instance, that's better than having one PFF pass grade hero Laremy Tunsil, and then 4 other guys that you can't depend on. Because that's the way the offensive line works. There's just been many, many offensive lines that have been very good without having superstars on them, and that's the sum total of it all. And in trying to build that kind of a mentality, at least in the short term, it's also really hard to do when you got a diva offensive lineman. A rarity, mind you. Very rare for there to be anything like a diva offensive lineman, and yet Laremy Tunsil pulled it off.
He did.
Kudos to him.
He did. And Washington's going to learn. They're going to find out. they love their new guy. They're going to find out.
Well, they can be. I think Cliff Kingsbury and him are going to have an awesome time at Coachella.
Yeah.
They'll probably go to Burning Man and get one of those glamping tents, where the Silicon Valley types go and pretend they're hippies for a few days. Yeah,
those look fun, actually.
They do look fun. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, look at these jerk rich people acting like they're hippies. But
Right.
they're having a good time.
As long as you're not acting like you're doing something rustic or outdoorsy while you're doing it. Understand, it's a hotel room that it's shaped like a tent. It's basically what it is.
Yeah, it's got air conditioning.
It's beautiful.
It's got Beyonce.
Yeah,
it's got all
hot
these
tubs.
things.
Hot
versus take your shrooms. Yeah.
Right, exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Well, let's get to some headlines in the next segment here. We'll circle back to yesterday's doings with the Texans, the big Kenyon Green trade. Signings of some prominent former Texans going on yesterday. Rockets tonight, Astros win. We got a lot to get to in headlines. We'll do that coming up next. If you've got a lot to
Pendergast with today's headlines.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some headlines here, shall we? Big headline yesterday came down right towards the end of our show, and it carried things throughout the day. A trade, second trade in 2 days that the Texans have made involving offensive linemen, starting offensive linemen from 2024. It was Laremy Tunsil on Monday. On Tuesday, it was Kenyon Green in a trade that I think people, Seth, a little bit surprised that they found a taker for Kenyon Green in a trade. I think there was a better chance people think he could go find somewhere where maybe he could find the good version of Kenyon Green. Instead, they trade him to the Eagles, which I think is a great spot for Kenyon Green based on who's coaching the offensive line there. Jeff Stoutland is excellent. They get back C.J. Gardner-Johnson in this deal. There's a minor pick swap going on where the Texans will be moving back a few spots in next year's draft on day 3. But the Texans, I think safety was kind of a sneaky position of need for this team going into the day yesterday.
Yeah.
If they had used the 25th overall pick on a safety like Malachi Starks out of Georgia, I would not have hated that pick. I think with the trade yesterday, bringing C.J. Gardner-Johnson in, you've now got him, you've got Kalen Bullock, you've got Jalen Petrie, you've got Jimmy Ward for another year. So I think you can cross off safety on the needs list. And this, as you pointed out earlier, this is a safety who loves to do two things: hit hard and go get the football. This is a DeMeco Ryans kind of player that they picked up yesterday, and they've got him under contract for 2 more years at age 27.
Right. He's only 27 years old. In the last 3 seasons, he missed a bunch of games in 2023. In the last 3 regular seasons, he's had 21 interceptions. Or in 21 games, he's had 13 interceptions. So he's a ball hawk. You brought up those ball hawk advanced stats earlier, and he's very much capable of doing that. And some of them are on plays where he competed for the ball and made a play. There's a lot of other ones where he's doing safety things, and he's just got a really good awareness, and he's in the right spot, and he hoovers up an errant pass next to Kalen Bullock, or rookie, and continue to help in his maturation and his education in the game. But he's just a flat-out playmaker, and he's also a big hitter too.
Yeah.
So the one thing about him is he's had some run-ins and dust-ups during games. He's an agitator, he's a little bit like a miniature Travis Kelce in terms of his agitation ability. But the great moment in the Super Bowl was when Travis Kelce got hit on a very clean and legal hit really hard. And he got up acting like he was going to do that Travis Kelce thing where he gets in people's faces and then draws a penalty. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, with maturity, put his hands behind his back and just stood there, basically saying, go ahead and hit me, big fella. Let's see how this goes out. Let's see how this goes for you.
You sent me the picture of that yesterday, and it's such a good picture. It's so good. It's just like C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who's a few inches shorter than Travis Kelce, just looking up at him with his hands behind his back. Like,
go ahead and do your thing where you get away with instigating and taunting. People can talk about Pat Mahomes all they want. The thing that annoys me the most about the Chiefs getting away with stuff is Travis Kelce getting away with taunting and instigating.
Yeah.
They just let it go.
Yep.
And he draws penalties because of it. The Eagles handled that brilliantly that game. They really they tried to agitate Travis Kelce. It was cool.
Among many things, they did well in that game. That was fun.
It was a pretty good performance.
It was a good performance. As far as signings go around the NFL yesterday, the ones that probably hit most close to home here in places. And I think these are 2 guys that there were certainly a faction of Texan fans that would have taken either of these guys back. I mean, Justin Reed is one of the best safeties. One of the better safeties, maybe not one of the best, one of the better safeties in football. 3 years, $31 million. That's well below a lot of the projections I'd seen for Justin Reed. He's going home. He's going back to New Orleans. He's going back to Louisiana. That's where he's from originally. He signs with the Saints, 3 years, $31 million. He's got his 2 Super Bowl rings, so he's good. And DeAndre Hopkins, Seth, this is the stage DeAndre Hopkins is at in his career. Signs with the Ravens, 1 year, $6 million to the Baltimore Ravens, DeAndre Hopkins. So
it's a fitting spot for him because the comp for him for a long time has been Anquan Bolden. And Anquan Bolden was a guy that aged well as a receiver because speed was never his calling card. It was his ability to make contested catches and his physicality. And I think that's where DeAndre Hopkins is. And they'll probably get the most out of whatever's left of him.
Yeah.
So he didn't play nearly as big an impact role in the playoffs for the Chiefs as you might have expected. So, yeah, I think this would be a good fit for him.
I think it's a good fit, and yet I think it's very telling as to where DeAndre is in his career that I saw that signing yesterday. You know, look, Baltimore is one of the teams the Texans are going to have to get through if they want to get to an AFC title game or get to the Super Bowl. That move doesn't really scare me. You know, that I saw that move and I wasn't like, oh, crap, the Ravens, especially when it's the Ravens. Oh, crap, the Ravens got DeAndre Hopkins. I'm happy for him. I think it's a good landing spot for him. And this is a little surprising considering it's 1 year, $6 million. I have seen literally zero of Texan fans going, why aren't we doing this deal?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it, but it was just, but I think it was, it wasn't like it was met with vast approval or anything.
Yeah.
The thing about the contract itself will tell you maybe what the league thinks of DeAndre Hopkins 100%. At this point in his career. Is 1 year, $6 million.
That's right.
That's a veteran journeyman type of deal. It's not like when the Ravens got Clowney, I would get annoyed because Clowney played really well for the Ravens. And all these people said, this is the best he's ever played in his career. I'm like, no, he did this for the Texans for multiple years. And Clowney was still an impactful player. He's just always been a guy that his impact didn't show up in the form of sacks. It was more for plays, tackles behind the line of scrimmage, QB hits, all that stuff. And he did all of that. And Clowney was still at that stage in his career where he could do that stuff. This is different with DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, I think so too. Rockets play the Suns tonight. They'll try to keep the positive vibes going. They've won a couple games in a row here at home. They're 2-0 on this homestand. The Rockets, man, some of this I think they've kind of unlocked because they've had to, Seth, but this big man lineup that they've had with Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün on the floor at the same time has been really, really good. The stats on it, the offensive and defensive ratings with the two of them on the floor together, offensive rating 129.1, 100 is like the midpoint here. Defensively, 81.3. They are operating offensively and defensively with the spurts that they use these two on the floor at the same time.
The big part about this is I get excited because it's a throwback to the days of yore. At the same time, it's also a throwback to the COVID year when they played their super small lineup. And for a stretch, wow, look at this. They're unstoppable when they play small ball. Yeah, it's a great mix-up in the regular season, especially versus bad teams.
Yeah.
But it's not like this is what you're going to ride your way on through the playoffs. It's a nice thing to have and to unleash it at various times during the playoffs. But it can't be your steady diet of how you're going to be a genuine championship caliber team.
I agree with that. And it's a good way to get through a stretch where you're missing a lot of key guys.
Yeah,
you got minutes you got to eat up. Well, let's eat them up with this combo that a lot of teams haven't seen from us yet, and it seems to be working. Alperen Şengün was actually asked about this yesterday. Vanessa Richardson asked him about it, the efficiency of the big man lineup. Even with Jabari, like they've got Adams and Şengün, who are both 7-footers, and then Jabari Smith is a damn near 7-footer.
You almost feel like it's like a triple big lineup with him out there, like almost jumbo size.
Triple big line. Tari's out there too. And Jalen thinks he's 6'10" too, so like 5. We have 5 out there. They were talking about who's taller another day, so I think Jalen feels like he's the one of the big men in our team too.
They were talking about who's taller. That's the stuff you talk about in like 4th grade. I'm taller than you. Stand back to back. Jalen Green's arguing with people over who's taller than him. I love that.
It's Jalen Green saying that he's 6'10" is funny.
That's
it is one of the weird things about the NBA that like the thing that's easiest to measure and that doesn't change in young people is their height, and yet there's always debate about the actual height of a player.
I'm taller.
The fact that the NBA measures people with their shoes on remains one of the dumbest things in all humanity. Not even sports. Is there any other place in life where you measure somebody's height with their shoes on?
Not that I can think of.
That's how tall you are.
Not that I can think of. Yeah.
Elections, that's about it.
That's it.
The candidates wearing lifted shoes.
Wearing lifts, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Astros beat the Mets yesterday, 7-4. Tiger Woods, man, put out a statement yesterday. Talk about somebody who can't catch injury luck. Tiger Woods ruptured his Achilles tendon. He announced on social media yesterday.
I don't, but he's at the point now where, all right, is it bad luck when you're, how old is Tiger now?
He's probably in his late 40s, I would say, if I had to guess.
49 years old.
Yeah.
Now he's just getting old.
Yeah.
He's getting old, and he's probably, as we know with Tiger, he's probably working out too hard.
He probably is.
He's probably doing too much for a 49-year-old man.
He's been doing that golf simulator thing that they've had, that made-for-TV thing they've been doing, so he won't be part of that, I'm guessing, or at least not playing.
How did he tear it?
I don't know. I didn't read the statement. I just saw it depressed me a little bit. You know, Tiger Woods is one of the iconic athletes of our time. I'm like, okay, here we go. Here's another injury for Tiger Woods.
I'd say it's nice that it's just a normal injury and not a drugged-up car crash.
Right. Right.
As far as we know so far.
Right. Details.
Hey, he was actually in Peru on an ayahuasca trip. Got excited. Started running, chasing angels. Yeah.
One big thing that was revealed yesterday about the Texans executing the Laremy Tunsil trade that I love to hear, and Ian Rappaport will have that for you. We'll have reaction to the Tunsil trade outside of Houston, and also Kenyon Green. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you're going to hear from him. How did he find out that he was becoming a Houston Texan? This is good audio. We'll have that for you coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. In the meantime, let's get you guys squared away on
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Turn on the mic. Payne and Pendergast with you here in the 7 o'clock hour. Laremy Tunsil trade. More reaction to it. Big trade. This is, I would say that if we were to step outside of Houston, this is the Laremy Tunsil trade is easily one of the 2 or 3 biggest transactions of this free agency period, probably alongside Sam Darnold going to the Seahawks and whatever ends up happening with Aaron Rodgers here. And we're still waiting on white smoke from House Rodgers, Seth, to see where he ends up.
I'll tell you what, if this trade had happened a couple years ago, before DeMeco Ryans arrived, the Texans would have been getting lambasted for it. Whereas now the perception of the franchise has changed a lot. And the way I see it from the national pundits is more, yeah, that's weird. But they're not gonna crush the Texans for it. And largely, the analytics types have said the compensation makes sense. It was a good return for Laremy Tunsil.
Yeah, like even the people who vehemently disagree with trading your best pass protector amidst or after a season in which you allowed a ton of sacks, they're not doing it in a way that they would have done it, to your point, a couple of years ago. I think a couple of years ago, they would have attached an opinion on the Texans organization as a whole to the Tunsil trade, whereas they're keeping that trade in a vacuum and kind of, they're treating the Texans like a playoff team that kind of, we'll see. Here was Ian Rappaport yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, said that there were plenty of teams that the Texans were in touch with in an effort to move Laremy Tunsil.
Did everybody know Laremy Tunsil was available?
Yeah, they kind of, I don't want to say shopped because it's not like they were like, shopping is more like we're trying to get rid of him. If not, we'll cut him. They talked to some teams who are in the tackle market, and some of those teams opted for younger or cheaper versions.
Okay. We'll see.
Bad move.
Yeah, we will.
We'll see. No, this is like the really interesting stuff to me. It's like several teams who either signed tackles or were in the tackle market had the chance for Tunsil, decided not to. Like, we're going to see how it goes.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, I know how it's going to go with Tunsil. Tunsil's going to do his like that. That's how it's going to go. CJ's wondering what the hell's going on. Yeah, and Jaden Daniels is going, thank you to everything going on in Washington right now.
Okay, a couple things.
Yeah, okay, Pat. Yeah, he's going to keep doing his thing.
Yeah, the last part there of McAfee is just blather. Like that's just babble. Like that, he's going to keep doing his thing. His thing is what got him traded, which he's really good at pass protecting. And there's a whole lot more. There's a whole lot more that goes with Laremy Tunsil that if you're someone like Pat McAfee who doesn't watch the Texans on a weekly basis or you're not around the team, you understand this trade less. And I've come to accept that. The end part there, too, is like, and CJ's wondering what's going on. We don't know what CJ thinks about anything right now. CJ's invisible. He hadn't been anywhere. Like he's been off the grid.
He didn't do any sad face emojis or anything, which is the right move. I think as a quarterback, you got to let you don't want to be perceived as criticizing your front office or anything. CJ wondering what's going on is a good thing. I think that CJ this last year learned a lot about the way the NFL operates, and that it's not as easy as just go out and fling the ball around a little bit and here we go. Because in 2023, they did some promising things, but they weren't a genuinely good offense. Yeah. And he learned exactly how hard it is to have a good offense. But CJ, to go back to that interview with the Pivot podcast last year where CJ described Tunsil as a vet who's not doing nothing extra at practice, that is the exact opposite of the type of player that DeMeco Ryans wants on his team, and certainly in what is perceived as a leadership role. There are vets around the league, guys that just kind of are like, hey, I've earned my stripes. I don't have to do all this extra stuff. That's not the kind of guy that DeMeco wants on the team, and that's precisely who Laremy Tunsil is. And the weirdest thing, honestly, it's dumbfounding to me, is the people who will say these notions about Laremy not being a leader are false. He was well liked in the locker room. I am besides myself with confusion as to when likability in the locker room became evidence of good leadership. Yeah. It can be an element of leadership, but it's not synonymous with leadership. That doesn't make any sense in the world. If anything, that's precisely the problem, is that you've got young guys who look up to Laremy Tunsil. How does Laremy Tunsil operate? He doesn't do nothing extra. That's nothing extra. That's what a vet does. Yeah, get him the hell out of there. That's a bad influence on young offensive linemen. If you're trying to restructure this offense to be more fundamentally sound, having a pass protection specialist is not the way to do it.
Yeah. I was trying to explain to the hosts that I went on with in Washington yesterday on their midday show of our sister station, the Laremy Tunsil practice experience, the how he sort of handles his business. And it was really fun because one of them, I don't know which host, was like, "Oh, well, that's just a vet day off. Like that's a normal. I'm not too worried about that's a normal thing." I'm like, we'd probably need a little more time for me to explain to you just what the vet thing is. It's not the veteran days off. I mean, it kind of is the veteran days off when you're the leader of an O-line that stinks during the season and you're healthy enough to practice. Clint's made that point many, many times. The thing that I like about what Ian Rappaport just said there, Seth, two things. One is that for everybody who's thinking that, Washington got a deal here, Washington got over, there were plenty of other teams, it sounds like, they could have made this deal and chose not to. They chose to go in a different direction. So if Laremy Tunsil is this mega left tackle that everybody who wants to think that the Commanders blew the Texans out of the water in this deal, there were a lot of other teams that could have made a similar deal. They chose not to do it. The main thing I really like is, and I expected this to be the case, but hearing Rappaport say that the Texans were not shopping him, but they were actively out there, looking for, they were, for lack of a better word, the aggressors in this. This wasn't Washington calling them up and saying, hey, if they're going about it the way that Rappaport described it, this is an indicator of what we've, it's symptomatic of what we've seen, which is they are attacking this thing, man. They are attacking this offensive line teardown, Yeah,
and I don't think, I wouldn't be surprised if we learn later that they'd been open to trading Laremy Tunsil for a while. It's just a matter of getting the right compensation for it and not wanting to, or timing, that there's certain things that you can take a big gamble on, but trading a guy right before the season, trading a guy in season, that's dicier in a lot of ways when things are already bad. This is probably if you're going to trade him and you're rebuilding the offensive line, do it right at the beginning of free agency, because you've got A, free agency to fill in and patch up some things, and then B, the draft, and then post-draft potential trades. There's trades. When you look at this offensive line, and people like Pat McAfee or anybody else says, well, they don't look what is their offensive line right now? Like, what are you, dullards? Yeah. Have you not paid attention to the various different ways you can add people to your team? Like right this moment, as people are adding people into their teams.
You like Sam Monson, formerly of PFF?
I have a good relationship with him and Steve Palazzolo.
Yep.
That I've been on their podcast a couple times.
Yeah, they do a podcast together. I like their work too. When they were with PFF, I enjoy their podcast now. The PFF, Pro Football Focus. Here was Sam Monson with Steve Palazzolo on their podcast talking about the Tunsil trade.
There's no way you can paint trading away Laremy Tunsil as a positive person. They can turn it into something good. But right now, they are notably worse than they were like 6 hours ago when they had a Pro Bowl / All-Pro caliber left tackle blocking for their young quarterback that's, struggled in year 2, et cetera. So you trade away a really good player like that, even if you got, a net second and a third round pick for this, that's fine. But right now you're worse than you were when that happened.
Yeah, you can't. Yes, you're a worse football team. You're a worse football team on March 10th, 2025, without Laremy Tunsil than you were with Laremy Tunsil. I can't change the rules, Sam Monson, and allow the Texans to use those draft picks the same day that they trade for them. They're going to have to wait for the draft like everybody else. So I don't think there's anybody out there saying that trading, like if they had cut Laremy Tunsil, we would have been like, all right, well, that seems extreme to not get anything for him, just to cut him and let him go and take a big cap hit. Sure. But yeah, yes, right now they are. But they're going to make more moves.
I DM'd Sam about this because he had tweeted out this. The capability of fans to lose grip with reality is mind-blowing. There are people out there firmly convinced that regardless of what they got from him, the Texans O-line is better without Laremy Tunsil on it because he has a lot of false starts. Lots of straw man arguments right there. Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah, maybe some fans are saying they're better right now. I don't know. But the downsides, I think people vastly underestimate what it's been like watching Laremy Tunsil over these in all respects. And they're like anybody credible that's not speaking purely out of emotion doesn't think that they're a better offensive line right this moment, but they feel they're better suited to build an entire offensive line with the cap space, because that's been left out a lot of this. It's weird because right now people are usually chatting a lot about you cleared cap space, and it's better to have on any offensive line in the league. If you've got 4 substandard offensive linemen and 1 stud, ask any GM in the league, hey, would you rather have 5 average starting offensive linemen if you have to give up that 1 stud? Yeah, they'll take that because you get what you had last year. So the cap space allows you to sign guys like Laken Tomlinson and whoever else they end up going and signing or trading for or whatever. So it's not that it's the second day of free agency. Yeah. And not even the official start of free agency. Yeah. Nobody's out there pretending that the Texans are done making moves.
Of course.
That's not the way the NFL works.
No. I'll say this, the last group of people I would expect to wrap their brains around the intangible stuff with Laremy, the chemistry stuff, the behind-the-scenes stuff. And we got to get to some of the things Albert Breer had in his story yesterday about the Texans' offensive line room. We'll get to that. But the last group I would expect for that to factor that in might be the guys from PFF, who are the hyper-analytic, film is everything guys. You know, they probably listen less to the locker room arguments than the on-field stuff. Benefit greatly from the trade of Laremy Tunsil, just purely from a mental health standpoint, would be our friend Andre Ware, color analyst for Houston Texans games since inception. Andre does a great job both with the Texans and on ESPN. He's far less likely to have a stroke on the air now that Laremy is gone, like, say, the Minnesota game this past
Looks like a false start on the Texans. Let's find out who.
Before the snap, false start, offense, number 78. It's a 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
He got it out of the way early. Laremy Tunsil.
It's every week, though. I mean, you're a Pro Bowl player. There's no excuse for that. None.
Back to the 50 we go.
Vandy's just trying to get the train back on the tracks is my favorite. I love that.
It is. That's what. And when I DM'd Sam Monson, I kind of said what I had just said, which is it's short term. Yes, short term it's a minus. Long term, if you're trying to build something that you actually want to live in, if Kirk Holmes is building this offensive line, something that you feel great about, that you got to get rid of the black mold. You know, you got to get rid of the fungus that's growing in the old appliances in the tear down house before you build up a new home.
Amen.
So there's a lot to it. And that's the part that nobody outside of Houston, including people who watch a lot of film, would truly understand, was what it's like in real time, multiple times in really critical situations.
That's the big part.
Where the leader on your offensive line has a false start. Yep. And then blamed over and over again. He blamed others, including insinuating that it's the center's fault.
Yeah.
Even though the center wasn't an issue for any of the other offensive linemen
three other guys
these
out
many
there.
years, somehow it was the multiple different centers were to blame for Laremy Tunsil being a league leader in false starts every year.
Have you seen these excerpts from the Albert Breer article that mentions the Laremy Tunsil trade?
No.
Okay, so Albert Breer, and I'll admittedly, I haven't seen the article. I saw these excerpts last night as I was getting home from the rodeo, and I bookmarked them, and I'm like, all right, I got to make sure I put this in the rundown, and I didn't, but it dawned on me here as you and I are talking about Tunsil. Albert Breer has a piece that includes some talk about the Tunsil trade. I'll read the parts that have been highlighted by many on the interwebs. The second question is, what happened with Tunsil that made him expendable? Tunsil, to be clear, is well-liked in the Texans building. That said, he isn't a tone setter, and the offensive line room in Houston last year went the wrong way, becoming borderline toxic, which adds context to the trade of Kenyon Green and the release of Shaq Mason. That's part of why the Texans figured they probably wouldn't give him a third top-of-market extension in 2026 after having paid him in 2020 and 2023. So with his 31st birthday in August, Houston spent the past few weeks quietly measuring trade interest in Tunsil and eventually found the right deal. The price they received for the 10-year vet is roughly the equivalent of a late first-round pick in the form of, and he lists all the picks they got. Basically, if you add up all the picks the Texans. It's the equivalent of a late first-round pick. That gives them resources to find Tunsil's replacement. If it's not someone on the roster, such as Titus Howard or Blake Fisher, will they be able to get a suitable one? How this trade looks in 5 years rides on it. The words that are getting, understandably, the most attention, Seth, is that the offensive line room was, quote, borderline toxic with Laremy Tunsil in there.
Right. And there's a lot going on in that O-line room. The offensive line coach is gone now. Bobby Sloag was the offensive coordinator, so who knows in the game of he said, she said, whose fault was it? When I hear about the toxicity in the locker room, because Albert Breer used that term, one of the other national people used that term. I want to say it was James Palmer at one point. I think that the notion of, okay, is Laremy Tunsil a foxhole guy? Is he a guy that you want in the foxhole with you when times get tough? It feels like probably not.
Yes.
It's interesting that Albert Breer said well-liked in the building, because that could mean multiple things. Mm-hmm. And I think he was well-liked. He was well-liked by some of the players, and problematically some of the younger players. It's fun to hang out with the rich guy, you know? It's really fun to go hang around with a rich guy and go to places that you might not others, doors open to you, all of that. And then, I want to emulate that guy. I want to emulate that guy that I like. I'd be curious to how well-liked he was upstairs or amongst coaches and everybody else. So well-liked is the
way I read that is he's not a bad guy. You know what I mean? Like he's not a bad guy. He's just, it's not a dog, even though he likes to assess who's a dog on the team, ironically.
Well, yeah, he called Davis Mills a dog.
Everybody was a dog.
He called everybody was a dog.
Everybody.
It's a team full of dogs on a horrible football team a few years ago.
It was the Humane Society over there, man. Dogs everywhere. So that was one trade, Laremy Tunsil. Kenyon Green was the other one. Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We're going to hear from C.J. Gardner-Johnson here in just a second. Best case, worst case for this trade and how it plays out. Because Seth, the mere fact that they got something for Kenyon Green, I think, is a win. Now, look, that pick is still a bust. You moved back a couple of spots. You pick Kenyon Green. Right in front of you goes Jordan Davis to the Eagles and Kyle Hamilton to the Ravens. Like the pick of Kenyon Green, even with the 2 years, unless C.J. Gardner-Johnson turns into an all-pro at safety for you for the next couple of years, that pick of Kenyon Green is going to go down as a bust. Now that you're getting something out of this at the end here, a really good player at a position of need, I think is very, very good. And this is how I choose to look at this, Seth, just to continue to troll Cleveland a little bit. The Kenyon Green pick, I think, is viewed by and large, even though it wasn't the exact pick they got from the Browns, it was 2 picks later and they moved back. Yeah. It's viewed as a Deshaun Watson trade pick, I think, by most people. I choose to believe the Deshaun Watson trade continues to live on for a couple more years with C.J. Gardner-Johnson as a Houston Texan.
This is the one comparison that I've seen made, or its move that I believe is not a fair comparison, is Brandon Brooks going to the Eagles and becoming the belief is, he went to the Eagles and all of a sudden became a good player. Brandon Brooks was already a really good offensive lineman. Now, he went and he played for Jeff Stoutland, the offensive line coach who's still there in Philadelphia, and he was on a better team and a better offense in a lot of regards, and he was more high profile. But he was already a good player.
Yeah.
He had already established himself as a good offensive lineman, whereas Kenyon Green is very much a flyer. For the Eagles look at this as, hey, we're in a mode where we got to get rid of some of these veteran players, Darius Slay and whomever else, some of the high-dollar guys, because we're having to pay these guys like Zach Bond. They gave Saquon Barkley an extension. They've got to shed salary that they were probably going to release him anyway. So, hey, Kenyon Green, first-round pick from a few years ago. The upside in a lot of people's minds is still there, but he's had all these injuries. So let's give him to Jeff Stoutland and see what we can do with him. It makes sense for both sides, but I don't fear that all of a sudden – I think it's very unlikely that all of a sudden Kenyon Green becomes anywhere near as good a player as Brandon Brooks.
No, I think it's a really important distinction for people because I'm with you. I saw Brandon Brooks' name was finding its way onto my radar yesterday because of this trade. Kenyon Green is the equivalent of the 7th-round pick in the Christian Kirk or Joe Mixon trade. That's what this is. They were going to cut, to your point, they were going to cut C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and instead the Texans have something of value It's a scratch-off ticket for them. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Brandon Brooks signed a really good deal in free agency with Philly. Like, he was a desired asset that there was a market for out there. If Kenyon Green got cut, he's not getting the contract Brandon Brooks got even 10 years ago. You know what I mean?
The biggest issue with Brandon Brooks is that it felt like go back and watch any comedian like Bill Burr or anybody else talk about how Bostonian men feel about therapy, where Brandon Brooks had anxiety disorder. Bill O'Brien, crusty New Englander. Yeah. It felt like that just wasn't gonna be a match or a fit. Where in Philadelphia, they did a much better job managing it with Brandon Brooks. So, but yeah, it's an easy comparison. I get it because it's a guard going from the Texans to the Eagles. Brandon Brooks was already a good offensive lineman when he went to the Eagles.
Yep. Let's hear from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. This was C.J. Gardner-Johnson yesterday on getting the phone call that he was being traded.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought they were fools. I ain't lying. I saw 3-1. I'm like, man, they were fools. They damn sure got me. They playing crazy with me right now. But no, it wasn't no love law. It wasn't no bad blood. It was a great phone call. Great phone call. It was an amazing phone call to be all the way thorough. Great phone call.
thought it was April Fool's on March 11th.
Be all the way thorough. Yeah, I like it. He's just he doesn't live by your strict time.
Oh, the calendar. So. No, he doesn't. He doesn't do the calendar. He's not. He's having nothing.
He saw the 3-1.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, 2-6 and 4-4-5. So I don't know what the 3-1 was. Texan. Somebody out there knows what he was talking about. Yeah, I like it. You know what? I think that getting traded to the Texans, especially this year, and the reputation that the defense made for itself, I think that C.J. Gardner-Johnson probably, when he saw the number and he thought, okay, I see what the Eagles are doing and they're shedding some salary, that I might be on the block. I mean, the Eagles have a bunch of young defensive backs that are really, really good, that there's a chance, and then the first thought might be, oh, gosh, please don't let it be the Browns. Please don't let it be somewhere else.
Yeah.
At some point, though, does he sit back and reflect and think, they traded me for what? Like, they traded me for who?
Yeah, maybe.
There's probably a little bit of an ego part where, like, it'd be nice to be traded for some notable picks or something.
Well, let's take a listen, because he describes how the deal came about, and it sounds like he was pretty self-aware in knowing that he wasn't going to be one of the guys that was going to get paid, that some of the other guys were going to get paid here. Here's C.J. Gardner-Johnson describing how the deal came about.
Situation is, them young guys got to get paid in Philly. Jalen Carter, Reed, Zach, all them guys got to get their money. They deserve it. You know, me getting older, so I got to understand, like, it was no bad blood. It was nothing. So, you know, all I asked them was, like, between me and y'all, like I told them, I just want to go somewhere where I could play winning football. I ain't asked for a specific place. I just, you feel me? This honesty, like, I just want to play winning football. Like, I ain't even saying a lot. Other than that, you know, I woke up, so we're in Houston.
All right, so we're in Houston. So it sounds like to me they discussed this on Monday. That C.J. Gardner-Johnson discussed it with the Eagles on Monday, and perhaps it sounded like he knew that he was not going to be an Eagle next year. Sounds like they conveyed to him that this could be a possibility that we end up, instead of cutting you, we end up trading you so we can get something for you. And maybe they were willing to play ball and say, okay, well, we'll do our best to send you to a winning environment, which I think this qualifies as right now.
Yeah.
Like, he seems excited about it. Yeah.
For sure. And, I mean, the potential for creating turnovers now in that secondary is just huge.
Oh.
If Kalen Bullock spends the entire offseason with on the jugs machine especially, then, I mean, if he could come up with even half of his near interceptions, it would have been crazy. But the potential for this defense, especially at NRG Stadium, to just wreak havoc could be really, really good. It's a lot of fun to think about. And I think it's realistic to tantalize yourself with the notion, because C.J. Gardner-Johnson has 13 interceptions in his last 21 regular season games.
That's a great stat.
He's a turnover machine.
That's a great stat. And just think about, you know, specifically the guys that are already on the Texans, like the types of interceptions we're talking about here. Like, these are not interceptions of luck, or some of them are overthrows, things like that. But, like, picture Derek Stingley going up with Tyreek Hill and ripping the ball away from him. Kalen Bullock going up and over crowds of people. Kamari Lassiter, some of the picks he had this past season. The one down near the goal line. Just the types of interceptions these guys get. It's not just that they're so sound fundamentally. They're very good athletically as well. One more from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You know a pet peeve of mine, Seth, is anybody that uses Houston, we have a problem in any shape, form, or fashion. So my question to you, I'm going to let you listen to this. Does C.J. Gardner-Johnson get a pass for his use of it here on his Instagram live feed?
What? With my text, Houston, we got a problem.
I thought there was another in there.
Smart.
I think whoever cut that left out another
I'm going to give him a pass till he gets here and somebody explains to him that, hey, if he had said, Houston, we got a problem, you're getting a smart, tough, and dependable football player.
That would have been he's out. Yeah.
No, I give anybody a pass. Plus, he's using it in a positive way. So it's not like he's using it to throw shade. So we're good on that.
Dude.
As long as you're not using it to throw shade, then I'm cool with it.
Now,
I'm not cool with it long term, but yeah, there's an indoctrination.
He gets a mulligan. Yeah, he gets a mulligan.
Yeah.
To me, Ben, cue it up again. To me, it's the noises he's making afterwards that give him the pass.
What? With my text, Houston, we got a problem.
Do you think
Howard Dean? Yeah.
And I don't want to speculate, but I guess I will. Like, he sounds a little bit like he's taking advantage of the looser marijuana rules right there. He sounds. He sounds a little, relaxed right there.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't care either way.
This is this new rap that I don't get. Yeah,
right. This is the new
mumble rapping or doing whatever.
It's
yeah,
the new mumble rap. Yep. He's only 27 years old, man. Like, of all the things to take away from that trade yesterday, because I was doing, I'm checking it, I'm writing about it for the Houston Press, and I'm going to the Pro Football Reference page. I'm like, okay, how old is he? Because he's played. This will be the fifth different team he's played for in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Two of those seasons were the Eagles, but there was a Detroit season in between. So he's in New Orleans back in 21. He goes to the Eagles in 22. He goes to Detroit in 23. It's back to the Eagles last year, and now he's a Texan. So when that type of thing's happening, that's where I'm feeling you're like at the Jadeveon Clowney stage where you're in your early 30s and you're just jumping team to team to team. And lo and behold, I'm looking at his Pro Football Reference page, and I'm like, that's not that many years. He's only been in the league 6 years. He's 27 years old. They're getting a hard-hitting, turnover-generating safety in his prime at a very good price over the next 2 years. 2 years, $19 million, and the guy embodies everything that DeMeco Ryans wants in a safety, I would imagine.
In a player, yeah. I think there's a part of him where it might be reflected a little bit, and the he's a hot wire.
Yeah.
So I don't know. The fact that he's bounced around a little bit, he obviously brings a lot to the table in terms of playmaking ability. He did let up a couple touchdowns in the playoffs. So there's probably maybe just that element. I feel like he almost be like a Lonnie Johnson who can play football. Lonnie Johnson plus football playing ability.
Yes.
Which, by the way, Ian Rappaport annoyed me when he reported Lonnie Johnson going to the Raiders. He said the Raiders get a proven veteran player.
No, he didn't say that.
He did. Raiders get a proven veteran player.
The same line. Is there more than one Lonnie Johnson?
It's Lonnie Johnson, the cornerback / safety.
You've got to be kidding
went to the Raiders. Yeah. So,
dude, he must know his agent.
Lonnie Johnson's grown up some, but he had a lot of growing up to do.
He's not been a productive NFL. Okay, now I'm mad. I gotta go find.
But Lonnie Johnson's the same way.
Yeah.
It feels like because there's always been drama attached to him because he's been on 4 different teams now, that it feels like he's been in the league a lot longer than 6 years.
Yeah. Do you think that C.J. Gardner-Johnson would be able to wear the T-shirt if the Texans win a Super Bowl or they beat the Kansas City Chiefs at some point?
What did it say? Bleep Taylor Swift?
No,
or bleep the Swifties?
It used the Super Bowl Roman numeral on the shirt. The Roman numeral is LIX.
Yeah.
Licks.
Yeah.
So it talked about I can't.
Who did he take a shot at?
He took a shot at the Swifties. Very graphic in nature.
Okay.
It was describing a graphic act that you would do to somebody.
I knew he took a shot at the Swifties because he had taken shots at Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift after the Super Bowl, after mixing it up with Travis Kelce during the game.
Yep.
And I for one stand with whatever his grudge is against the more toxic of the Swifties.
No, I do too.
By and large, it's a nice, gentle group of fans, but there's a toxic element to it as well.
Right. No, I do too. I just wonder if here in Houston somebody might walk up and say, "Yeah, you can just don't be as graphic with the description on your T-shirt there." That's all. That's not Texans worthy.
Houston, we got now. This is the other part about C.J. Gardner-Johnson that I do like.
Yeah,
we've seen, as we saw in Miami, some defensive backs will chafe against Vic Fangio and what he asks them to do in a defense. He asks his players to be really smart. They have to play with a lot of discipline. They have to understand tendencies, and not everybody can latch onto it and does all that well with it, and they end up blaming Vic Fangio for them being dumb. So I like that C.J. Gardner-Johnson thrived in a Vic Fangio defense.
Yes.
It hints at a good football IQ.
For those who don't know, Seth is allowed to have this assessment because he played for Vic Fangio for 4 seasons. He knows. He played in that defense. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Seth, what do you think of Laken Tomlinson, the new offensive lineman that the Texans signed yesterday?
The biggest, honestly, boring thing that I'd get excited about with Laken Tomlinson is that he is very, very durable. He's a guy that made a Pro Bowl in 2021 or so, but he's been a solid and dependable player for much of his career. Without having gone back and watched all of the sacks he allowed, he was playing on a bad offensive line. I think that they probably just like the stability that he provides. He's played in a scheme that's got a lot of either Shanahan or McVay tendencies before.
Yep.
He's been in a zone-based scheme most of his entire career. I wouldn't read too much into that. I think they probably look at him as a versatile player that is athletic enough to play in a zone-style scheme, but I don't think that's a hint at what kind of offense they're going to run or anything.
The big thing I would add to all that was all good. The big thing I would add to that is that in a period here where the Texans appear to be recalibrating the attitude and the chemistry and the culture of their offensive line room, DeMeco Ryans spent 5 seasons with him in San Francisco. The first 5 years of DeMeco Ryans' coaching career, 2017 through 2021, Laken Tomlinson was on the team there. So unless there's been a drastic shift in who he is as a person and as a teammate over the last 3 years, DeMeco Ryans should have a pretty good idea of what they're getting from a cultural perspective.
Right. So, and I've seen a lot of depth charts where they pencil him in as the starter on day one. I don't think it's nearly as simple and straightforward. And to the people's credit who put those depth charts out, that's the depth chart as it would stand right now.
Yeah, they don't have enough guys barely to field a line right now.
Right. Yeah, most of the people that put those depth charts out, it's a nice piece if you're going to have a competitive environment and guys are going to have to earn their jobs. But at the very least, if he does end up being a backup, he's an older player but who's been very, very durable, as opposed to Shaq Mason, who's really had to battle injuries and started to show his age the last couple of years. So I don't look at it as a huge upgrade or anything, but I think it's a type of signing that you're probably going to see over the next few days.
Yeah, I think Seth, he sounds like he could very well be one of those guys that you've been talking about in describing what a viable offensive line is in the NFL, which is just 5 guys doing their job. Nobody's road grading everybody on every play. Just 5 guys opening up holes and making sure CJ doesn't get his ass kicked.
And somewhere along the way, they add via the draft or a trade or something else, maybe a glitzier player or a guy that's capable of Pro Bowls and All Pros. But for now, I think they just want they want a fundamentally sound offense, because they were not a fundamentally sound offense last year.
Along those lines, talking about bringing a young guy in, we'll do the mock draft injection coming up here in the next segment. Are we into that phase now where every single draft expert has an offensive lineman going to the Texans because of where they are right now? We'll do our first post Kenyon Green and Laremy Tunsil trade mock draft coming up next. But first, I want to get you guys all dressed up and ready to go. Opening day for the Astros is 2 weeks from tomorrow. It's going to be here before we know it.
from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Before we get to this mock draft, I'm looking up at the TV in our studio here, and ESPN is on, and one of the topics they're teasing is, are Caleb Williams and the Bears ready to bear down this year, and, blah, blah, blah. They've signed a lot of guys. They've done a rebuild of their offensive line, which has been widely praised, and rightfully so. I praise it as well. But, Seth, my one big wish, we'll get to this mock draft here in a second, but as I'm looking at this and this is on my mind, I have a few teams every season that I root against almost as much as I root for the Houston Texans. Chicago is going to be one of those teams this year because they're getting so widely praised for this offensive line reboot as if they're doing something revolutionary. Ryan Poles will probably be back on the interview circuit soon, too, because he's getting praise now. He's not nearly as out there when he's getting criticism. I am hoping like crazy that they make all these moves on the offensive line and that Caleb Williams still gets sacked 60 times because he just doesn't get rid of the football.
Yes.
That's my big hope. It's a very kind of niche, nerdy hope, but I have a big hope for that.
It is. It's a big one. And now it's interesting because Justin Fields has had the same issue, taking sacks that are his fault. You go to the advanced stats and they show the ones that the quarterback is responsible for. He's gotten better at it. It feels like Justin Fields be coachable, though, in a lot of ways than perhaps Caleb Williams. Yeah. I don't think Justin Fields has ever had maybe that diva persona or even accusations the same way that Caleb Williams has. I feel like Caleb Williams thinks he's the bleep and knows he's the bleep and that he can make something out of nothing and he's going to hold on to the ball too long. Justin Fields, I think he's showed that he's coachable in it. He's improved at that. He's improved in that regard over time. So, because the Bears are doing what a lot of Texans fans wish the Texans would do. They've gone out and aggressively gone after name brand offensive linemen.
Yeah.
The Texans' approach is going to have to be a little bit more muted and long-term in its vision, and maybe they trade for a big name guy, but I think what you're going to see is them get some blue-collar, just steady starter caliber offensive linemen in free agency and go into the draft hoping to upgrade that way, and maybe a trade comes along the way somewhere down the pike, but it's not going to nearly have the same glitz. As much as an O-line rebuilding can have glitz attached to it, it's not going to have as many headlines attached to it as the Bears.
We've had I don't know, man. We've had a trade per business day over the last handful of, the Christian Kirk thing came down Thursday or Friday of last week. Then you take the weekend off and you come back on Monday and you trade Laremy Tunsil, and yesterday you trade Kenyon Green. I'm fully expecting a trade in the 9 o'clock hour today of somebody.
I think the real big question is, what do they do with Titus Howard? I mean,
it's a huge question.
If right this moment you had to go Chiefs, the Bills in the playoffs with this offensive line, you'd be screwed. You'd be absolutely hosed. We know that. Nick Caserio knows that.
Yes.
They're not done making moves. We haven't even officially hit free agency yet.
Right.
And they've already gotten rid of 3 of their 5 starters from last year's opening day roster on offensive line. And they've signed one sedated sign-in, Laken Tomlinson. They're gonna add some guys in free agency.
For sure.
We just don't. I don't know if Titus Howard is one of the guys that they're looking to trade or not.
Yep, we'll see. He's got to have his head on a swivel right now, man. I would imagine. You watch. Of all guys in that building, his head's got to be spinning right now. It's the only. Jarrett Patterson's the only guy, or Juice Scruggs. However you want to frame the 5. I guess Juice would be the one because we're talking about the starting offensive line at the beginning of last year. 3/5 of that is gone. Juice ain't going anywhere because he's a second-round pick going into his 3rd year. He's still got value on a rookie deal. Titus, his head's got to be spinning, dude, right now.
Titus is a guy that I think people look at and either assume or believe that, all right, this is a guy that looked up to Laremy Tunsil and idolized him and wanted to be Laremy Tunsil. And yet Titus Howard does not have the physical ability to operate the way Laremy Tunsil does.
No.
And, so they might look at it as, all right, we're going to get Laremy out of the building, and let's see if we can get the absolute most out of Titus Howard now. Or maybe they just say, nope, we're cleaning house, and we're going to get swarm type of players. I want swarm type of players, guys that are tough and gritty and nasty and physical.
And smart. Know how to pick up stunts. that kind of stuff.
Too.
Internalize the game plan. All right, so along those lines, let's get to this mock draft. This mock draft is from a draft expert that works for NBCSports.com. This is probably Florio's website here. His name is Eric Froton, and I'm picking him because we've not done a mock draft of his yet. We've not used NBC as an outlet. So let's see what old Froton has them doing here. Sounds like a character out of Lord of the Rings.
I'm trying to figure out whether I like it or not. But yeah, like it's too close to Frodo.
Yeah.
And yet Froton makes it sound like a sci-fi character.
Sci-fi character, right? Like the great
Froton the Photon or something.
Yeah. Or something that or like a chemical that fell off of the periodic tables. Like, oh yeah, where is Froton up there? There's Proton. So let's do it here. 25th with the 25th overall pick in the Eric Froton NBC Sports mock draft. The Houston Texans select Gray Zabal, offensive lineman, North Dakota State. Here's what Frody has to say. The surprising trade of Laremy Tunsil paints Houston into a corner with this selection, as they will almost assuredly be taking an offensive lineman with one of their first two selections. I would stop right there and say they could take offensive linemen with each of their first two selections at this point with the way that room is right now. Specific to Zabal, he has short arms, which will limit his utility as a tackle. For those who don't know, he played tackle in single practices and can play any spot on the offensive line.
I'd be very, very happy with this pick. I think he projects to be an interior offensive lineman because he doesn't have short arms. He doesn't have stumpy arms. I was one of our listeners was irate with us a couple weeks back because I had said he had stumpy arms. Yeah, that was inaccurate by me.
Yeah.
I was wrong on that. Shorter than average arms, but it doesn't bar him from playing offensive tackle. That is the V word that became a dirty word, versatility, around here a few years ago. I think that they might look at that versatility, especially with the current state of the Texans' offensive line, and think, all right, let's see how he adapts to guard, but maybe he can play tackle at some point. But he does play with that scrappiness that looks a lot more like a swarm type of player. So it would not surprise me at all if they drafted him.
Tyler Booker goes in this mock draft with the very next pick. If Booker and Zabal are on the board at the draft party on day one on that Thursday night, would you be disappointed if they took Zabal over Booker, or do you trust their evaluation? How would you feel?
I would trust their evaluation, and I would be less surprised if they took Booker over Zabal, just because we know that Nick likes having as much film as possible against really good competition.
It's Alabama
so Zabal,
guy.
Zabal went to North Dakota State. He's beat up on lesser competition. Had a good showing at the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
The entire week of practice, more so than the game, and so there's upside there. But I'm guessing that Nick maybe hopes he falls to the second round, and he likes the upside, but he just feels better about Tyler Booker because there's a larger body of work.
I'd be surprised if Booker and Zabal were on the board and they took Zabal. So I'm repeating what you just said, but I'm with you on that. Is what I'm saying.
I share that same opinion.
Yeah.
And I'm a guy that I was a lineman that played at a smaller conference.
Sure.
And I understand and get why there's concern about it. So that's the kind of guy that you hope if you get him in the second or third round, there's a lot of upside there. But he hasn't had a chance to expose his flaws as much as a guy like Tyler Booker has had a chance to expose his flaws.
All right, winners and losers of free agency so far. Is there a wonderkind who is taking some lumps here early in his general manager career? And how do the pundits feel about the Laremy Tunsil trade, winners and losers? We will get to that coming up next. But first, let's get down to Sugar Land.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, nice to be with you as we head into the 8 o'clock hour here on a Wednesday on Sports Radio 610. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Football is the major topic the last couple days, winners and losers in free agency. We'll get to one particular winner tied to a big trade the Texans made in just a minute, but ESPN has their winners and losers for free agency, and I think the good news is right now the solution for the Colts seems to be bringing in Daniel Jones to compete with Anthony Richardson. Doesn't really scare me very much. The Titans, other than signing a new left tackle, seem to be kind of waiting around for the draft to get here. They're probably a year or two away from being an entity that needs to be worried about. Seth, as you know, my biggest fear going into this offseason within the division was that the Jaguars would somehow figure out head coach roster in some way to unlock Trevor Lawrence here and get the Trevor Lawrence that was good enough for about 7 games in 2022 to eventually get him a $55 million a year contract. He's been good in Jacksonville for a total of like 2 months out of the 4 years that he's been there, and he's making $55 million a year.
Ultimately, the Jaguars may have succumbed to that most dangerous thing in all of sports and life, which is Doug Peterson's ability to get a very short but incredibly productive and promising stretch out of a quarterback who's not actually all that good.
Yes.
Carson Wentz, Nick Foles, Trevor Lawrence, like, oh my gosh, look at this. He's going to be all pro every year. Like,
right.
When then you look up 3 years later, what the hell happened?
And what happens is, at least with Nick Foles and Trevor Lawrence, is the Jags end up paying them. Because that's who ended up paying Nick Foles for all that high-level performance in Philadelphia was the Jags that one year.
Yeah, when they didn't even have to. I mean, that's a whole other tangent. But just as a reminder to everybody, if we're going to practice a little bit of Schadenfreude with the Jaguars here, Tom Coughlin was the president of the team at that point. They traded for Nick Foles. I don't think anybody on earth, including Nick Foles himself, expected to get a new contract. Yeah. But the Texans went and gave him a very lucrative contract so he could get the respect of guys in the locker room. It was one of the more curious moves that Tom Coughlin's ever made.
Yeah, no question. So winners and losers, according to ESPN, and the very first loser, the very first team they even discuss in this article, loser, Jacksonville Jaguars. It should be
two of the contracts. It's crazy that they're being pointed to as losers for contracts that are not exorbitant contracts, but they're perceived as pretty aggressive overpays to guys like Keami Brown for 1 year, $10 million, basically because he managed to get 59 receptions in 4 seasons with Washington.
Yeah.
That was curious. And then Eric Murray leaves the Texans and gets a 3-year, $22.5 million deal.
That's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, that was – I feel like Eric Murray has been a little unfairly treated in Houston just because he's attached to so much of the previous regime. But 3 years, $22.5 million. When you consider that, what was Justin Reed's contract with the Saints?
3 years, $31.5 million.
Yeah, and Justin Reed's a much better safety than Eric Murray.
Much better. Murray, the only reason Murray was starting is because Jalen Petrie and Jimmy Ward both got hurt. Like, that's probably – like, I could see where and keep in mind, the person making these deals is the magnificent Gladstone, the wonderkin, the magic, the maker of large words, the creator of ecosystems, the modes of operation maven out there. He's the one doing these deals that they are overpays. And De'Ami Brown, Seth, from Washington, 59 receptions in 4 seasons, but he had actually a really, really good postseason.
Right.
And if you're getting intoxicated by that, like, that's a big reason Milton Williams is probably getting $26 million a year. You cannot let at positions like receiver and interior defensive line let big games in the postseason. Quarterback maybe, but you can't let big games in the postseason skew your price range on these guys. You're right.
If you think about how this all works with the Texans too, where C.J. Gardner-Johnson is coming in. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I never get sick of this stat. In the last 3 regular seasons, he was injured in 2023, so he didn't play much. In 21 regular season games, he has 13 interceptions. Take a guess at how many interceptions Eric Murray has in his 9-year NFL career.
No, 9-year career. Okay. I'm going to guess less than 13 for sure, else you wouldn't be asking. I'm going to guess 7.
3.
3 in his career?
Yes.
Dude.
I was dumbfounded by the statistic myself, Sean. I had to double-check myself.
But guess what he did in the postseason, Seth?
Yeah.
Pick 6. Against Justin Herbert. Dude.
The magical Gladstone is
that God.
The guy who talks in buzzwords and analytic talk and speech and everything. He's old school football GM that's flying by the seat of his pants. Like, he done good in big moments.
Right.
He got what it takes.
Or can you
we
imagine?
all get there. He's a winner. He's a winner.
Or can you imagine he's just a casual fan that only watches playoff football? Like, he just doesn't watch. I know I work for the Rams, but I'm not watching football. I'm too busy.
His cutting edge method is to only watch highlights. He watches the highlights. I want to see the upside.
Right.
I want highlights from playoff games. That's only what I want to see.
Well, probably the audio at some point where he says at the very beginning, like, there are some new advancements in the game that I feel like my age is conducive to having wrapped my brain around them. Like, he may be going off of TikTok. That's what he's talking about. So what are these advancements that you're talking about? Well, I have this app on my phone called TikTok, and that's where I get most of my information on the NFL.
Sometimes I'll see stuff framed by writers as this brilliant and innovative way to operate, and they're taking something and they'll describe something that people have actually been doing forever. So I've seen this in football and basketball where some guy might casually mention, like, well, yeah, sometimes when you watch a game continuously, you don't actually see the most important things. So when you're watching cut-ups and everything, you shouldn't watch starting in the first quarter and go all the way to the fourth quarter. And it'll get framed as like, wow, it's a new and innovative approach. Like, no, it's a cut-up. Like, this is exactly they've been doing this for decades and decades and decades. I feel like Gladstone he's gonna be that guy. He's going to describe something that he does that's just the normal way that people do things, but people are going to look at it. It's like one of the most innovative things they've ever heard.
Yeah, I'm reading this. I mean, they're tearing him up in this article on ESPN. They talk about Eric Murray. They talk about De'Ami Brown. I'm even more confused by the decision to sign Jordan Lewis. The longtime Cowboys cornerback has been solid in the slot without ever being spectacular or warranting Pro Bowl consideration. A year ago, when he finished out a 3-year extension, he $2.8 million. It doesn't say what he got here from Jacksonville. I'm guessing significantly more because, as we're learning, the magnificent Gladstone, his magical power is he loves to overpay mediocre players. So,
yeah.
Oh, wait, no, here it is. The Jags just made Lewis one of the league's highest-paid slot cornerbacks on a 3-year, $30 million pact. Oh, dude, and that's coming from Dallas, where they've got Trayvon Diggs on one side. They've got Deron Bland in that secondary. We've seen this movie before, Seth. This is called the Aaron Colvin movie, where you play in between a couple of capable cornerbacks and you play the slot and you do a decent job of it, and a team's like, oh, yeah, here you go. You must be awesome, even with bad guys on the outside. Yeah.
This article, do you know who's pointed out as one of the winners? And it makes sense. It's hurting me that it makes sense.
Laremy
Tunsil.
Yeah.
But specifically for a couple reasons. Well, actually, mostly because Laremy Tunsil, as we know, represents himself. He has no agent, and he does a really good job of it. He's going to a team, and it's been reported by a couple of the national pundits that Laremy will be seeking a new deal as he gets traded to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Washington has at least a couple more years before they have to pay Jaden Daniels, and they've got a bunch of cap space. So Laremy Tunsil steps into a very good situation offensively. Obviously,
yes.
This is a good landing spot for Laremy Tunsil. It could have gone. It's not bad for him at all. No. I don't think he cares who he's playing for as long as he's getting paid, and he's probably going to get a new contract out of it.
Right? No, he was. Look, the Texans wanted to get him out of here. But Laremy, 1,000% certain, he looks back fondly at his 6 seasons with the Texans and views himself as a winner in this case.
In a state with no state income tax, especially.
Got paid top of market twice. That's his criteria.
Yeah.
He's a paycheck player. And all rights to him to be that way. That's fine. That's just not what the Texans are looking for. I don't know that it's what the Commanders are looking for, Seth, but it's what they're getting. It's what they're getting.
Right. And, I don't begrudge people for wanting to make more money. It's the most human thing in the world.
Yes.
That's fine and great. The way that every time D'Amico Ryans talks about what he looks for in a player is that it's got to be more than just money. There's got to be something driving you above and beyond just money, because once you have the money, it's easy to cut corners in other ways or just, assume that everything's all just fine. Laremy Tunsil has never struck anybody as a guy that really genuinely cares about the deeper aspects of being a teammate or anything else like that.
Yeah. Aaron Wilson, I saw on Twitter last night, said that the expectation right now is that Titus Howard will play left tackle and Blake Fisher will play right tackle. If they had to play a game tomorrow, I'm not comfortable with a pairing of those two at tackle in either permutation. Fisher on left, Titus on right, or vice versa.
Right, I'm cool with Titus at right, but the Blake Fisher dynamic is what makes it dicey.
Yeah.
And as we've said multiple times today, this is a work in progress. That for people that are saying, what are that? Yeah, they're not going to start a game with the current configuration unless, at least they're not putting it in ink right now. Yeah. They're going to add, somebody's going to get drafted. Yeah, it's a work in progress. They're tearing down the old ranch house to build something better, and it's certainly not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Nope. So we'll see.
But that is interesting because I didn't. Blake Fisher, just by physiology, looks more like a left tackle, and he's still at a stage in his career where a young dog can learn new tricks, what have you. But you just feel better. If you had to start right now, you feel better about a guy who's got veteran experience playing left tackle in Titus Howard.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't want to dismiss Aaron's report on that, I could very well be true. It's March 12th. And it's an offensive line that's been completely torn down to the studs. To me, right now, this is what it would be. Maybe that is even how they're drawing it up on the chalkboard as they attack free agency in the draft. Look, this is what it's going to be. And I just have a hard time believing through injuries, draft, free agency, and just the general change that we could see by performance in training camp, of all things, too, that there's a whole lot more that can happen between now and week one.
If we were to play the game, what's more likely?
Okay.
Very popular in some circles.
Yes.
Where would you say, what's more likely? Titus Howard starts game one at left tackle, or
I would say Titus starting at left tackle.
Okay.
I would say starting at left tackle. Neither would surprise me. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an outrageous thing to think that he too could get traded. But I think you do reach a point where you're going, okay, now we're having to find 4 starting offensive linemen, and in free agency you're competing with a bunch of teams for guys. You can't count on anything, and in the draft you only have so many picks you can use. And this just in, you've got other needs other than just offensive line. So I think it starts to turn into a bit of a numbers game. We're like, all right, well, we need to keep some guys around that have experience, that are pros. To your point earlier, maybe Laremy not being in there anymore is a wake-up call for Titus, and he turns into the best, swarmiest version of himself. That's a possibility. So I would say, with great trepidation, I would say that he's your starting left tackle, but neither scenario, I think, is a shocking scenario.
There's a few guys out there, and I apologize if I missed these guys being signed, that don't excite you, but that at least you could plug in and say, oh, he's a viable offensive tackle at either spot. Cam Robinson, Alaric Jackson. He signed, didn't he? I caught myself. Jedrick Wills from the Browns. They're viable offensive tackle starters, but not guys that you get excited about.
Jedrick Wills, and they
would still be very much. That would still be very much replaceable. But there's going to be competition along the entire offense. Yeah,
your 5 names. I'm looking at Sharp Football Analysis list, because they go by position and keep it in order of how they sort of power rank these guys. Cam Robinson 1. Tyron Smith is number 2 on this list, and he stunk for the Jets last year. He's old and not good. You get 5 names down, and there's Kendall Lamb on the list of tackles. So I now looking at this, I actually feel a little stronger about my answer. that there's a better chance that Titus is your left tackle, then he gets
Blake
moved.
Fisher's a huge X factor in all of this.
Big X factor. That's a good
Blake
point.
Fisher had a rough game versus the Chiefs. That's the old. If he had to go play the divisional playoff game today, you'd be in big trouble. So, if there's one thing I know about Nick Caserio, and it's been borne out in these last couple days, it's impossible to predict exactly what the next move is going to be.
Yeah. We didn't see the Kenyon Green thing. We didn't see the Laremy Tunsil thing coming, really. Question on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Morning crew, love the show. My question is, how likely is the Cooper Kupp situation for us after all the moves are made? I guess we should point out today is the day that the Rams would officially make Cooper Kupp available via release if they can't find a trade here at the last minute.
Yeah, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Rodgers is the other guy that today officially can get released. It's been, he hasn't officially been released yet. Right. So, the Aaron Rodgers watch today is going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
Do you expect, all right, Sean, let's play a little game I like to call What's More Likely. What?
Give it to me.
Aaron Rodgers or Aaron Rodgers is on a team?
I think he's on a team at the end of the day. I think
you think it's the Pittsburgh
Steelers?
I
do.
Okay.
I think this feels like to me where the obvious answer is the right answer kind of thing.
This might be one of those old school situations where a team really actually wants to sit down in person with a player before they sign him.
Yep.
And I think Aaron Rodgers is probably in a situation where he feels the same way, that he wants to talk to Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator up there. I think that, look, Tomlin, despite, the way he operates and everything, he's shown that he has great capacity for dealing with different personality types. I feel like once you deal with Antonio Brown, everything else probably feels pretty easy.
It's all gravy, baby. Yeah.
So I think it's more about the conversation that the offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith, has with Aaron Rodgers about how things are going to look.
Yeah, it's a really good point. But yeah, I'll go with on a team today, and I think it'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers. There's a big part of me that wants it to be the Giants because I think that could be a disaster, but we'll see. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday here. All right, let's keep it moving. The Texans, turns out they were in on one of the highest paid free agents at his position, and maybe this gives us a window into exactly why they made the deal to go bring in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We'll tell you who that player was coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. You heard me talking about sugar.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Nice to be with you on a Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast. The Texans made a trade yesterday. They trade Kenyon Green and a draft pick, a day 3 pick, for safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson and a day 3 pick. They flip-flopped those picks in next year's draft on day 3. Ian Rappaport, he signed with the New York Giants 3 years at, I believe, over $15 million a year. So he gets tippy-top, at least in this free agency class, money at safety. Just for some perspective, Justin Reed, who was widely viewed as being right alongside Javon Holland as the best safeties on this free agent market, Justin Reed goes back home to Louisiana to play for the Saints at just over $10 million a year. Javon Holland's getting $15 million a year to go play for the New York Giants. But this was the interesting part when Ian Rappaport was talking about this signing yesterday, the Holland signing. The Texans get a mention here.
A really interesting trade. So the Texans were trying to find a safety. I know they had some interest in Javon Holland. Javon Holland goes to the Giants today for a bag, $345.3, I think, is the deal, with some upside there. So that was sort of a splash for the Giants. And then it was sort of like, all right, well, obviously the Texans still need a safety. Is there any available? I had heard rumblings that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson could potentially be available. They do the trade. Eagles get some offensive line help.
So that was interesting, Seth, to me, that the Texans' interest in Javon Holland gets mixed in there. That tells me that this isn't necessarily one of these things where this Eagles proposal was sort of a one-off, or we have an opportunity to get a guy. Maybe it's not a high position in need, but boy, he's a good player, and we'll find a way to get him on the field in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. It sounds like to me they were actively shopping at the top of the safety market, or at least kicking tires on some guys.
Yeah, I think that what we've learned, and that would have been I felt like that they were gonna obviously bolster the safety position. I didn't expect to be somebody all that recognizable, and because we've just been talking about it ad nauseum where the real positions of need are on this team. So I get excited about the fact that they were looking, and that they ended up getting a very affordable trade for a guy that has been playing good football the last few years.
He's a name brand guy, to use your phrase there.
Yeah, he's an impact playmaker.
Yeah.
Going back to when Dom Capers was my defensive coordinator in Jacksonville before we ever got to Houston, he would say over and over again, and this is pretty much how most defensive coordinators feel and head coaches, if you can find a way to take the ball away, we're going to get you on the field. Mm-hmm. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson has 13 interceptions in his last 21 regular season games. He's a ball hawk. And now you've got a secondary that if they can just not have the glitches and some of the coverage breakdowns or missed tackles that they had last year, this could be an all-timer in terms of ability to take the ball away, especially in NRG Stadium, because you have a pass rush up front. You've got ball hawks in the secondary, and this is it's going to be a really scary environment for quarterbacks coming to NRG Stadium. We got to finally. I don't think we've ever really come up with a great name for NRG Stadium when they have a good defense. We had Bulls on Parade, which was kind of the name of which was self. But there's no House of Pain, right?
No.
The House of Pain moniker that the Astrodome had for a while. You need something that paints a picture of what it's like going to play this defense in their home stadium.
Text in. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Let's crowdsource this thing here. So there's a texter asking, could this become the Legion of Boom 2.0 at NRG Stadium? I don't know if it's Legion of Boom 2.0. Those are bigger guys. Those were bigger. There's a reason they were the Legion of Boom. I will say this. I think when the position group rankings come out this summer from all the various outlets, the Texans secondary, I'd be shocked if the Texans secondary was anywhere outside of the top 2 or 3 in any of those rankings right now. Yeah. Because it's not just, they were already really good without C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That was already a secondary you could go, all right. All the advanced stats that we see about Stingley and Lassiter, 1 and 2 in all sorts of coverage stats, passer rating allowed, completion percentage allowed. And then you've got Kalen Bullock, who's a rising player who had a lot of big plays last year. Jalen Petrie comes back. He's highly thought of, I think, after the season he had pre-injury last year.
Well, and especially he's only been in that role for less than a full season.
Correct.
So now he comes into it really having learned the role, and the Texans know better maybe what he can and cannot do. So there's and this feels more stable than last year, where you're looking at, okay, the addition of it's easy in hindsight to ignore, but we talked about it all last offseason. The offense has to establish that they can run the ball consistently if they want to be a good offense, and they failed in that regard. Yeah. There's less to prove on the defensive side of the ball. They are adding to what was already a very opportunistic defense.
Dude, and opportunistic is the word that I would label Nick Caserio with that word with the C.J. Gardner-Johnson pickup. That is an opportunistic. You get a chance to flip a guy who was a draft bust for you for a guy who is going to – I expect, if he's healthy, to perform at a very high level at an impact position at a very, very good price for the next couple of years. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, this Javon Holland, he's not on the Texans, so I can't get too angry one way or the other, except for the fact that in the Pettycast yesterday, I did bring up, Seth, that I was feeling petty about all these players – who claim they want to go play for a winner, claim that I just want a legacy of championships, don't even mention money when they're talking about what it is they want. And then, lo and behold, they can be bought out like a cheap dime store hooker when it comes to free agency time or getting a new contract. Here was Javon Holland on a podcast talking about all the things he's going to be looking for in a team when free agency rolls around. This is from several weeks ago.
I actually wrote down in like the best way I could sum up what I'm looking for. Detailing a men leading head coach with a goal and a standard he holds everybody to. A team that wants to win and has players with like-mindedness about the team's goals and standards. Leaders that want to lead and set examples by action, not by their word. So I think that in itself is, what I'm really looking for. Yeah. Not necessarily saying that it's not at the Dolphins. Yeah. But in general, that's like my mindset for what I want.
Bro, you signed with the Giants. You signed with the freaking Giants for $15 million a year.
What are you going to get from a Canadian? He's Canadian,
Is he Canadian?
John. Yeah, he's Canadian.
Got to take advantage, I guess. Yeah.
He was born in Canada. I don't know if he grew up in Canada or not.
Okay.
But by virtue of the eloquence with which he said it, that might be an all-timer.
I'm angry.
That was one of the more eloquent. That was one of the more eloquent dissertations on the importance of going to a competitive team. Do we put that up there with Reggie White when he was one of the NFL's first free agents, saying that God told him that he needs to go to a team where he can help out inner city youth, and he chose the Green Bay Packers?
Green Bay, yeah. Who I'm sure have youth that live within the city limits somewhere.
Yeah. But there are inner city. He didn't describe what type of inner city youth he was hoping to help or not. Yeah. That's right up there. It's the new leaders in the clubhouse, which is Myles Garrett, claiming that he needed to go somewhere because he cared about Super Bowls more so than anything else, that he needed to go somewhere else, and then he got bought out.
Literally took shots at the Browns culture while he was making those claims. And who did he re-sign with? The Browns. Yeah.
It's very much that old W.C. Fields joke where a man asks a woman, "Hey, would you sleep with me for $1 million?" And she says, "Yeah, I can manage that." And he says, "Okay, well, how about for $100?" And she says, "What kind of a lady do you think I am?" And he says, "Well, we've already established that. Now we're just negotiating." That's
Javon
exactly
Holland. That's Javon Holland, you cheap whore.
Well, no, high-class whore.
High-class whore, yeah. No, right.
He's an
sorry.
escort. Don't call him a hooker. He's an escort,
sorry,
damn it.
Call girl. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Dude. Well, here's what bothered me about the Javon Holland thing is general lip service to wanting to win and play for a championship and then taking the big payday from a crappy team. Okay, that happens a lot. He completely disrespected the process of sitting down and writing out your goals and objectives, which I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of sitting down and going, okay, I got a problem. I got to attack it. It helps me assimilate. It helps me think clearly if I write it down and I can look at it. He completely disrespected that process and really along the way tried to put him above everybody who didn't do that. He's like, well, I just so happen to have it right here. And the way he read it super fast, like, oh, everybody should be doing this, like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah. So Javon going to sit for a couple of years. There was a way that I could get C.J. Gardner-Johnson on the field to hit you somehow. You both play defense, so I'm gonna have to count on whatever new swarmy offensive lineman it is to earhole you after that would be after a turnover from C.J. Stroud. Never mind. I just have to hire a hitman, I guess, on Javon Holland to take out my anger. So, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. So, yeah, keeping an eye on the Aaron Rodgers market, keeping an eye out for whatever Texans trade is coming here. There's still more work to be done in free agency for the Texans. Our guy Diggs is still out there, man. Stephon Diggs is still out there?
I think Diggs might wait until later in the offseason to sign. It would make a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. He's a guy coming off an ACL at the age of 31, 32 years old. A guy who's known for his short area quickness, especially his lateral movement and everything. I think he's probably going to get his best contract and be in the best situation if he waits. Not to mention he's got that little legal issue in Houston. So It's a civil matter. Depending on how teams feel about that, it might be better for him to wait on that a little while.
Maybe.
So I was on with our guy that does the national show, Zach Gallup yesterday, and he was asking about Stephon Diggs, and I explained to him what we all noticed this year is that he was an awesome guy in terms of leadership and in adverse circumstances where the offense wasn't performing well, he was often the guy who was preaching positivity and stick to. I don't think teams are going to be scared off by Stephon Diggs, the personality. For three straight teams, whether it be Minnesota, Buffalo, or Houston, he's a model citizen for at least the first couple of years.
Yes.
And he's probably not going to. No team's going to sign him expecting to have him for more than a couple of years.
Question on the text page: do you think a lot of reporters are sticking up for Laremy Tunsil because he gave them insider info?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Simple answer, yes.
Yeah, it's tough. For some of these young reporters, I think that sometimes they don't realize or take into account just how self-interested guys are when they're feeding them information. That's why I generally don't really like the exposés where they quote a bunch of anonymous players, just because you can go to any NFL team and find players who are disgruntled. I mean, there was a huge Seth Wickersham expose on the Patriots the year before they won one of their Super Bowls about how toxic and awful everything was.
Oh, dude.
And then they went out and won a Super Bowl. Like, you're going to be able to, the guys, and just by virtue of like the players who would talk smack about their own team as an anonymous source, the team they're currently on.
Yeah.
I have a natural level of distrust in those guys because I'm still old school in that regards, and I think there's a lot of players that are that way still, that you keep things in-house. You got a problem with the way things are operating, and then you go talk to your coaches about it, but you don't go blathering to a reporter.
Yep. We're still waiting, I think, on the Texans to make a few more moves, and I think there's a couple that I think are. When do we think one is coming? We'll tell you which one that is coming up next.
Boy, talking about didn't throw.
and presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, nice to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. It is, dude. I'm looking at Adam Schefter posted this an hour ago. It's a picture from 5 years ago, so that would be 2020. So probably at the Super Bowl, because it's a picture of DeAndre Hopkins, Lamar Jackson, and Derrick Henry all dressed up nice out somewhere. I guess maybe the NFL honors or something like that. And DeAndre Hopkins posted a tweet with that picture. It said, how many TDs would this trio score? And Adam Schefter's like, well, it's 5 years later, but we're going to find out, I guess, because they're all on the same team now. Derrick Henry, DeAndre Hopkins. God, can you imagine if it was peaked Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, and DeAndre Hopkins? Holy smokes.
That would be scary. Now, I do think that, DeAndre, you know what, it's a good move for DeAndre in that, there are field there, but they need help at wide receiver. They don't have an awesome wide receiving core, so I think that there's going to be opportunities for him there. It's a very reasonable deal. I don't feel like the Texans should have brought DeAndre Hopkins back or anything else like that, but I certainly wish him the best. I wish he hadn't gone to the Ravens though, because that's a team that's very much been a bugaboo for the Texans.
Yeah.
Particularly in the playoffs.
That's okay, man.
If you would go to a team in the NFC that had a Super Bowl chance, then I could full bore root for him.
Yeah.
But now there's a good chance that at some point I'm going to hope that DeAndre Hopkins sucks if he's playing against the Texans.
Can't root for him on the Ravens. If you went to the Bills, you can't root for him. We sure as hell know we couldn't root for him when he was a Kansas City Chief. So yeah, he's a Baltimore Raven along with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. We should mention as well, before we get into the big Texan move that we're all waiting for, Joey Bosa signs with Buffalo, 1 year, $12.5 million. I knew it when they cut him. I said some good team is going to get Joey Bosa looking to prove a thing on a deal where we're like, $12.5 million for Joey Bosa.
I'm cool with that because Bosa Minor, as we like to call him in these parts, he's not as good as his brother. He's been injured a lot, and he's just not the same guy that he used to be. The Bills have this penchant for aging formerly stud defensive linemen. They just let go of Von Miller, and then Von Miller was banned. Now, Von Miller, they gave a huge contract to that was very eyebrow-raising given his age.
Yes.
And he ended up being injured and having a legal scrape along the way. That makes sense.
So the big move that is going to come at some point here, the Texans are going to give an extension to Derek Stingley Jr. at some point. I feel pretty strongly this offseason that could happen and will happen. J.C. Horn just signed earlier this week, 4 years, $100 million, $25 million a year. J.C. Horn is not as good a player as Derek Stingley Jr. is. Derek Stingley's better. This is a market, Seth, that is almost as interesting as what the edge rushers have been this offseason. You know, what Max Crosby and Myles Garrett have done for guys like Trey Hendrickson now and Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, if he's looking to redo his deal here, guys like that. This cornerback market, which has always felt a little underpriced compared to some of the other markets that have been in that 28, 30, 35 million range, for whatever reason, corner has always been kind of hanging back in that low 20s range here over the last couple of years. Derek Stingley Jr., Sauce Gardner, Trent McDuffie, Deron Bland, all eligible for extensions right now.
So this is a question where I've been saying, all right, listen, when the Texans do these, a lot of times you don't hear a single thing about it, and then all of a sudden, right before the season begins, Deshaun Watson gets his extension, for instance, a few years back, and represented by David Mulligetta at the time. And Derek Stingley, represented by David Mulligetta. Is this a year where you hope that the Texans actually get a jump on it? And just like with Nico Collins last year, Nico Collins ended up falling in comparison to some of the really upper echelon deals. Would it be best for the Texans to get the Derek Stingley thing out of the way early on in the offseason before the high water mark is set?
Unless you plan to roll for another year with him on his cheap rookie deal, if you're like, you know what, we know the price is going to go up, but we have to have his cap hit stay at this to function this year. Now, in the process, how does Derek Stingley Jr. feel about that? How does David Mulligetta feel about that? The flip side to that, too, without getting too nerdy with the cap, is that if you were to do an extension with Derek Stingley Jr., depending on how you structure it, you could actually open up cap space this year
It doesn't kick in until a year or two down the line.
Yep.
The other part, the subtle part is you sit around and you watch all these different deals being made. And, oh, wow, Myles Garrett, $40 million per year. That's the high water mark. And somebody who's not as good as Myles Garrett or hasn't proven he's as good as Myles Garrett is going to get that contract at some point. And that's the $40 million is what you're thinking about with Will Anderson down the road.
I was just going to say, it might be Will Anderson Jr., yeah.
So one of the huge deals is Myles Garrett represented by Nicole Lynn?
Yes.
I think he is.
Yes.
Same agent that Will Anderson has.
Correct.
Nicole Lynn has become kind of quietly become one of the power brokers in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And then David Mulligetta represents Derek Stingley. The Texans aren't going to pull a fast one on either of these guys. I'm not saying that the guys are going to hold the Texans over the Flames or anything, but the Texans aren't going to be able to pull a fast one.
Maybe Nicole Lynn and David Mulligetta are not fans of both of these guys doing this, Will Anderson and Derek Stingley, respectively, but they've both been very outspoken about how much they want to be Houston Texans, how much they love being on this team, how much they love playing for D'Amico Ryans. You know what I mean? And so you view their agent like, well, don't put it out there too much how much you love being, any expression of gratitude or happiness too much, they're going to be like, man, they're going to ask you to take a hometown discount.
Honestly, I don't think teams or agents read a single thing into things that are said publicly.
Okay.
I don't, it's just there's so much that people are going to say the right thing. And hey, what did Myles Garrett say publicly?
No, that's true. The opposite of that, and he signs a huge deal.
No way in hell he wanted to be in Cleveland.
Right.
And there he is in Cleveland.
Yeah. So I think the Stingley deal, and I think just at its bare bones, Seth, like the timing of the deal is if they are of mind that they're going to get it done, and if Nick Caserio and the Texans are looking at the new standard at that position contract-wise, being J.C. Horn. The standard at that position right now on the field-wise is Derek Stingley Jr. and maybe Patrick Surtain. But the standard contract-wise is J.C. Horn, 4 years, $100 million. If they're of mind that they're going to play in that neighborhood, you may as well play now because I do feel like Sauce Gardner and Trent McDuffie are guys that have had a good enough history in the NFL so far. Maybe in the moment they're not Derek Stingley Jr., but if we're evaluating the totality of their careers so far, those think if Stingley were to sign for $25.5 million a year, and then Sauce gets 26. I don't think people are going to blink at that. So why not be the team that's given the 25.5 out instead of waiting for two more guys to sign?
All right, this is where I'm going to cut off my nose to spite my face.
Ooh.
There's a part of me now, even though it wouldn't be good for the Texans, I want Stingley to get a bigger deal than Sauce Gardner. There's that part of me. Okay, this is self-defeating. It's not the right attitude to have. It's petty.
Yeah.
But we had to live through people gushing over how dumb the Texans were for taking Stingley instead of Sauce Gardner. And oh boy, the Jets really No, I need Derek Stingley to make more money than Sauce Gardner. Damn it! It's only right.
It's not. Correct. Yeah, it's not. It is cutting off your nose to spite your face. Not your entire nose. You're like maybe like this part of the nostril over here, not the whole nose, just a little small shave.
Maybe I need a nose job.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got a big old bulbous red alcoholic nose, and I need to get it tweaked a little bit.
Right. But whatever the case, I think it comes from a good place. You are rooting for Derek Stingley Jr. in every facet of life. Whether it's on the field,
a good place in our warped mentality, where pettiness is to be strived for.
We raise pettiness up. We elevate pettiness on this show. Hey, real quick,
we're the champions of pettiness. Everybody else wants to tell you like, oh no. Don't be narcissistic. Don't have a huge ego.
Nope.
Grab what you can get. Yeah. Damn it.
Tell them
screw all the others.
Yeah. Are you listening, kids? This is a reason to stay in the car until 9 o'clock, all right? Quick text here.
Yeah, skip school.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. What would Seth think of the Texans signing Mekhi Becton?
Ooh.
Okay, there's your answer.
Sethy-likey. Yeah.
Sethy-likey.
Sethy-likey. Old Sethers is a fan of that. Pope Zaza Pope Zaza does a little the religious rites on it and approves of it. Yeah. I grant you access to heaven. Skip purgatory. Go straight ahead. Mekhi Becton. I like Mekhi Becton because he's lived a little. He's gotten his ego knocked down because he was a disappointment as an offensive tackle with the Jets. He goes and gets some good instruction on a good offense and plays well as a guard for the Eagles. And he's an interesting one in that he's still out there. I wonder what teams think about his injury history too. He's had weight control issues at times. That doesn't tend to be as much of an issue at guard or as at tackle. But he might be on a reasonable deal. Maybe, Nick Caserio special where it's a lot more guaranteed money but a short-term contract. Yeah. I'd be very intrigued by Mekhi Becton.
I would too. Yeah, if you rolled into this season with your two guards being Laken Tomlinson and Mekhi Becton, you're way better than you were last year. Those two guys are way better than Shaq Mason and whatever you were throwing out there at left guard last year. For sure. With heading into the 9 o'clock hour, man, things are flying today. Let's circle back. Laremy Tunsil trade. We learned a little bit about how the Texans were attacking this thing, and it makes me feel very good about the urgency on the offensive line. And we'll hear from the newest Texan, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, on how that all came about. Very entertaining, our new safety here in Houston. We'll do all that coming up here in the 9 o'clock segment. That is next.
Underdog is one of the leading sports apps, and you can
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Man, people still weighing in on the Laremy Tunsil trade.
Weigh in.
Well, we have a texter weighing in saying that, hey, guy, I got to go find the text. But we have a texter weighing in saying, and that basically any way you slice it, this Tunsil trade is not good, saying it's on the level of the DeAndre Hopkins trade. I'm waiting for an answer back as to why this is a DeAndre Hopkins level bad trade.
Here's the biggest thing, and this is if this sets your mind at ease at all, if you feel that way, the compensation is right. The nerds that break all this stuff down will largely say it equates out to about a late first-round pick for Laremy Tunsil. You clear space on the cap, and really whether or not it's a DeAndre Hopkins level trade is more about how do you moving forward. Because just by virtue of clearing the space that you did, you can sign some dependable, solid veteran offensive linemen. And that helps a lot. If you look at any offensive line in the league, if you got one guy who's a stud, and let's be clear, Laremy Tunsil is not on the same level or caliber of player that DeAndre Hopkins was. Laremy Tunsil is a Pro Bowl caliber player. He's very good, but he's nowhere near the Tristan Wirfs, the Trent Williams, the Penei Sewell types in the league. He's just not the complete player that those guys are. They're not in the same conversation, but he's a very good player. Yeah. But any offensive line in the league, if you've got one guy who's a really good player and four guys who are drastically underperforming, almost every coach in the league would say, okay, if you can give me four solid guys but I have to give up my one superstar, I'd much rather have solid guys across the board. Yeah. So that's where, how do the Texans build the offensive line now and in the draft and in training camp via trade or what have you? That's where you really either turn this into a bad thing or a good thing for the Texans. It's a great move in theory. I think it's really hard to build a blue-collar, gritty, and tough offensive line when a guy like Laremy Tunsil, who's he's a finesse player. He is a finesse player. That's not a DeMeco Ryans style of player. It's hard to build an offensive line like that when your highest-paid player is Laremy Tunsil. Yeah, I get. But the DeAndre Hopkins comparison is way too aggressive and just inaccurate in a lot of ways.
Well, in the you weren't saving money against the cap with Hopkins that I can recall like you were with Tunsil. But the big thing was just the pure compensation itself. The compensation the Texans got for DeAndre Hopkins was getting panned 5 seconds after that trade got reported.
Yeah.
The compensation the Texans are getting for Laremy Tunsil in the form of draft picks is being widely viewed as acceptable, and I would say there's a very small portion of people that are like, well, they didn't get a first-round pick, so it's not a great trade. So to me, the two are very different. And the other big difference is how it's being viewed by the fan base, the approval rating. You are among the very small minority, my friend, that disapprove of this deal amongst Texan fans, it feels like.
No, but I think, if you're looking at it cold, hard, analytically, there's reasons that eyebrows are raised around this. Everything that people are saying is accurate on the face of it when you say, well, you had one of the worst pass protection offensive lines in the league last year, and you're getting rid of the one guy who is good at pass protection. You have to look at how good was he for the team, though, this specific team. How good of an influence was he in the way that he operated, which is, frankly, he's an independent operator. On the position group where you need guys that are five fingers in a glove, that is a guy that cared about Laremy Tunsil and Laremy Tunsil alone by virtue of his play. I'm not talking about Instagram or anything else. I don't care about locker room politics, play the game of football. It was clear and obvious that he does not care about the team and the overall success of the offense. He cared about his PFF grade. And the other thing too is I love how all the people that want to stand up for Laremy Tunsil, they love using his Pro Football Focus pass protection grade and that alone, and where he ranked in that.
Yeah.
I don't like using Pro Football Focus grades, but if I were to go into that territory, if I were going to lend them credence, I might say, well, where was he in the overall rankings among offensive tackles? Oh, 23rd. Right. Oh, gosh, maybe I should put that in my tweet.
Yeah.
Maybe I should, if I'm going to put out a PFF grade as a credible grade, why am I only putting out the pass protection grade and not the overall ranking where they had him as the 23rd best offensive tackle in the game?
Yep.
I don't know. It feels disingenuous, frankly.
I agree with you. Yeah, that's a great point. Here was Ian Rappaport yesterday. We learned a little bit more about the process the Texans went through here to arrive at trading Laremy Tunsil to Washington, including the fact that there were other teams that had a chance to get Laremy Tunsil, tackle-needy teams, if they wanted him.
Did everybody know Laremy Tunsil was available?
Yeah, they kind of, I don't want to say shopped because it's not like they were like, shopping is more like we're trying to get rid of him. If not, we'll cut him. They talked to some teams who are in the tackle market, and some of those teams opted for younger or cheaper versions.
Okay, we'll see.
Bad move.
Yeah, we will.
We'll see. No, it's tough. It's like several teams who either signed tackles or were in the tackle market had the chance for Tunsil, decided not to. Like, we're going to see how it goes.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, I know how it's going to go with Tunsil. Tunsil's going to do his like that. That's how it's going to go. CJ's wondering what the hell's going on.
Yeah,
and Jaden Daniels is going, thank you to everything going on in Washington right now.
I love how he just speaks like CJ's wondering what the hell's going on. Like he is.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Is that your source,
CJ,
Pat? You got the text from CJ? What the hell, Pat? What's going on?
Practically zero from CJ this offseason. We've heard nothing from him about anything this offseason.
And the very fact that guys like Titus Howard or CJ Stroud or any might be wondering what's going on, yeah, that's exactly the problem in that dynamic with Laremy Tunsil, is that guys on that offense are too young and dumb to actually know what professionalism looks like. And I say young and dumb, affectionately.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the case of CJ, I'll say it affectionately. In the case of Titus Howard, he's been around a few years. Being well-liked in the locker room is not synonymous with leadership.
Mm-hmm.
They're not the same thing. Likability can be an aspect of leadership, but it's certainly not leadership, the sum total. And when your younger players look at a guy who doesn't give a damn about whether he false starts or not, that seems to care a whole lot more about what being the highest paid offensive lineman in football than being the most complete offensive tackle in football, doesn't play with any kind of physicality. He's a finesse player. That's not the kind of guy that, frankly, in my mind, Right. And when CJ, on his podcast tour last year, said that Laremy is a vet, doesn't do nothing extra in practice, that's exactly the opposite of what DeMeco wants. You look on the defensive side of the ball, where they are molded in DeMeco Ryan's image. You got guys like Derek Stingley, who's out there before practice, after practice, Jerry Hughes, Daniil Hunter, veteran players, guys who are genuinely old players. Laremy, you got to remember, Laremy Tunsil has been operating like that since he's been in his 20s.
Since
Before
25.
he was an old man, he was on the old man plan.
Yeah.
But Jerry Hughes and Daniil Hunter be out there working with the young guys, working after practice, doing all that stuff. And Laremy Tunsil's not that guy. So DeMeco Ryans, as I said yesterday, he is a true believer in the religion of swarm. He's not just giving lip service to it once a week or showing up to Bible study because it looks good on Wednesday nights. In the church of swarm, he is a true believer. And there's a lot about the way Laremy Tunsil operates that is not swarm. Even the type of player he is. Based on nothing else but film, you can watch Laremy Tunsil and say, wow, yeah, he's brilliant as a pass protector. He's a true technician. He's really, really good at it. Is he swarm? No, he stands around. In the run game, he'll block as long as he can, and then he stands straight up on the goal line. Remember the play last year where he's standing vertically?
Yeah.
Like he's guarding the tomb of the unknown soldier?
Yes.
Well, bodies are flying around him on this way.
Right. And Titus does it too. Titus
they
does
just
it
stand
too.
there.
Yeah.
I'll block for so long, and then I'm just going to stand around and become a spectator. These are great seats.
Yeah.
That's not swarm.
Nope.
So if you want the offense to look anything close to what the defense does, you can't have guys who are very just the opposite of scrappy out there on your offensive line.
Right. No, if they block for 3 seconds or 4 seconds, they're like, my job's done here. Cleaning their hands off. Like, sorry, union says I'm only supposed to work 3.3 seconds on every play.
That's what made it hard, was because you see on the defensive side of the ball, like, man, all right, they've got some things they need to clean up, but my God, do you ever doubt their passion?
No.
Do you ever doubt their aggression? Do you ever doubt whether they want to destroy their opponent?
Right.
Never once.
Yeah, there's plenty to clean up. The lunatic fringe is not one of those things. They are perfectly on the lunatic fringe in a good way. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, speaking of which, he's the newest member of the Texans defense, and I would say he lives on the lunatic fringe. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he's going to fit in magnificently on this defense at safety. Here was C.J. Gardner-Johnson, came over in the trade for Kenyon Green yesterday on getting the phone call that he was being traded.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought they were fools. I ain't gonna lie. I saw 3-1. I'm like, man, April Fool, they damn sure got me. They playing crazy with me right now. But no, it wasn't no love law. It wasn't no bad blood. It was a great phone call. Great phone call. It was an amazing phone call to be all the way.
Say about the phone call.
I don't know what podcast this was on, but it looked like it might have been his live stream or something. He had one of his buddies was sitting in the back.
Yeah, like on the couch in the background.
Just kind of scrolling on his phone and stuff, and he'd chime in every now and then.
Yeah. It felt like it was an IG Live that he was on there just talking about his situation and maybe answering a few of the viewers on there. The 3-1 thing that he's talking about, and he thought it was April Fool's, you asked people to weigh in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Like, what is he talking about there? The general answer we got is that he probably looked down at his phone. It was March 10th or 11th, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Saw 3-1 and got his months mixed up.
March 31st or something.
They thought it was. He only saw like March 1st, but he thought it was April 1st. Like he saw that it was the first of the month.
Yeah,
He only saw the one. Yeah, so I don't know what that is. But at any rate, he's a Houston Texan.
Maybe he was scheduling a dental appointment or something. He had his calendar open,
C.J. Gardner-Johnson describing how the whole deal came about.
Situation is, them young guys got to get paid in Philly. Jalen Carter, Reed, Zach, all them guys got to get their money. They deserve it. Me getting older, so I got to understand, like, it was no bad blood. It was nothing. So, all I asked them was, like, between me and y'all, like I told them, I just want to go somewhere where I could play winning football. I ain't asked for a specific place. I just, you feel me? This honesty, man. I just want to play winning football. Like, I ain't even saying a lot. Other than that, I woke up next day and boom, there it is. So, we're in Houston.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Boom.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah.
Somebody had brought up a point. I think it was Sam Warren I was reading this morning. And I hadn't really thought of this angle. Obviously, he has championship experience.
Mm-hmm.
He's played in a Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl. I don't want to, turn this into hey, Ed Reed's going to teach these guys how to win. But there is an element of, man, it's good to have as many guys as possible on your team that have successful playoff experience, deep runs, all the pressure that, if you think about Philadelphia last year and how early in the season it was all doom and gloom. There'd been an offseason where there were reports that the quarterback and the head coach hated each other. The defense did not start off strong. It wasn't a great showing early in the season, and they kept at it, and they obviously became the team that they did.
It feels like he's a younger version of what they envisioned getting when they brought Jimmy Ward here. Jimmy Ward, who didn't win a Super Bowl in San Francisco, but played in a Super Bowl in San Francisco, played in a lot of high-level games, played himself at a very high level like C.J. Gardner-Johnson has. But by the time Jimmy Ward got here, he was in his 30s, and he was getting banged up with a litany of injuries. Not just one thing. It was several different things and continue to be. Now, Jimmy Ward is still here. They extended him for one more year. Dude, Jimmy Ward and C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the same room. How's that for you?
Yeah, that's a lot of fun, man.
Those are two pregame hype huddle guys.
Oh yeah, good.
That are
important.
Yeah,
Casario probably weighed that in to the equation. Hey, let's get these guys something they can feel good about.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson did that whole thing before one of the big playoff games this year. He had all the guys gathered around him. He was the one in the middle getting them all fired up and whatnot. So,
I think, let's see, the other guy with championship caliber experience, but not, nothing to get overly excited about is Justin Watson, the receiver they added from
KC.
From Kansas City.
Yeah.
And very, very affordable short-term deal. I feel like that one was the fact that this is my conspiracy theory behind that. Justin Watson went to University of Pennsylvania. He went to the Wharton School.
Oh yeah,
the business school there.
Yeah,
and Nick loves to read about finance and everything.
Yeah,
I think he just wants to pick Justin Watson's brain.
He might. Yeah, he may have learned about him like on some Reddit feed about finance before he learned about him being a Kansas City Chief.
Yeah.
One more from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Is this an acceptable use of Houston? We've got a problem.
What? What my text? Houston, we got a problem.
I like him already. You have a pass.
That's just raw and visceral joy and excitement over becoming, using it in the way the kids use these days, where he's a problem in a good way.
Yeah.
Houston, we got a problem. We are a problem.
You're the problem.
I approve that usage for now.
Yep.
That he wasn't trying to throw shade at Houston, obviously. But in general, it's kind of like making racial jokes where you think like, oh no, we're all having fun. Like, no, just stay away from it.
Yeah.
You just say it's cool. You're not Bill Burr, okay?
Not necessary.
Yeah. So likewise with using Houston, we have a problem. Just stay away from it.
Right.
It's just too much. There's too much drama there.
Yes. We got a lot of people texting in with what the new name of the nickname of NRG Stadium should be. I'll hit some of those. We've got a few
for
good
the
ones.
Defense as a way to talk about how it's an awful place to go and play if you're a quarterback. Okay.
Nickname for the defense that incorporates the stadium into it. So we'll get to some of those. And a move made inside the division. Boy, I love being in the AFC South. A quarterback move inside the AFC South was made late yesterday in our show. We'll get to that coming up next. Texas Sinus and Snoring, Dr. Ben Salento. Love Dr. Ben.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So there's a new quarterback in the AFC South. Perhaps a new starting quarterback. We shall see. This was Chris Ballard. The quarterback is Daniel Jones. He signed a one-year deal. 1 year, $14 million deal with the Colts yesterday. That's interesting because that's not like definite. I mean, $14 million is not a ton compared to other quarterbacks, but that's pretty high-level backup pay right there.
It's high-level backup pay, but I think there are probably teams that were interested and intrigued, as they are by any first-rounder, no matter what he's done in his first few years, that he gets a one-year deal and can treat it like a prove-it situation.
Yeah.
Maybe there were better. I don't want to say better offers. I wonder if there were some teams that wanted him for 2 or 3 years just in case. They're like, okay, we'll get this guy, and maybe he can be a bridge quarterback or what have you. It makes sense, I think, and especially for the Colts, who I do believe that Chris Ballard wants Anthony Richardson to have genuine competition.
Yeah.
I think it's obvious based on everything said after Anthony Richardson took himself out of the game against Houston last year, that he's got some growing up to do.
Here was Ballard, Chris Ballard, the GM of the Indianapolis Colts, who obviously handpicked Anthony Richardson with the 4th pick a couple of years ago. Here's Ballard at the Combine saying that he wants genuine quarterback competition.
Look, it's got to be the right guy to create real competition, but we want to create real competition. I think it's good for the team. I think it's good for Anthony. When we drafted Anthony high knowing it was going to take some time, all right? And we knew there's going to be some hiccups along the way. And it's I know we all want a finished product right now. I do, you do, fans do, we all do. But I think as he continues to progress in his young career, us adding competition, I think will help up everybody's game.
Okay, that was before they signed Daniel Jones. Now, obviously, Daniel Jones is going to be Anthony Richardson's competition. And I'm led to believe, or I would assume, that whatever Chris Ballard described there is what he's looking for in someone to compete with Anthony Richardson. Daniel Jones checks those boxes. So, Seth, last year the Texans played the Colts in Week 1 at Indianapolis, first game of the season. If they were to play the Colts in Week 1 again, which quarterback concerns you more if you're the Houston Texans? For you personally, would you rather they be playing Anthony Richardson playing Dan Jones?
On any given Sunday, I don't want to face Anthony Richardson.
Ceiling's higher with him, yes.
Yeah, for an entire season, Daniel Jones would make me more nervous. Now, it's important to point out that Anthony Richardson has about a 1-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. That's bad. Daniel Jones ain't that much better.
No.
He's like he has not been an effective professional quarterback, even though he's had some nice stretches, albeit alongside Saquon Barkley, who was really the straw that stirred the drink. He's never had more than 3,200 yards passing in a season.
Yeah.
But I think that he's probably more capable, just by virtue of his experience, of in that Shane Steichen offense, using his athleticism, maybe learning to take care of the football a little bit better. I think they could win more games in 17 games with Daniel Jones. But on any given Sunday, I'm terrified of Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Because we saw, like, the first Colts game last year. The Texans almost blew that game because Anthony Richardson made some incredible throws.
Made 4
plays.
plays.
They also won that game because he airmailed a wide-open wide receiver at one point.
It's the Anthony Richardson experience. That's it right there. This is my favorite phony stat that pumps up Daniel Jones and maybe the value he would have to the Indianapolis Colts. He's 4-0 in his career against the AFC South, Seth. 4-0 with a QBR of 81. That's the ESPN passer rating that goes from 0 to 100. Highest of any QB with more than one start against a single division over the last 5 seasons. Daniel Jones, South, is what we're being led to believe with this stat.
Yeah.
I will peel back one layer of this stat and remind people, that was the one good season Daniel Jones had in his career. So there's a bit of a coincidence involved here that happens to be the year the Giants crossed over with the AFC South. I think if he had caught the AFC South in any other year in his career with the Giants, the numbers would have looked very different. So that happened to be the season where Brian Daboll had kind of, magicianed his way into Daniel Jones, and Saquon Barkley had a big year too. That was also a horrible version of the AFC South in that season in 2022. That was the year that the Jags went on that tear at the end of the year to win the division with a 9-8 record. So other than that, you had a Titans team that completely bottomed out in the second half of the season. You had a Lovie Smith-coached Texans team.
Yeah.
And you had the Indianapolis Colts, who were nearly as bad. They picked fourth in the draft the following year.
I think that, look, we're in an era of the NFL right now where maybe it's just luck or happenstance, but, man, Geno Smith has become much more than people thought he was or that he had actually been in the early part of his career. Sam Darnold, against all odds and my own personal expectations, I was way wrong on Sam Darnold, and we saw Sam Darnold destroy the Texans with a little help from one Justin Jefferson, but still. Baker Mayfield, I feel, is in a different bucket because Baker Mayfield played well, then got a really bad shoulder injury, and then bounced around a little bit. But, yeah, we've seen that in different situations, some do pretty damn well. I'm not going to sit here and act like, Daniel Jones, no threat whatsoever. But realistically, the vast majority of the time, the guys that don't work out in their first few years also don't work out later on.
If his legs are going to be a big part of what they do, and presumably, obviously Anthony Richardson, that's his calling card right now, is his ability to run. If they're viewing Daniel Jones through that same lens, if they're running the same playbook for Daniel Jones that they're running for Anthony Richardson, because I'm guessing they weren't doing that with Joe Flacco last year in Indianapolis, then Shane Steichen might be a really good coach. Like, if there's a coach that's going to get the best version of Daniel Jones, maybe it's Shane Steichen. Who knows? I'm not worried about this at all as a Texan fan. Like, I'm chuckling at Daniel Jones being the guy myself, but I'll acknowledge that there's a possibility. Some of the names, Seth, we solicited the texters to send us some names for NRG Stadium that are sort of attached to the ethos of the defense, the swarmy nature of the defense. The kill zone.
Okay. Yeah, because that's a phrase that Caserio had used when D'Amico was first hired.
Yeah.
And it's fallen by the wayside. Maybe the Texans understanding that they've got I wouldn't call it negative PR, but I would say that they've gained a reputation for hitting people through the echo of the whistle or about the head and shoulders and neck. The kill zone, instead of calling it a soft spot in a zone defense, you call it the kill zone.
Kill zone.
There's going to be spots where there's going to be some easy pay for those easy receptions.
Yeah.
You're playing cover 2. All right, they hit the soft spot underneath. Go up and make them pay for entering the kill zone. I like that a lot.
The kill zone's good.
I don't think the team would embrace it. But we as fans, they can't take away my First Amendment rights, damn it.
No, we need, I think that's sort of part of our show is that you and I get some nicknames going for either players or places that maybe the teams won't embrace themselves, to which I hand you Cracker McBuckets, Reed Shepherd. I don't think the Rockets are going to have a Cracker McBuckets T-shirt in the team store anytime soon. But on this show, it's perfectly acceptable to call Reed Shepherd Cracker McBuckets. Killzone, we're getting a lot of them, Seth, that are tied to either bees or hornets in some way because of the swarm word. The hive, we're getting a lot of the hive. You like the kill zone or the hive better? The beehive.
I think maybe something. I like where they're going with it. The hive is just a little too gentle. I started thinking of maybe Winnie the Pooh more.
Yeah, honey.
I would say the hornet's nest.
Okay. And there's one of those
swarm mentality. What are the swarm? What are the things that swarm? Hornets mentality, or the hornet's nest, the locust lookout. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, okay. This one isn't going to make it. I appreciate the alliteration. The pasture of pain. It's the most peaceful, painful place that I've ever been to.
Pasture of pain.
Pasture of
that
pain.
feels more like something out of Eastern philosophy or heavy metal.
The Hurt Locker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like
dark.
that.
Yeah,
the Hurt Locker.
Yeah.
Of names.
Playing off of NRG, someone says the powerhouse, the electric chair. Oh, that's dark.
Oh, the electric chair.
The electric chair. As long as it remains NRG Stadium, Yeah.
The electric gauntlet, the electric chair.
Yep.
The electric, okay. I like where they're going with this.
We're getting a lot of
Killzone and Hornet's Nest still feels like the most promising.
Leaders in the clubhouse. We got all off-season to workshop this thing.
The Swarm, something having to do with Swarm makes a lot of sense.
I agree.
A lot of sense.
Yeah. I agree with that.
The Killzone, I like that.
You really liked the Killzone right out of the chute, huh?
I really like the Killzone.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to do a Pender poll. Let's workshop this over the next couple days.
Okay, and come up with
maybe
4.
I'll ask Gemini for some assistance.
Yeah.
I'll start a new conversation in Gemini.
Okay. Swarm Island. A
little too, again, evokes images of a tropical place of some sort. Yeah.
Yeah, an island is really more of a moniker attached to Cover Corners specifically.
Which they have.
Yeah.
So like dual islands, like atoll, something with an atoll, like the Bikini Atoll is where they tested out the nuclear weapons for the first place.
Yeah.
Something. If you can come up with something with the Bikini Atoll that sounds more like a Houston version of something, then there we go.
The Crash Out Crib. That sounds like somewhere you want to go and get stoned and just sit there and play video games all day. The Crash Out Crib.
The Nutria Nuke House. Some if we want to make it Houston Center. Killzone's still leader in the clubhouse for me.
The Stomping Grounds. No, see, Stomping Grounds are really just used to say this is where somebody is familiar with and they live. Well, those are my old stomping grounds, you know?
Yeah.
It's not
need for some of the military folk out there, please tell me something similar to Killzone. Because, Sean, Killzone, what it is in war is that you kind of you set up a place in a battlefield or what have you, where you've got you've got people on the flanks, and you kind of try to entice the enemy into the kill zone, and then you like Nick Caserio at the offensive line, mowing them down, maniacally aiming your M60 at Laremy Tunsil and Shaq Mason and Kenyon Green.
What were we talking about yesterday that you put up a tweet about this, actually, of a guy firing off rounds of a machine gun? It
was Caserio. I said, if you're not a starter on the offensive line, hit the deck. And then Caserio gave a warning. He sent out leaflets beforehand warning them of the attack. He only sent the leaflets out to guys with 2 years or less experience on the offensive line.
Scruggs got one. Yeah, exactly.
If you were drafted after 2022, hit the deck.
Jared Patterson, Juice Scruggs, whatever randos we've got in there that are young, yes, hit the deck. God, that was funny. All right. Someone said, please leave this alone. No. Why? Are we being a little too politically incorrect here? We're just having some fun with the name. Please leave this alone.
Look, the NFL can try to get rid of our finger guns all we want. Remember, Nico ended up getting fined for his finger gun.
Yeah.
And the thing is, this is how I feel about it, Sean. If you aim the gun skyward and you do a shotgun motion, then you're just shooting skeet. You know, like the throat slash, it's hard to interpret that in a way that is anything sporting.
No,
I feel like when you aim the gun in the air, it's a warning shot. It's shooting skeet. The most violent it could be is you're an idiot at the airport. Other than that, I feel like let them get away with aiming at skyward.
Yeah,
all right? You're not aiming at a human being or anything.
Someone's saying, like another person, dangerous ground here, boys. Like, what are we doing? Really?
No, it's not. It's not.
God.
It really isn't. We're not, like, no. Don't be so afraid of cancel culture that you think you can't get away with metaphors.
Right, right.
Yeah, we're going to kill them. We're going to, you can still say, I want to go kill those guys, that team. Nobody gets upset about that.
Sorry. Guess what? I apologize to these two texters. We'll be back tomorrow. I hate to break it to you.
With more violence.
Yeah, with more nicknames for a stadium.
Yeah.
Kill zone. Oh my God.
Yeah, the team will not embrace the kill zone, but we can.
We acknowledge the team won't embrace it. Yeah.
Okay, you know what though? The dangerous territory could be if the players see it and like it. If they start seeing fans on social media calling it there. All of a sudden, then if the players are using it, then the NFL steps in and they go all censorship.
No, you're right, and that's a fair point, and that's a possibility. I guarantee you that's not what's behind these two texts. That's just my guess. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Final segment coming up. Biggest names still left on the market. What are the biggest names we're watching for today, both around the league and for the Houston Texans potentially? Does Nick Caserio have another big move in him today? That is.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, final segment coming up here, and we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop and find out what they've got going on today. People still texting in their nicknames for the stadium. We'll mix in some of these as well. Boy, the Slaughterhouse. That's that's
like
graphic.
That.
Yeah, that's graphic right there. Smash and Grab was the favorite one that I saw during the break. The smash
that goes
and
on
grab.
The crime side of things too.
Yes, yeah. That's the line we're straddling today, folks. All right, so the big names that we're keeping an eye on today, I think the Dodgers, he seems to have, I don't know that he's the top free agent available, but he's the most famous free agent available right now at the most important position. So he's probably number one, and then I'm guessing that a Russell Wilson domino falls into place after that. Feels like.
Oh, boy. If we can't get Aaron Rodgers to the Titans, and that seems less and less likely, Russell Wilson to the Titans
That
might
rumor
be
was
fun.
That rumor was out there yesterday.
Yeah.
The Titans.
Was it a rumor or was it speculation that it makes sense based on
No, it was a rumor that the Titans would be interested in him. I forget where it was from. I'm probably spreading mistruths now, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, if the Titans were in the market for Aaron Rodgers, it means that they're trying to do something now in the way of winning. It would be logical that they would also be in the market for Russell Wilson. I'm not saying Russell Wilson is as good as Aaron Rodgers. What I'm saying is neither of them are all that great. They're both in the same bucket to me right now. They both won Super Bowls over a decade ago and have done some decent things the last couple of years, but they're not great. So it would stand to reason.
Would the Texans trade Davis Mills within the division?
For the right
Say
amount?
The Tennessee
Yes.
Titans.
Yes,
Yeah.
for the right amount, absolutely. I would think. I believe – I don't think Nick is one of those guys that cares about seeing this guy again, or trading inside the division.
Well, I mean, I mean, they traded. Obviously, they've already done business with the Jaguars this offseason.
Yeah,
with Christian Kirk.
Yeah,
it's one of the things. By the way, it's going to annoy me sometimes when the free agency grades and lists come out. We'll treat the trade, or sometimes they'll treat the trade like a free agency deal. But the Texans so far, in a couple of their acquisitions, just like as it was last year. They've been trades. They haven't been free agent signings. So Christian Kirk and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I look at it as free agency because all these trades happen because it's in the free agency period or leading up to it. But like last year, there were some teams where I would look at the assessment of the team's offseason or free agency, and they would leave Joe Mixon out, and they leave Stephon Diggs out. And I'd have it made the Texans look less aggressive than they actually were.
Yeah.
And sometimes fans see that and they feel like, oh, the Texans haven't spent. Why are they not spending? Like, no, they totally did. It's just that they made some of these trades that revolve around free agency, but that were trades.
Yeah, they're not. These are moves that aren't literal free agency signings, but they operate, I think, in the same. They're in the same bucket, I think, as these moves. Running back. I guess the biggest name probably out there is Nick Chubb. I don't want anything to do with Nick Chubb coming off multiple knee injuries and things like that. J.K. Dobbins is still out there. Again, this is as of this morning. If any of these guys have been signed, feel free to text in and correct us. The big names at wide receiver, we can take DeAndre Hopkins off the board, are all older guys who've had injury histories, but when they're well, they are hell. They are really good. Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen, I don't expect – at this point, I really don't expect any of those three guys to be in the crosshairs for the Texans. I think the most likely one that's kind of in this same group would be if the Rams put Cooper Kupp out there. I think that's something for Texan fans to watch today. Does Cooper Kupp get released by the Los Angeles Rams?
My personal appetite is that, hey, you've gone out and you've gotten Christian Kirk already. On defense, you've brought in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You cleared up some cap space with Laremy Tunsil. And I've got an appetite for offensive linemen. Just numbers, bodies.
Yes.
Bring in the big fatties. I need the BMI of this football team increased as soon as possible. And knowing and understanding that you've still got the draft coming. You've got potential trades after the draft. That always happens. If a team out there has an aging offensive tackle and they draft a young guy, they're going to be very open to trading their offensive tackle. That's how you're going to piece together a credible offensive line. But they clearly right now, even after losing Laremy Tunsil, you lose your best offensive lineman. obviously, they've gotten rid of 3 of their 5 opening day starters from last year.
Yeah.
They need bodies in there.
You know why the signing of Braxton Berrios has gotten more attention than maybe any of their free agency signings because of who his girlfriend is, Alex Earl, who's got 7 million followers on TikTok. She's like one of the most famous TikTokers out there. I kind of hope that they sign at least 1 or 2 more players who have famous like pop culture significant others, because instead of the reports from like NFL Network and ESPN, we will get reports like this one here. This is from a young lady named EO Sports Drama. I like this version of reporting a Braxton Berrios type signing.
Girls, Alex Earl's either moving to Texas or her and Braxton are officially entering their long-distance era because he's leaving the Miami Dolphins to sign a $2 million contract for 1 year in Texas with the Houston Texans. Here's everything you need to know for now. So the deal is only 1 year. Because of Braxton's age and his position and his injury history, it'd be really hard for him to get a lot longer than a 1 year deal. He's also not a starter. He's more of like a third string player. So for him to get this $2 million 1 year deal is great. And as for his new team, the Houston Texans, they're very, very good. They have a young superstar quarterback in C.J. Stroud. They've made the playoffs the last 2 years since they drafted C.J. If you don't know who C.J. is, he went to Ohio State, and last year he won Offensive Rookie of the Year, which Alex Earl actually presented at NFL Honors. I really, really thought Braxton was going to try to either stay in Miami or sign with the Chargers or Rams in Los Angeles, where Alex spends a lot of time, so they could be closer together, and I'm sure he did try that, but it's all just a numbers game. It's about what teams need, what they have available in their payroll. And to be completely honest, a player like Braxton doesn't have a ton of leverage, so he probably went wherever he could get a contract. Congrats to him on this new deal, and I'm sure we will be seeing lots of Alex in Houston.
That was I got to give her credit, man. Like, that was a good 90-second explanation for somebody who doesn't know anything about how the NFL market works in free agency. Like, that was explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old kind of thing. Like, that was pretty good.
Yeah, just for her to explain to people that don't know anything about it. Yeah, she's on everything. And realistic, she wasn't trying to fawn and gush and break Braxton Berrios into something that he's not. Yes, I would. This is what I would. Sean, since you seem to have gone all Gen Z on this, and you just want the social media clout.
Yes,
I would say the thing because I didn't know who Alex Earl was. What's her name?
Alex Earl. Yeah.
Alex Earl. I didn't know who she was from Adam until yesterday. And just after looking at her TikTok a little bit, she is very much about the South Florida lifestyle. Mm-hmm. I feel like there's some part of her where it's like, hey, this is how we party and live in Miami and everything. That I wonder if she's going to make the move immediately or take the little social media compatriot we just heard from, take that advice that, like, all right, we don't even know if he's going to make the squad.
Yeah,
Maybe Alex Earl doesn't show up in Houston until after final cuts.
Do you think maybe Houston, the social scene here, is just maybe a little grimier than South Beach in Miami?
I don't see.
I mean, in a good way, in a Ted Johnson grimy kind of way. Ted loves grime, like that kind of
Right, yeah. I don't know. I know that she likes to sit courtbside at basketball games.
Okay, well, I did that last weekend. Yeah. Even I can do that. Yeah.
So maybe that'll be the enticing appeal. There's no better place to show off your outfit for the evening than courtside at a basketball game.
True. Does the presence of Alex Earl looming in this relationship make you want Braxton Berrios to make the team more than you normally would? Less your desire for him to make the ball club.
Are we asking the room at this point?
John's here. I was asking you, but I figured John would chime in. Yeah.
More, absolutely.
I think so too. Yeah.
The swarmies will be everywhere.
The swarmies.
Yeah.
Is that what we're calling them?
That's what we're calling them.
Okay, they have no nickname.
Yeah, the swarmies.
Yeah, they do now. Yeah.
I thought it should be girlies, like the G, but then spell it like her name, Earl.
G.
The girlies.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm the Gen Z guy? Okay.
I'm putting together a portfolio of ideas to submit to her when she gets here.
Yeah, we need her here.
These social media types, they all make it seem like, oh, I'm filming this on my own in my bathroom and everything, and then you find out later they've got a team of 6 photographers.
Staff of 5,
yeah.
For sure.
That's why I told you, when I met the Bussin' with the Boys guys,
Taylor Lewan and Will Compton.
Yeah, I was blanking on Will Compton's name.
Yeah.
I was actually kind of surprised with how many guys they roll with. They had a pretty big staff because they do a good job of making it look super casual and like, hey, we're just doing this in a bus or whatever.
Yeah.
But he had 5 or 6 guys with him helping out.
It's a big production, and they just got paid, I think. They were with Barstool and left Barstool, and I think they got paid maybe by one of the gambling outlets. I can't remember who. But, yeah, that's a popular podcast, man. But, yeah, they roll deep with their photogs and their social media consultants.
Yeah.
How you doing, John? How you
I
doing,
am
Reggie?
fantastic. I'm a little hurt that you didn't come in and give us our 9:35.
Man, well, you got here as I was howdy fellersing Reggie. So I had to get maneuvered over to this spot during that break because I've been doing the show over there all day because we had. Stop me if you've heard this story before. The microphone broke yesterday. You know whose watchful eye it broke under? Because let's face it,
I heard.
Very inside baseball here, but we have these microphones. The microphones in studio here, not the sturdiest. They break right off the stem like once every 6 months. So, and it's really not anybody's fault because we're all maneuvering them and touching them and things like that. It's just, you just so happened. It was Mark Vandermeer.
It was Mark Vandermeer.
It happened on his
that
watch.
Brute.
Yes. That's what I think when I see the guy. I'm like, that's a guy who's going to tear through the studio
that's a brute.
Incredible Hulk. Yeah.
Real quick, the question of the day today
I was about to ask you.
Is a Sean Pendergast special.
I like it
is
already.
A Sean Pendergast special.
You probably shouldn't when he comes back around.
I'll explain why in a minute. It is a setup. What are you a total snob about? And it's based on my wife is off this week because of spring break. You know, she's a school director, so she's taking my 2 granddaughters to the rodeo.
Okay.
Because it's free entry day. Wednesdays are free entry. And I would rather pay than go to the rodeo on a free entry day. I am admittedly a total snob about that.
So you feel like if you're paying to go there,
crowds,
you're around maybe a higher class of citizen. I'll tell you what I'm a snob about, my rent.
Really?
I don't mind. I pay a decent chunk of change in rent for my building. I don't want my building to ever be one of these ones that's lowering the rent.
Yeah.
Giving away more there. I'd rather they keep it nice and high.
Well, I was thinking of your friends. They have to have courtside seats, club
but they're
seats,
nice people.
7-figure houses.
I bet they are.
7-figure.
The money makes it easier for them to be nice.
If you don't have a 7-figure house,
they don't make through the filter.
No, you know what? That's where a lot of health clubs or gyms are like that, where there's some smaller gyms that are nice and they have good equipment, but like you're not paying for the environment as much as you're paying to be able to work out with a smaller crowd.
Are you a snob about it, Seth?
What's that?
Are you a snob about it?
I don't know. The last time I worked out like at a gym, like a public gym, it's been over 10 years. I don't know. Yeah. So I'm an extreme snob. I pay a lot of money to be in my garage gym.
Yes.
I have to finish off, to insulate my garage and to pay for my personal equipment. Yeah. It's not like I've got better equipment than Lifetime or anything. I just don't want to talk to anybody.
Can I help it if very wealthy people happen to take to me? They happen to like me? Is that my fault?
You have a type, is what he's saying.
I have a type?
I feel like you maybe nuzzle up a little more.
You think?
Damn, he called you a brown noser. That's crazy.
Oh, I think, you run into somebody at a restaurant, you say hello to them. I wasn't begging for the basketball tickets on Saturday. Just
punch him in the face, Sean.
Yeah.
Just punch him in the nose.
Hell, man. You know who's not getting invited next time I get those tickets?
Yeah.
John Lopez. That's who. All right. Payne and Pendergast. So good stuff. All right, I'm anxious to listen to this.
Yeah.
See how much grief I get on there about this stuff.
You won't get any.
That's
people love you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Especially those with 7-figure houses.
Thank you, John. I knew that was coming. One more time. One more crescent kick. One more crane kick. All right, we're done. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a scary nickname to you, Sean.
Thank you very much. Yes, kill zone. Kill zone. All right.
Feels too aggressive.
Yes, for some it was.
The Texans have been too aggressive.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Touche.
Yeah.
On brand. Hello. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, all friends of mine.
In 6-figure houses.
Some more than others. Friends of mine, despite their net worth.
Oh, so you just gonna call us broke on the way? That's crazy.
Well, no, I'm just calling you not what Lopez is talking about. As far as I know.
Yeah. Well, I am broke.
All right. They're in the loop, and they start right now.
I feel like as I'm trying in my head to alter the nickname that has been given to NRG Stadium, particularly when the defense plays by Payne and Pendergast, from kill zone to something a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
I'm not doing any better because my brain went the MAME zone.
Well, that's not better.
It's not.
That's not better.
You're just grievously harmed.
Disfigurement NRG.
Yeah.
Disfigurement RG.
You're just incapacitated for a long period of time.
All right, so Wednesday here.
Kill zone it is, I guess.
I guess. So,
yeah, I guess.
I don't know. It just doesn't have the certain je ne sais quoi. So keep that coming on the tech. Find the nickname for what looks like a monstrous defense the Texans are building and the way that they'll play at NRG. All right. It's a Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You know the people involved. It is John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. 713-572-4610. There is also the Mo Karam Injury Law live streams.
We keep it 100.
On Twitch and YouTube. And YouTube, man, I do enjoy very much. Like, one of the things I love about the live streams is that it gives people an opportunity to not just talk back to us, but talk to each other. And sometimes they end up in various places. Like right now, people are putting together, I don't know if you've noticed, we got a few gentlemen of the Caucasian persuasion on the Texas team, particularly when it comes to the wide receiver room. When you look at Braxton Berrios coming in, you look at Watson coming in.
Maybe a little Dalton Schultz sprinkled at tight end.
Oh, I hadn't even considered that.
Yeah.
But they're talking about them as the Saltines, as like a sub nickname, almost like the Exciting Whites in Philly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey guys, what are we doing?
Somebody said the Wasp Nest.
Wasp Nest. Ooh, I kind of like this, the Corral of Chaos, or the Chaos Corral. Like you get kind of the rodeo flair.
Sorry, not white enough. Okay.
That's right.
No, that was not for the. Okay, well, fair enough.
Yeah.
Touche. You know what? I'll just go ahead and step back.
Yeah.
And yes, Mick Fuddlebutt, which again I probably shouldn't have read on air. I do love the Twitch. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. However, and wherever you're making listen to Sports Radio 610. I think Chaos Corral. I'm throwing my weight behind that.
Chaos Corral.
The Chaos Corral. I'm in with that one. All right. Now that we've handled that, let's get to other business. It is, I guess, technically day 3 of the legal tampering period. The new league year starts today, but at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. So there's still more of a day to get some things done. What are you watching for today? There's various things that you can do, and I got a little game in this segment, but I think that for me, one of the things I'm watching for, because I'm a nerd, I'm a dork. I like people like Texans Cap Troy, who does a fantastic job watching these things. I have been really curious. We've seen a lot of moves. We've seen dollar figures, but I haven't really been able to place all of that within the salary cap structure.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to what if the Texans need to do anything to get themselves right with the salary cap. I don't know what salary, what free agents or what salary cap space they have available to them, if they have it, because they've had moves here and there. Yeah. They've recouped some salary space by various moves. Hello, Laremy Tunsil. I'm interested to see if there's anything on that front, because there's a few ways that you can get some money back.
Yeah.
Extensions. There's a few people that could do some extensions.
Reworking. Look at the Chiefs, what they've been doing.
Yes, some of those types of things.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm like, that's one of the things, but that's not the sexy one. Are there any things that you're looking forward to before I give you a little game that I've concocted?
Yeah, no, it's day 3, and we have a pretty good feel for this Texans defense. Obviously, the boys were talking about it before we came in. I mean, this is a terrific defense. It's really sort of ready to go. It's off the shelf, ready to go. The special teams, and still you still feel like you're looking for something here. And so I kind of put it into 2 categories, something that we mentioned last week. Are you looking for Neiman Marcus types, or are you looking for TJ Maxx types?
I'm very interested that you put it that way, because that's kind of a part of this Would You Rather game that I put together. Before we get there, we've got a few things in the air. Sometimes I am.
We often do.
I don't know why. There's something about my character that's like, I would just like to throw things in the air and see if I can juggle them, and then I often can't. But from the 832, they say the firecrackers, and I'm assuming that's pointing to the idea of a largely white subsection of Texans, and then somebody said, "Wait till we add Cooper Kupp." All right, guys.
Boy.
All right. But then
it'll be real.
Yeah. There's some other people giving other stadium names, the Gulag or Gulag of Swarm. Okay, I see what you're doing there. Hit Zone. I still think Chaos Corral is the leader in the clubhouse. But I got a little game for you, Lopez. I got a game for you, Figgy, and you, dear listener. Again, go ahead and chime in on the text line, on the live streams. Those are all available to you. It's a little would you rather game.
Yeah.
Because there's still some moves to be made, and there's still some places that definitely this Texas team needs to get better at. And one of those, offensive line just needs to be addressed.
Head and shoulders.
And for my personal anxiety, sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Right? Would you rather sign Kevin Zeitler, understanding that he is like described succinctly as the reliable old man, right? But he's age 36 season if memory serves. You sign him to a 1-year deal, right? Played well the Lions last year, but you're not like solidifying anything for the long term. This is a 1-year guy who's going to come in, or sign Tevin Jenkins to a multi-year deal. That's a dude who's a physical tone setter. However, he's probably more suited to run blocking than necessarily pass blocking.
Right.
Which would you rather?
I would absolutely rather. This one's easy for me. Kevin Zeitler. Especially when you have the young tackle already, even though he's a guard. But I'm saying you have some young players. You have young guards. You have young center and Juice Scruggs. You have some young players that he can certainly help along in that room. But I think Zeitler would be the go-to because you're developing young guys behind him anyway. I think that's mine. That's mine for sure.
All right, you breaking the game, kicks rocks. I said, why not both? All right, yes, I hear you. I understand what you're doing. Figgy, would you rather? Kevin Zeitler 1-year deal, Tevin Jenkins multi-year.
I would go with Zeitler 1-year deal because I feel like right now I think they have a chance to kind of load up on the offensive line in the draft. And maybe they're not the day one starter, so you can have Zeitler there to kind of hold it down for a year, maybe another year, depending on how he play, and then kind of ease the other guys back in, maybe like a Patterson or whoever.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Okay, all right. So it looks like there's a little bit of a. You guys seem to come together. It seems like Jordan on the YouTube said Lopez wrong again. Sounds like they're a fan of yours. That's the things I was trying to get to is like the idea of as you're building an offensive line, cohesion is one of those things that you need. Like 5 fingers in a glove, right? Or like, moving together as if on a string. Those are all cliches that can be said about the offensive line. And you kind of want a continuity. And, getting Zeitler for a year sounds good, but like, would you prefer a Tevin Jenkins? It seems like people are leaning, or at least you guys are leaning to the idea of a Kevin Zeitler, who I like Zeitler a lot. I think that's been the guy that I've been kind of man-crushing on for this line. But I have a curveball here. How about Mekhi Becton? And I take you to AQ Shipley, who's a 12-year NFL offensive line vet. He's done some other things, some other media things afterwards as well. He's usually very informed on these things. I hate to say usually there because that feels like I was saying that he's not in certain instances. He's very informed on these things. I guess I'll just put it that way. He was on with Pat McAfee yesterday, and this is AQ Shipley talking about Mekhi Becton. And first and foremost, just kind of talking about why Mekhi Becton might still be out there.
I think teams are probably a little bit scared because his first 3 or 4 years they didn't go as expected. He was almost considered a little bit of a bust. And then he gets put in a situation in Philadelphia, which I think you got to look at it. And that's the way I look at it as well, is like, okay, was he a product of everybody else around him and also a product of the damn good coaching that he gets from Coach Stoutland? Or is that who he now is, right? I think that's the biggest question mark you have to ask with that. And because you haven't seen that deal happen yet, he's probably sitting there thinking, I was to invent myself. And he's probably putting himself a little bit above what these other guys got. And then now all of a sudden, these other teams are like, well, there's still some question marks. You've done for 1 year. And a lot of times that happens. But I think there is still something in the back of some coaches and GM's mind were like, is this the new guy or are we getting the old guy as well?
So you're saying Mekhi Becton maybe at a little value?
Well, no, he might not be. Like, it might be a little costly
it's costly now, but it's not happening.
Well, I'm asking then. this is the next level of the would you rather, if you will.
Yeah.
Right? You guys went with Kevin Zeitler on round 1. Round 2, Kevin Zeitler or Mekhi Becton, maybe at a price, maybe at a cost.
I'm going to say Kevin Zeitler again. And for the same reasons. I think I think you touched on it. They're going to draft another offensive lineman. They still have some young guys. He's a guy that is definitely able and can solidify the interior. I'm still going to go with him.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my same answer too, just for that reason. Like I feel like Zeitler will be a little cheaper too, so it's not you're not breaking the bank with that, and then you could use that money or resources for other places.
All right, let's go ahead and take it to the other AQ Shipley cut. This is him. This is when he was asked, "Who do you think should go out there and get Mekhi Becton?"
If I'm Houston, I go get him right now. Houston clearly has made the moves to go get skill, right? But they've unloaded their entire offensive line. They've gotten rid of Laremy Tunsil. They got rid of Shaq Mason. They got rid of Green, the former first-rounder who they obviously sent to Philadelphia in the trade, right? They've bolstered areas of their team. Obviously Mixon, and they went and got Christian Kirk. Like, they have skill galore, but we all have seen it. If you don't have an offensive line, you can't win games, guys.
No, he's absolutely not wrong. And
he said, bleep the money. Go get him.
Yeah, go get him.
Get him.
I'll tell you what, I had a little revelation last night as well as I'm looking at some of these guys, and we're thinking about this. I see your curveball, and I'm going to throw a changeup.
Oh, man.
Okay. I see your curveball, and I'm going to throw a changeup.
I've never been good at batting. I'm going to be honest.
Bat speed,
how
everybody
has that moment where and usually for a lot of people it's the same one as once the breaking ball starts coming in. Everybody's like, well,
I'm done.
There's a lot of people that are good at baseball. Let me not say everybody, but there's a large swath of people that they're like, oh, okay, so baseball isn't my calling. Got you.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the changeup that occurred to me yesterday. Not Kevin Zeitler, not Mekhi Becton. How does Brandon Scherf grab you? And let me illustrate it with a couple of things. Pass block rate, something that this Texans team needs. Mekhi Becton, 7.1%. Kevin Zeitler, 6%. This is good, the lower the number.
Sure.
Brandon Scherf, 4.5%. Market value. Brandon Scherf.
Are we? Wait, is this market value on SportsRadio?
Yeah.
Hey man, they're holding the big L this weekend.
Even if you throw a couple of extra million in there.
Add about 10 more million.
1 year, $6.6 million. Age, 3 years younger than I'll just say he's 33. He's not some of
be about 1 year, $16 million.
And over the last 3 seasons has not missed a game. Brandon Scherf all of a sudden is looking a little attractive to me. Value, age, experience, pass blocking, the best of the bunch that's still out there, and durable.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like what you're doing there. I don't know if maybe I'm being drawn to he carries a wing. His hand is just a little heavier because he has a little bit of hardware on it.
Yeah.
That Mekhi Becton sounds very intriguing. 2, I think the downside of that one is maybe he wants a little too much money, and maybe he's not as good of a reclamation project as it seemed like he had been in Philadelphia playing with all really great players around him, right? But I choose to believe that the move from tackle into guard allowed him to kind of focus on just his strength as opposed to like the quickness and the weight and all those things. And then he learned enough to where now he can bring he is that guy. He's relatively young. You could have him established for a while on this offensive line. And again, you can tell one of the things that's of value to me is trying to find a little bit of constant continuity as you build this new offensive line. I think, I hear what you're saying. I think that there's good points. I think I lean towards following AQ Shipley, somebody who knows the trenches very well, and going with Mekhi Becton.
Yeah, look, I think to kind of bring it full circle here, what are you watching today? Was the original question. I'm watching the interior offense.
Sure.
That running back out there. You want to go to Neiman Marcus? J.K. Dobbins is still out there. But I'm looking at
is
the
he
guard.
a Neiman Marcus guy?
I think
who Scherf?
No, J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
Dobbins. No.
As running backs go,
running backs is one of the would you rather's.
He might be T.J. Maxx.
Well, I think Rico Dowdle is T.J. Maxx. He's out there.
But this is all on a curve when it comes to the running backs.
Yeah. Kareem Hunt is is TJ Maxx.
All right, so what I will do, because obviously we don't have enough time right this moment, I'm just gonna pepper in would you rathers throughout the show.
Yeah.
Because I got a few more that I'm holding on to. But yeah, on some of the things that we're looking forward to on this day. But yeah, so someone also mentioned Brandon Scherf. There's a little bit. I mean, could you call it swarm? Remember, he was the one who was out here trying to fight Aziz after the incident with Trevor Lawrence.
I'm kind of mad at myself.
He's a little swirly.
I'm kind of mad at myself that I didn't look at him earlier. There's a lot of good things about him.
Well, you don't remember when we were saying his name up and down around the trade deadline?
It's been
trying
mentioned,
to acquire him.
But man,
when if he don't want to come here because of Aziz?
Oh, they can iron that out. Hell,
I'm joking.
Yeah, they can iron that out.
No, all you got to do is sit down with Aziz. Remember, we've established he's a very good human being that was mischaracterized.
Yeah.
It was a miscarriage of justice the way that he was talking about.
Don't cross him on the field.
Oh, is that if you did end up with Brandon Scherf? Is that like draft pick number 1 on training camp fight?
No, Dalton Schultz and was it Derek Stingley? Who was it? No, it was
it Jimmy?
Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, it was Jimmy.
Dalton Schultz and Jimmy Ward.
You think they go round 2?
They always get in. This 2 years in a row. Watch this during training camp.
I thought it was Stingley.
I thought it was Jimmy Ward's
because we were shot. Stingley was in the he was in the scuffle.
He was in the scuffle, but I'm pretty sure.
He
was mad at Jimmy Ward.
I think it might have been Stingley, man.
No. Look, I remember it now. Dalton Schultz went at Jimmy Ward and Stingley stepped in, and then
he pushed the mess out of him too.
Yeah.
Because everybody
but the year before it was Jimmy Ward, wasn't it? Also with Dalton Schultz.
Jimmy Ward kind of get into it. He be hitting people kind of hard in practice.
That kind of guy, swarm guy. Speaking of swarm, there was on Payne and Pendergast. It was kind of a subplot today. Mm-hmm. What would you name kind of the building, the environment, right, where you have this defense playing, and so many people come with various things like the swarm warning, hurt house, hurt locker, the hive of deprive. The Kirby Kill House. Again, I would like to move away from Kill, but I kind of like the idea of adding Kirby in there, like something that locals understand.
Hey, I got it.
That would have went really
Curb your enthusiasm.
All right.
You
went you're so bad at naming things. You think you're so good at nicknames?
It's so good.
It's time to go to break.
So good.
Yeah,
so bad.
Curb your enthusiasm.
All right.
Yeah.
Keep listening anyways. We're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Wednesday. Coming up next.
I really love it.
We did have day 2 of the legal tampering period go fully through. NFL.com put their winners and losers for day 2 and all the way through, I guess, the start of legal tampering. The Texans are on there. Did they consider them winners or losers? Let's discuss that next.
All right, Low T Center right now.
moves. But, we still take the opportunity to kind of revisit the days that have gone because there's been a lot of things that have moved and shaken, including with the Texans. And NFL.com, obviously, they cover the NFL as implicated by the URL. They put out winners and losers of day 2 of the legal tampering period. And I kind of wanted to bounce through some of these. First and foremost, do you want to go the Texans are on here, but do you just want to talk about some of the winners and losers, or do you want to go straight to the Texans?
We got to know what they say about our squad, man. Don't bury the lead here.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So there's various winners and losers that we will get to. And when it comes to Houston Texans, actually, they mentioned C.J. Stroud in particular, which I think tells you where this goes. Losers.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud. I now bring you to a segment that I like to call reading. The Houston Texans offensive line was already among the worst in the NFL in 2024, and that was before they agreed to trade 5-time Pro Bowl left tackle Laremy Tunsil to the Commanders. On Monday, one of the stunners of early free agency, Stroud was sacked 52 times last season and under the considerable pressure, yada, yada, yada. Last season in 2024, part of the line's overall difficulties, penalties were particularly an issue for him. Oh, so you saw that, huh? But he was still very good, according to Pro Football Focus. You had to know it was getting there, right?
Yeah.
Tunsil had a 91.7 pass blocking grade since 2022, which is second in the NFL among all offensive tackles. As part of the compensation the Texans did receive, obviously, this grip of picks is the word I was looking for. Tuesday brought the signing of Laken Tomlinson, even while another move, trading Kenyon Green out, underscored the amount of work that there is to do up front.
All right, so a few things here, and something that we should have mentioned yesterday, and I didn't, for sure. I can't speak for all the shows, but I don't know if you can. This is not exactly about the winning and losing part, but it just reminded me. I don't feel like people should be glossing over all those penalties as much as they have.
There's been a lot
as a factor. Like it drove D'Amico Ryans nuts. Like he killed drives with those penalties.
Right, and that's the thing. Not all penalties are made alike.
Right.
Right. There's certain penalties that you look at, and not that any penalty is particularly good, but there are certain penalties that are clearly more harmful. And it felt like Laremy Tunsil had a good grip of those.
Yeah.
Right? How many times did you see a pass that went for significant yardage, an explosive play, or actually hit pay dirt that had to be reeled all the way back because Laremy Tunsil was gripping onto somebody's jersey?
Or slightly quick or misaligned and all that. What was he a leader? All this other stuff. And we kind of glossed over that, and I don't feel like we should. And I feel like he's kind of glossing over it as well. Penalties were a particular issue.
Check your privilege, sir.
But
this is Judy Bautista.
Oh,
of the NFL.
My bad. Yeah, but Judy,
yeah.
But like penalties were an issue. But no, they were an issue. They were an issue. So that's just a side note. On the loser aspect of it, frankly, if I were Judy and I were doing this story today, I would have C.J. Stroud as a loser too. But we all know that's today. That's today is where they are.
Right at this moment.
At this moment, it's not as good an offensive line. So I don't necessarily feel like she's wrong. I just feel like, hold on now. We know there's more coming.
Yeah, and to pair with that, SB Nation put together 4 teams who got worse in free agency. And again, I think you can understand where this is going. And I think we all looked at the national perspective and we were like, bleep y'all, national perspective. But they said Houston is repeating the same mistakes the Bengals made when it came to Joe Burrow, and it's a damn shame, close quote. Do you think that that's the case?
Today? Again, I think, I actually was digging in on some of the reasons why I think, we should be very, very confident that this is going to change, and this is going to change significantly on the offensive line, and not just with the draft. And that's a big reason. They know what the Bengals' big problem was. They know what this own friend, and they had a terrific team that didn't have a good offensive line. So they're not going to repeat those mistakes. It's just today it looks that way.
Yeah, and this is where I have a personal gripe with that, because you guys, I generally, for some reason, there's certain teams that you just don't really like.
Yeah.
And I could tell for me, one of those things is ownership that is, let's say, cheap.
Yeah.
And the Bengals and the Brown family, cheap as hell. And I don't think that you can compare that organization in the way that they have kind of let talent drip away to what is happening here. This isn't a talent drip. This is a concerted effort to rebuild. Now, maybe you could say that they're not going to get to the other side of that rebuild immediately, and I think I do have concerns about that. I voiced a little bit about, hey, you move on from Laremy Tunsil, but you still need to put a team on the field. You want to win right now. I understand that this Laremy Tunsil moving on is probably good for future, right? Like, especially even if at the most simple monetarily, and we'll talk more about that. But this does not feel like that in particular. And so I think I took more umbrage with that assertion than the idea that, they're just losers, because that could be shifted, right? We've seen the NFL in particular is one of those, last to first type of leagues, right? We go 0 to 60 real quick on our perspectives. Hell, I kind of have done that with the Raiders already, looking at the way that they're going about their free agency. That can change really quickly. I don't like the assertion that you trying to compare us to the Bengals.
Yeah. I think it's total. I think it's way off, because when you look at the past couple years, even before CJ line together for a long time, man, they put a lot of resources in this offensive line. I just think it just didn't live up to it. I think they just made, I want to say made the wrong investments, but whatever it is, it didn't work out. So it seemed like they're trying to redo it again.
Well, and that's a great point, because if you don't think that they care about getting the offensive line right, they paid Shaq to come here. They extended Laremy Tunsil. They extended Titus Howard.
Now there's questions to ask about how that money's spent.
But what I'm saying is they committed to it. They were just wrong.
Even with the draft picks. They drafted the first, second round. They drafted a lot of offensive linemen.
Kenyon Green, 15 overall. Obviously, Blake Fisher, Juice. So that's why
Titus was a first round pick.
Right, but that's why I'm like, just hold on. I'm not trying to be like, hey, all is fine. They still need to do it, but they've shown us repeatedly they'll pay for it, they'll draft it.
Yeah, Cincinnati, it seemed like they don't care.
Right.
Like, it looked like they ain't trying to they want Joe Burrow to figure it out himself.
Yeah, well, yes. And this is the thing, is you're not seeing the same thing that the Bengals did defensively. It's not just, Taj Boyd goes and, T. Higgins, they're having a franchise tag him because they're not giving him a deal. Hell, Jamar Chase is still sitting there without an extension right now, which sounds like the dumbest thing in the world. That is easily top 2 wide receiver. And some people would say not 2, right? That they are not paying. But also, Jesse Bates leaving, right? Trey Hendrickson right now is for 2 straight years after 17.5 sacks has been out here asking for the same as the Texans. And so I take great umbrage with the idea that the Texans are in that place. And I think all we're just waiting for is, and I think it's fair, is like to take that incomplete, which is what the grade should probably be, to, a fully completed space.
But it's fair to call them, losers in this, because they did lose their tackle. They lose their tackle, but right now, like...
No. They knew where they put him.
Yeah.
He didn't get lost.
Yeah. No, well, they gave up their tackle.
There you go.
So, it's fair to say that, because I don't know I don't think the line better now.
No,
but it's still not over, though.
Exactly.
Yeah. And maybe I need to ask this as a question, is just like, what is just your offensive line confidence with this organization? Because another text coming in that they've shown that they'll try, but it's been years since the line has been good, and at some point you view it as institutional.
100%. That's the most fair criticism you can make. That is a great point, because we just talked about it. They've paid guys. Oh, the wrong guys. They've drafted guys, at least one horrible, and so maybe it's a matter of how they're gauging and rating these guys.
Do you think I could kind of drum up a Pender poll, not being Pendergast?
Sure, man.
Like just text and be like, hey, I need you to find a way to gauge the public sentiment on this thing. Do it for me. All right, I might do that. But while I do that, let's do this, right? Coming up next, it's time for our question of the day. What are you a snob about? Because Lopez has, he's let us know that he's actually a snob about something that is of great communal pride to Houston, Texas.
Nick Cassera. From Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're about to get into our question of the day here on a Wednesday. What are you a snob about? Before we get there, the fellas of the Payne and Pendergast this morning were continuing a conversation of trying to find a nickname. I understand this is not the most organic way, but it'd be like that sometimes. For NRG Stadium, especially when you consider just how well this defense has played at home, like just trying to find another thing that would get there. Various people came with other stuff like the Curb Stompers.
I like that.
Because Kirby.
Yeah.
The 610 Syndicate, obviously the Loop, talking about that there. And then there was one that just came in recently. Oh, and they were like, because NRG electricity, hey, follow me here. It's a little whining. They said, Texas being known for capital punishment.
Oh,
electric
God.
chair. And I was like, all right. We went a lot of places there.
This ain't the 70s, man.
That's a bit of a reach.
That name could have went for the 70s.
Did you see some state had a firing squad? They reinstituted the firing squad? I was like, what?
I did see that. Well, I forgot what state that was.
Seeing as there's not the medical dose or what have you, that use the concoction that usually is used.
South Carolina
in lethal injections.
I was just about to say it got to be one of the Carolinas, right?
South Carolina.
That is wild, bro. No comments on that because I'm not going down that road. What are you a snob about? Hopefully it's not capital punishment. 713-572-4610 is the text line. Lopez, you did this.
Yeah, I feel a little bad, not a lot bad, but a little bad about this. So this comes up because my wife is off this week, school director, spring break, all that stuff. So she's taking our two granddaughters to the rodeo, to the livestock show. The kids, little pet the babies and all that stuff, all the little animals and all that.
Oh, the petting zoo.
Yeah.
You said pet the babies. I was like, they should not, don't touch these children. What is wrong with you?
No, but they have the big livestock show there. You walk through that, and then you can pet all the little animals and all that stuff. And the thing is, today, Wednesdays during rodeo, is free admission. And I was thinking when she told me this, I'm like, cool, they're going to have a blast. I would rather pay to get into the rodeo and the livestock show than get in free.
Not a man of the people.
It's not that. It's like the crowds, the bedlam, the lines, the riffraff.
Am I weird? Because when it comes down to moments like that, and maybe it's because I also don't find myself in a lot of those. I be at the house a lot. I kind of love the environment of just being amongst a whole group of people. Like the people watching is fantastic.
You say that.
Yeah,
you say that.
What about this? Because I kind of understand.
I admittedly figure I'm a snob about that.
What about this now? Maybe free wings or burgers or something like that, and it's a long line. Are you willing to wait in a line for the free wings and burgers, or are you skipping the line, just pay for it?
I'll probably drive on past. I'd probably drive on.
Like a situation,
I fully admit, I'm a snob about it.
A situation like that, I will probably just say, hey, I'll pay for it.
Yeah.
Let me just get it.
Yes.
And
See,
go.
you're a snob about that too. What else are you a snob about?
So this is kind of recently. So remember last week, I was going through the thing with the cleaning lady, and she cleaned the hell out of the house too.
Shout out to the cleaning lady.
That floor was clean.
Don't you love it though when you pay for the cleaning person? You're like, okay, I see what I pay for.
I was nervous too because it wasn't nobody there.
Yeah,
and so she got in, she did her thing, and so I'm on my way home. And I'm just like, man, I hope it don't look crazy in here. My wife beat me home.
Yeah,
so she like, hey, how much did you pay for the cleaning lady? And I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, what happened? I'm thinking she's going to say it wasn't worth. She's like, it was worth whatever you did. I'm like, whoa. But anyway, I think I'm becoming a snob where I don't want to clean my house no more. I want the cleaning lady to do. I got a lot of floors. So I got like 3 rooms with carpet. And so I ain't trying to mop and sweep every bit of the house. Like, just call a cleaning lady.
And the worst part about mopping and sweeping is you sweep up, about 15 minutes later, you're like, damn, what is this on the floor?
Yeah.
I just swept it.
You can never get into the dustpan just right. You got to do it like 9 different, different angles.
Shout out to all the people letting us the firing squad. That was what he elected as his way to go.
Yeah, but they have it. They have it as a choice.
More power to them, I guess. Yeah, like
choice.
Again, from the 713, they said they're a snob about their toiletries, deodorant, toothpaste, mouthwash, body wash, refuse to not buy name brand.
I'm good with that.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
I'm good with that.
All y'all real bougie.
What about you?
I am a snob. Don't get me wrong, but I guess in some ways the money will come too. But for me, I'm a snob about television shows and movies. Honestly, like
movie snob.
Yeah, and I think it comes from like my fear of missing out. Like there's so much content and things out there that like my brain is. If I'm using this time, I really got to try and use it as wisely as possible.
It's got to be worth my time.
And so you guys have already experienced this. You guys have already made fun of me for it. When it comes to recommendations, you're not going to hit me very hard unless I have like a supreme respect for your taste. And that's, again, I say that not to be disrespectful to people whose recommendation I haven't. Like there's times where I'm like, I'm sure that's good. I just not going to watch that unless there's certain people, very few, a select few that are like, I know that their taste is supreme. Yeah. Or if I just hear it from enough people where I'm like, all right, this is something where I feel like I have to watch it.
Yeah.
Like what is it? Paradise on Hulu.
I finished that.
In like the last 3 days.
Oh yeah.
People been like, yo, you gotta watch this, and I'm like, all right, I think I might actually put this.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
But otherwise, you just oh man, this is really good. You gotta watch it. I'll be like, all right, cool, and I'm good on it.
Yeah.
I will admit I am a snob about that.
Another thing I'm a snob on is cereal. It got to be name brand. I can't do the.
You know what? I think
I don't care. People always
try tastes the same.
Yeah, it's made about the same company. It's just a different. Nope. I need my cinnamon toast crunch. I don't need no cinnamon squares. Exactly. I don't need no cherry holes.
Hey man, those Fruit Loops those Fruit Rings rather. They really they came through, man. They came in through in clutch. Somebody said they're a snob about mowing their yard. They'll pay long guys all day. Don't want to do it. Okay. Somebody said snob about airplane seats. Not sitting in coach. Oh, you got money.
Well, even just getting the upgrade to the aisle or one of those premium, whatever they do now, seats. Yeah, I'll pay a little extra for that.
Yeah, I know I'm about to be a snob away from Southwest.
Oh,
they got rid of this.
Did you? Oh, yeah.
They dropped the bag on this one.
They
man.
sure did.
Do they realize that's why people go to Southwest?
Yeah,
it's because they can get those two. Was it two still, or had they brought it down to one? It was still two.
I think it was two.
Two free check bags, and they were like, "Nah, we're gonna start charging for them." I'm like, why do you think people are going to you now, especially with all them damn connections?
Yeah. And some of the things I'm a snob about, I wear proudly. Like I'm kind of like a little embarrassed about. I don't want to go free. I'd rather pay to the rodeo, but like barbecue, I'll wear that all day long. I'm a snob about barbecue. Oh, somebody just texted it, actually. Yeah. If it ain't great, it's bad. Like barbecue is either great or I don't want to eat this. And so yeah, I'll wear it proudly. I'm a snob. Wine. Now I'm not a super duper wine snob.
Oh, you are a wine snob.
I don't know, but I'm not like three. It's got to be a $300 or $400.
You got the 150.
For you. It's got to be close to that, but not quite.
You borderline the wine snob.
Yeah, but I hate cheap wine. Cheap wine makes me gag.
Some other ones that are good, and I actually feel like there's an interesting level of this. There's various different foods. Someone said salsa, won't eat store-bought. Pizza, they're out on chains. I think I'm actually there, sadly enough. Cowboy boots, which made me ask.
You're
a question.
One now.
I don't think I can. I don't think I can consider myself a cowboy boot snob. I don't think I pay. I'm not paying like over $500 up to $1,000 on boots, and I only have one pair. I can't say I'm that there. I'm in the club though. We in the club. I'm just not in VIP.
Yeah.
But are you a Horace on the YouTube? Are you a cowboy boot snob in as far as I will not wear a certain level of boot, or are you a cowboy snob in as far as I judge other people for wearing a certain type of boot? Because those are different levels of snob. Ain't they?
Yeah. I think. I didn't know that. That's a good question. I think cowboy boots, like cheap boots, I would judge other people too. You know those plastic-looking ones? I'm like, come on, man, just spend a little more.
And then shout out to our guy, Sean Pendergast, always keeping it locked on Sports
Radio 610. He's a
snob
with who he becomes friends with.
Yes, he is, but he also.
Well, I don't think he said that.
No, he didn't say that. You said that. What he said is, I won't wait in lines ever. If there's a line I have to wait in, I will bail almost regardless of the situation. I do appreciate that. He's a busy dude, though. He tries to pack a lot into his days.
Yeah.
Like, if you could just, is there a regular human equivalent of a ride along? Right? Yeah. Like, I feel like if you could have a Sean Pendergast ride along, you'd be tired by about 5 p.m. You're like, why? How are
when it comes to getting gas at the gas station, and the little machine say, "See the attendant."
Go inside.
Oh, would you leave?
I don't even know if that's snob.
That just might be something. Another category.
That's like social anxiety.
Yeah,
I'm not talking to
people. It was one time I was on empty, and so I had to go in.
No,
I was so mad.
Okay, I thought you were about to say I still pushed it to
No,
another.
no, I ain't go that far. But I went in. I was so mad at this. I'm like, man, it wasn't even his fault.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, what's up with the machine outside, bro?
That's right.
Like, dang, now I got to come in.
Look, it made me walk.
Yeah, I got to pull my card out. Like, damn.
I'm surprised we've gotten this far without mentioning it. Alcohol. Some people said tequila. So, I mean, you just certain brand. Which, to be fair, you need to, because certain times or certain different alcohols, you're just it feels like you're drinking 87 octane.
Yes.
Gas.
I'm actually not a snob when it comes to alcohol. Whenever I get like something with vodka, like vodka cranberry,
you just say whatever.
I just say the hot whatever.
Yeah, they're giving you that nasty.
Some of those can give you a headache, though, man.
That's true.
Yeah, some of those cheap ones can give you.
Unless you're Teflon. And then someone said, Can there be a reverse snob? They said they actually judge people who wear clothes and drive cars that they can't afford. Just think that's terrible. That's interesting. That's an interesting concept.
I'm like that too. Wherever you see the dude with the Louis bag and Louis shoes at the bus stop,
yeah,
it's like, bro, that's crazy. That is, you see that more than you should.
Beer snob. They said definitely beer snob. You just over here looking at those people drinking those natty.
A lot
lights.
of those. There's a lot of those.
Like you disgust me.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we head into hour 2 of the program. This Texan, actually a couple of former Texans have found a new spot to land, but one in particular caught my attention. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, let's get this.
HD2 Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez. And
You all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so we're about to go around the NFL here as we're headed into the new league year in the NFL. I guess in a way you could say happy New Year's Eve.
Happy New Year.
New Year's Eve, right? Like for the new league year. But before we get there, I just want to mention a few more of the snob tendencies that came in during our question of the day. Somebody said they're a snob about sneakers. Even as a kid, they said had to say sorry to Hakeem. Couldn't do those. Has to be a certain brand.
It's a lot of sneaker snobs, man.
Yeah.
Coffee snobs.
Yes.
100%.
You're talking to one.
Someone mentioned vacation snobs. They're like, hey, man, if it's certain level, like all-inclusive, all right, that's fine, but it got to reach.
My wife is a
quality.
hotel snob.
Hotel snob is a good one.
Me, I can stand a 3-star. If I needed to, I can make it work.
Oh, you be getting those bed bugs, huh?
Oh, no. I check all that, but it ain't got to be the top notch.
You got a black light you be taking in there?
Oh, we actually do. We actually do.
That's crazy.
Reggie and I were talking in the break, like, as I've gotten older, I've become kind of a cruise snob. I went on a cruise earlier, but if I'm going to go on vacation, I don't want to do it with a mass of humanity. I get it. I get it, but I'm at the place where I'm kind of a snob on that. You know that old saying in the industry, what they say on in the cruise line industry, right? Cruises are for, how does it go? Newlywed, overfed, or nearly dead.
That overfed is pretty solid, though.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. Now, it's not like it's always the absolute best food, but it's a lot of it. And I can deal with that and get down with that. And finally, I should have mentioned earlier, seats for a game, like going to a game.
Yes.
Really interesting. Now, to be fair, we always talk about how the real fans, they be up there in them nosebleeds. And maybe you could say I'm not a real fan. You get to a certain level, and I'm like, I would watch this on TV.
I kind of got like that with concerts, too.
Yeah.
Like, I'll be trying to, like, I don't want standing room only. I try to find some type of VIP seating, or and then I always look for meet and greets, depending on the artist.
Yeah. So I'm
600 level. Yeah, I'm snob.
Yeah. All right. Let's go around the NFL now with some more. There was more moving and shaking yesterday as teams try and get themselves ready for the new league year, get themselves ready continue to operate in free agency, I guess, before you can fully consummate the deals after 3 p.m. today. And as we start to move further into the period where we get closer to the draft, we're only, a month and a half away? And so we're actually a month and probably,
change.
Just a little bit. So, DeAndre Hopkins, 5-time Pro Bowler, former Houston Texan. He found a new place to land. 1-year deal, $5 million to play. Oh, he can get up to $6 million, mind you, to play with the Baltimore Ravens. So he'll join that team that has been a torment to the Houston Texans of recent. He will go over there and play for them. What were your emotions seeing that former Texan go over to play with the Baltimore Ravens?
I think most people are happy for D-Hop, just because – the guy has just continued to thrive, continued to find work. But you talk about my feelings. As he's gotten older and longer in the NFL, he recognizes who he is. He knows I ain't D-Hop anymore, but I can add value to contending teams. He did it last year, got to his first Super Bowl. Doing it this year, doing the same. I respect guys like that. Like, you know what? I know my lane now.
Yeah, and it does feel like this is a good situation for him. Like for him in particular, that is a really strong offense. Obviously, with adding Derrick Henry, like they found a really good balance.
Yeah.
And last year they threw the ball really well.
Yeah.
He fits nicely with the kind of wide receiving core where they have, where it's clearly going to be Zay Flowers going to be the primary, but they'll get the ball to various different people. Rashad Bateman coming a little bit more into his own this past season. Isaiah Likely finding more and more of the offense, as Mark Andrews is kind of there doing the general things that he does. I think it's similar to the Kansas City Chiefs, but I think in a stronger way, maybe a more robust way. He's going to be there to do the things that he does well, go up and catch the ball maybe in contested situations at times, but not be leaned upon to do a whole bunch of stuff. It feels like it fits well for him. I just kind of really hate it that that's an AFC team that I don't even know if it's like he made them significantly stronger, but for $5 to $6 million for this 1 year, he definitely makes them a better team. And that's another team that stands in the way of the Texans.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing that's a little frustrating there. But salute to him. I mean, fair play. And did you see the picture that was going around yesterday of a tweet from, I think, 2020, if not earlier? D-Hop and Lamar Jackson saying, like, basically just pointing out how good that those guys would be if they got together. Now, of course, it is not back then when that tweet was sent. However, it's kind of crazy that ultimately came to fruition, ain't it?
Yeah.
He said the quote on the picture was from February 2nd, 2020. Oh, man, what a time that was before everything changed a month later.
And then what happened?
But DeAndre Hopkins sent the tweet with, again, Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, and himself all suited and booted, all suited up with the caption, "How many touchdowns with this trio total?" And so, Lopez, I will throw this up to you. How many touchdowns will that trio total?
Well, it's not the same guys, but a lot. I would say, you want to put a number on that? Total running and passing for Jackson? Is that what we're saying?
I mean,
and then the other touchdown?
Kind of, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's one way that we can go. So if you look at Lamar Jackson this past season, had 41 passing touchdowns.
Oof, I didn't even know what that meant. I thought it would be in the low 30s.
No, man. Lamar was, I told you, man, they were passing the ball incredibly well this past year.
That's why I felt like it was still a case for him to be the MVP.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he went right down to the wire, and some people absolutely voted for him. And then on top of that, that man himself ran the ball for 4 additional touchdowns. Then you want to look at what Derrick Henry added running the football.
You're going to have 80 touchdowns.
Right. That's the thing, right? And this is, yes, those guys, I think those two guys are probably close to their primes. Derrick Henry maybe just on the backside of his. Lamar Jackson fully existing, had 16 touchdowns himself last year, coming off of a 12-touchdown season the year prior, right? I don't know that you are looking
D-Hop's
for a ton from D-Hop,
4 or 5?
but God, there's going to be so much.
60?
Maybe that feels low. That feels low. But
it feels low?
Yes.
I thought it was high.
I know. No, you're right. It could be in that space, but yeah.
41 touchdowns, man.
That's just passing.
That is insane.
Somebody said, "Who cares? Go Texans." I mean, look, I'm in the place where I'm on Go Texans, but I think that's why I care is that you look at that Ravens team and they continue to make good moves that keep them in a place where they're going to be at the top of the AFC. That's definitely going to be a team that you have to contend with. Hopefully the defense got better enough to kind of curb that, but really it's the offense needs to match up so you don't have another Christmas Day type situation. All right, some other things that are happening around the NFL. We're the quarterback musical chairs is starting to figure itself out a little bit. There was a report that Aaron Rodgers, right, if talks with Aaron Rodgers sputter for the Steelers, which I think he's the favorite, betting odds favorite to be the next quarterback of the Steelers, and I think you like that matchup.
I think it's a lock.
But if those sputter, supposedly Russell Wilson could return to the Steelers. So we have probably teams that are still open at quarterback include the Giants, the Steelers, the Titans, and the Browns. Am I missing anybody? I feel like those are the ones that we're still looking at as needing quarterbacks. And when it comes to like veterans that could end up in spaces, the guys that are still out there, obviously Rodgers, Wilson, Kirk Cousins is an interesting one because Kirk, it feels like today they're probably not going to get a trade, get off of some of that money, and then see if he, maybe then wants to land somewhere. But I do wonder if he's just going to be out there until after the draft because, he probably doesn't want to end up in another one of those situations where he goes somewhere and then they draft a quarterback and here you are as a bench player again.
Yeah, look, I think Aaron Rodgers is a lock to go to Pittsburgh. Once they got Metcalf, I thought that was a done deal. Now, it is fair, to say that maybe the talks sputter a little bit, but it isn't going to – if the talks sputter, it is not going to be Russell Wilson. It will not be Russell Wilson if the talks sputter. There might be a backup plan for the Steelers. I think Rodgers' backup plan might be the Titans. He has a home in outside the Nashville area, a big ranch or something. So, but I still think Rodgers to the Steelers – and then who knows on the other ones. And I think Cousins is going to end up in Cleveland.
Well, you say Rodgers with the Titans. It seems like the Giants are pushing very hard for the possibility of acquiring Aaron Rodgers. So if you had to get, again, those four quarterback needy teams, Giants, Steelers, Titans, Browns, how do you see those falling?
Rodgers, Steelers, Titans is an interesting one.
Well, we do have the idea that they might not move off of that number one pick. Maybe that leads to them ultimately landing Cam Ward.
Mm-hmm. Cousins. I mean,
well, maybe this helps. Zach Johnson, who covers the Browns.
Yeah, he's been tied. He's been tied
for the Athletics. This was him up there on the morning show on our
Zach
Jackson.
Yeah. And Ken Carman said something about it too, right?
This is Zach Jackson on the Ken Carman show.
Probably by the weekend they'll have Kirk Cousins. March 16th is when the Falcons owe him $10 million, and everybody expects that they won't pay him that. So if they do, we'll see what's next. But probably Kirk Cousins always has been number one plan. That's kind of been out there since December. We've all kind of known that that's going to be a disaster since December, but that's probably where it's going to go.
Zach, come on.
They're in hell, man. Yeah. Sucks.
So the one that is the most interesting to me, because I feel like you mentioned the Titans, they might end up just keeping the pick and drafting a quarterback. Cousins to the Browns, Rodgers to the Steelers, is the Giants. The Giants, Russell Wilson?
More power to you.
That's
what I have to say. More power to you. Y'all better hope
that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all better really hope that you can get you Aaron Rodgers from the Steelers. Like stop that one from happening over there and get it. Man, Joe Shane got to be he's got to be sweating. And I guess they are drafting third, so maybe they end up in that place where they land. They are okay with Shedeur Sanders, but really I think a lot of the conversation is seeing if they can get that pick off of the Tennessee Titans. Which again, it's Lion season. Titans we're not moving, which very much could just be give us more stuff to get this number one,
and then we'll move,
right? And maybe the Giants do that, end up with Cam Ward, and then off we go. But yeah. It feels so much better to not be in that place. So much
Boy,
better.
does it.
All right, real quick before we move along, offensive tackle Josh Simmons, right? He is a guy who and he's Ohio State offensive tackle. Just make sure I said that. He is one of those highly regarded offensive linemen that honestly has been in that realm or range where he'll be available at 25, especially with this team maybe looking more towards drafting an offensive line even more in the first round and possibly even a guy who plays tackle. Well, Jonathan Simmons has been dealing with an injury, and he tore his patellar tendon while playing for Ohio State in October. He told reporters in Indianapolis he was ahead of schedule, and it feels like he might be able to, actually do his pro day. He said, quote, "I'll probably be cut loose by mid-April to give everybody a good pro day." I feel like this has got to bode well for the Texans. Another guy who maybe you can get some more information on as you're looking at in that spot at 25 or maybe even in that general area, possibly drafting offensive line.
Yeah, I want to see the pro day first. I would be very, very reluctant. I mean, I say it all the time. Name one player that was behind schedule.
Sure.
One.
Well, no, there's been that happens, right? Like, oh man, he's this. It happens. No, it happens. And those are the ones that we get frustrated with.
I'd like to hear the example because even Lance McCullers, he's ahead of schedule.
But then they have
3 years
setbacks.
later,
you always have setbacks.
Well, they have setbacks, but like anytime they're talking about any athlete in recovery, he's way ahead of schedule. So I want to see the pro day.
Okay.
I want to see how that goes.
I'm interested, and just generally. How much would that particular injury kind of turn you off from the idea of maybe a Josh Simmons compared to other guys out there?
He is on the board if he looks like he actually is good to
regarded.
Highly regarded.
One of the true first round grades.
Yeah.
I think there's 14 of them. Matt Miller had of NFL. He's one of those guys.
For sure. He's way high on the list and might end up being, let's say he's good on pro day, but not necessarily. 100 doesn't do whatever, this or that drill. I still think the Texans could find some value there.
All right. That's around the NFL here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Real quick, let's go to the phones. You said it's Dominic in New Jersey?
Yep.
All right, Dominic, what's happening, my man?
Our guy, Dominic.
Gentlemen, what's going on? I got to tap in on this Tunsil thing. Listen, the national media is killing Houston. Texans fans, do not listen to them. Listen to Dom from Jersey. This was a home run move. This had to be made. It's a culture-changing move. D'Amico can't preach the swarm mentality and have Laremy Tunsil at left tackle. Let me give you a few reasons why this was a good move, okay? Instead of having a YouTube channel called Protect the Tree, how about you protect your quarterback? How about when number 7 hits the turf, You run over there and you pick number 7 up off that turf. And then the last straw for me, guys, was the fact that Laremy Tunsil posted his Beyonce-signed cleats after getting embarrassed on Christmas Day, ruining all Texans fans' Christmas, okay? This guy did not have the swarm mentality, so anyone who says otherwise, the national media, clearly does not watch Houston Texans football. I couldn't be happier with this decision. Laremy was not the guy. He was serviceable. So if anyone could speak on this, it's me. So this was absolutely the right move. And, guys, I'm just really excited to see what the Texans do. A lot of moves to be made. Don't panic over Laken Tomlinson. The draft is coming. Let's go Texans, baby.
There you go. Hey, Dom, appreciate you calling in, big dog. That's Dominic from New Jersey.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer on In the Loop. No doubt about that. And I totally agree with what he said.
I forgot Larry got that YouTube channel.
The Beyonce cleats.
No, look, that's one of those things. It's been real interesting, the divergence of opinions from like that national perspective that's a little removed versus the folks that are tapped in every day. Although there are some people that are tapped in every day that are in a little bit of a different space. In fact, let's talk more about the Laremy Tunsil fallout, because there was some more stuff that came out over the last couple of days where, there's some people that are, continuing to defend the way that Laremy was in here. But there's also an interesting kind of piece by Albert Breer that you seem to have some issue with, Lopez.
I do.
Let's talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast. For your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. We know one of the big things that really it's been like kind of the defining thing that has happened thus far in the early portions of free agency for your Houston Texans, and that is that Laremy Tunsil, they up and sent him away. And by the way, one of the things that I guess I have not spoken enough about, but I've been kind of still circling back to, which is, this is another confirmation that Real G's movement silence like lasagna, right? We did not hear a peep.
Nothing.
About the possibility of Laremy Tunsil being shipped out, and then boom, he was gone.
I didn't even think it was possible, to be honest, because I was just kind of like, man, they ain't gonna find nobody to replace him, or what they gonna get for him.
Yeah.
So I thought at least this year he was gonna be safe.
Yes, I did too.
Because he got 2 more years.
We talked about his contract being a problem, but didn't think they would solve it.
Yeah. I'm thinking like he got 2 more years, so at least 1 more year.
Yeah.
I thought everybody else was able to get moved, but I thought he was.
I agree.
So, another confirmation of something we knew about this organization, but tight-lipped, especially when it comes to the big ticket. Heard our guy Dom in New Jersey talking about how, he feels like this is great. The national media, don't listen to them. But there's been there's been a lot of people, right? Even I think it was one of the big ones that people were talking about yesterday. Dan Orlovsky was kind of perplexed about this, even though Dan Orlovsky is one of those people who has watched these games and talked about and commented about how poorly the offensive line had played. It was one of the weird things seeing various people that I know go and watch film and these types of things not understand it to some extent, but some of it we understand was like it feels like it was a level of cultural, which some people kind of fight with, which we'll get to. However, I want to start here because Albert Breer is a national guy that seems to have actually gotten a little bit close to it, but I don't know. You seem to have a little bit of pushback on it. He was writing in his latest dispatch about the Commanders, and he said, he titled it, "Why the Commanders Could Be Close to a Super Bowl," which, wow, what a turnaround they have existed in. How many years removed are they from Dan Snyder being at the top of that thing? Right? And now you're talking about the possibility of them being a contender. However, in talking about it, clearly one of the big moves that you talk about there is them acquiring Laremy Tunsil, and he was talking about it, and again, I return to a segment I like to call Reading. Quote, "Tunsil, to be clear, is well-liked in the Texans building. That said, he isn't a tone setter, and the offensive line room in Houston last year went the wrong way, becoming borderline toxic, which adds context to the trade of Kenyon Green and the release of Shaq Mason. That's part of why the Texans figured they probably wouldn't give him a third top-of-the-market extension in 2026 after having paid him in 20 and 23 to deal." Now, that feels a lot closer in analysis to what's happening here than I think a lot of national media, but you take a little bit of umbrage with it.
Well, just with a part of it, because I do agree, and this is something I've taken umbrage with some people in our own city, some people who are in that locker room all the time, who say, boy, this whole thing about him not being a leader is a pile of crap. Because he was a good dude. We talked about this. You can be a good dude, you can be well-liked and not a leader. So I'm going to set that part aside. When you say borderline toxic, that to me is a little bit too much because I think they got rid of Tunsil for a number of reasons. I think he was a bad influence in terms of his leadership, as we've talked about. I think the contract was big.
The contract is the easy one to have the conversation about. Yeah. Right? And Breer lays that out pretty clearly, the idea that, hey, man, the timeline probably didn't work out well if you look at all the people that you need to pay. Yeah. And then you have this guy who I don't know that this team wanted to get another top-line deal for.
Right. And then the third reason is he wasn't a fit. He wasn't a fit for what Bobby Slowick wanted. And so certainly there had to have been some conversation. These are grown-ass men. That's the number one thing. He or others on the offensive line could have gone to Bobby, could have gone to Strasser, could have gone to Popovich and said, hey, man, this is not what I'm good at. This is not what I like. Let's try this or that. And there might have been a few buttings, of the heads of the whatever. Butting of the heads.
I think that works. It sounded weird. It's a little awkward. I'm not gonna lie, it didn't roll smooth off the tongue. But I think people got What would you butt if not heads?
Yeah,
in that
buttings
instance?
of the fists.
Buttings of the heads. But either way,
you don't butt fists. You bump fists.
Exactly.
What else do you butt? Like what's happening here?
It just sounded weird.
What does one butt? Like you butt heads, but you don't butt anything else, do you?
I guess not. So clearly all those things could have happened. But I go back to this. Toxic? Look, that I believe that Bobby Slowick was toxic to the offense. We've talked about that. I think he was headstrong. He refused to bend in terms of his approach and his techniques and his marching orders for linemen and all that. But I don't think these linemen, these offensive linemen were toxic to this room and to this team, and we have evidence of that. Toxicity spreads. When people talk about he's a cancer in the locker room. They don't always say he's a cancer in the position room. Like they don't just talk to other offensive linemen. Laremy Tunsil, least of all. He's a guy that's always around. That is is one of his well-liked guys, as we've talked about. I just don't buy this toxic thing. I think it was a difference of opinion, difference of philosophy that the Texans had, and they moved on because they were bad. It doesn't make you toxic. Every room has players that are opinionated. Like I said, these are grown-ass men.
Yeah. Okay, so the notion of it, toxic is interesting because that some of the bad influence type conversations that people are talking about. But so you're saying you don't feel like he was inherently a bad influence, because that's some of the conversation. The conversation being, he only cared about pass blocking, and then the run blocking kind of suffered, or not doing other things. I know that the Pivot podcast clip of C.J. Stroud saying that he was a vet, and he wasn't doing anything other than the absolute requirement. Right. Which then I think people then take to mean, okay, well, the toxicity is when you have younger guys following him, are they following in line with that work ethic? Which, again, work ethic is one of those words, or one of those words in the acronym SWARM, that if you're not having that supreme work ethic, or what have you, special rather is the S in SWARM, right? Special work ethic, that does not describe Laremy Tunsil inherently.
He wasn't a leader. I'll argue with anybody on that. He was not. Okay. He was well liked, but he was not a leader. That doesn't make you toxic, because the defense was awesome. Okay. And he was all about all the guys in that locker room. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And see, I look at him like, I wouldn't say he wasn't a leader, but he wasn't the right type of leader we needed for this locker room.
Word to B. Scott. I thought B. Scott did a great job yesterday on the drive. You'll hear him again today and tomorrow, filling in for Ron. I thought he did a great job of making that distinction clear, and I was like, okay, that's a very great way of putting it. He was a leader, and maybe that was honestly more of the issue. He wore the C, but was the leadership the type of leadership that this organization wants?
But that's a problem.
I felt like, because he got here, it was 2019? Was it 2019,
I believe?
Yeah. I think for that situation and through the dark days, I felt like he was the right type of leader. In that moment, he want different. I feel like he need a different type of leader, and I feel like Laremy Tunsil don't fit in that.
Totally agree. But that doesn't mean it spreads through the locker room, and they had to get rid of him because he was a bad influence on. No,
the mist,
right?
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
You got the mist in the locker room.
Yes, that's too much. That's
Laremy Tunsil rubbing off on me, guy. Oh my God,
yeah,
so toxic.
He wasn't going to the defensive side of the room. Hey man, did you hear about blah blah? Like whatever. We've all been around, toxic personalities in our lives, and that
not once. Nothing but beautiful, effervescent, bubbly people.
Well, if you didn't know who it was, maybe it was you. No.
Wow. It's like that? Okay, all right. Okay.
But we've all been around it. We know what it is. He just wasn't the guy that this team needed or wanted. Doesn't mean that he was, contaminating everything.
All right, so I wonder if you then agree with our guy DJ Bijani, who covers the team very well, might I add, for ESPN. And this was him on by the way, I love the name of this podcast, the Trap or Dive podcast.
I like that.
Yeah, two football terms that come together. It kind of has a little bit of culture to it. I kind of like it. But this is him on that podcast talking about the Laremy Tunsil deal.
All that culture, like they got to redo the culture and the blah, blah, blah. Bro, he's just too expensive. It's really that simple. Like, he's an expensive player. And the Texans have one more year of quote-unquote cheapness of C.J. Stroud. Because next year, if he has a good year, he'll get extended next year. And then, he going to cost a lot of money. They both of them cost, all those three guys will cost a lot of money. Then Nico, if Nico wants to, play a little hardball, he can ask for a new deal next year too. It's not about they need to redo the culture, blah blah blah. People like to throw in cliches because that's so easy, right?
Look, DJ does a fantastic job. DJ, I could not disagree more. I could not disagree more because he answered his own question. You guys are both pushing away from the table. He answered.
Oh no, and I'm a real jerk because I was the one who brought this to the table. I was like, here, take this grenade.
Yeah, because he answered his own question. They have one more year. They could have done this one more year.
To me, this kind of remind me of the DeAndre Hopkins trade because that was a big conversation too. They ain't want to pay him. He's going to ask for all this. You ain't have to pay him this year.
Exactly.
He had another year.
No, look, DJ, I think he and Jonathan do a fantastic job. I think they're two of the best.
Damn, he brought Jonathan in here.
That we've had. No, they do a fantastic job.
Jonathan, you get in here too.
But DJ knows better.
Airing the grievances happening right now.
DJ knows better than that. And if he was sitting right there, I'd have this conversation with him because you know how I am. And sometimes to my own detriment. But seriously, you know better. And I think clearly Laremy Tunsil and DJ have a much tighter relationship than I do with Laremy Tunsil. And maybe there was a factor there. They like each other. He liked him, etc. I get it. I totally get where this comes from. But he answered his own question. You have one more year, so it had to be something other than just the money. It had to be. That kind of narrows it down. Doesn't it?
Well, I do think that there is an argument to be made when if you are one that says that it's just the money. I don't think it's as simple as just the money, but I don't know if it raises all the way to some of the levels of it, probably somewhere in the middle, which again, here comes Reggie sitting on the fence. But I do think that when you talk about, all right, if you wanted to get out of the business of paying Laremy Tunsil before, you have to pay all these other dudes. This is a good offseason to do it because context matters. This is a weak offensive line offseason. And if you look around and you go, hey, somebody can get a little desperate for a left tackle, you're moving off of an exorbitant contract. So you would probably need that additional leverage of there's not a lot out there. Well, I got this Laremy Tunsil right here. It's going to cost a lot, but if we could work this out, which ultimately I think Albert Breer determined that the haul that you got when it came to picks is equal to a late first-round pick.
Right.
Right. Do you think that you get a first-round equivalent of compensation in a year where there are other solid alternatives?
But see, that's a little different than they was going to have to pay him.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
That's kind of
here's the problem.
But I think they were going to have to pay him is the starting point where you go, okay, we want to move off of him, and then you find the right time.
But here's the problem with that concept.
Okay,
it's a weak year. Why would you trade away in a year when you say our number one priority is protecting our quarterback, a guy that can at least protect your quarterback if it was just about the money because it's a weak year. It's you got to get somebody. You got to get somebody to protect your quarterback. So look, man, I just could not disagree more.
And I think too. I think locker room and on the field, all that stuff. I think they would have found the way because we name a lot of people that we got to pay. He would have been in that conversation we got to keep him. If he was really what we think he is, they felt like they're better off moving on without him and putting somebody else there.
They have moved on. The putting someone else there is still something that they need to complete. And I think that is still a place that I'm going to watch very intently.
It's still not over.
Yeah, locally, I feel like more people disagree with DJ than they agree with him. But ultimately, regardless of the reasons why we're here, we are here. There's things to be seen about how the Texans continue to move forward, and we'll watch that space. In fact, they're already in some ways doing some things to address. Well, I don't know if this addresses quite that. I guess I'll ask that question on the other side. But before we get there, the Texans have agreed to a 1-year extension with veteran offensive lineman Zach Thomas. So Zach Thomas remains there. He's an offensive lineman, and he will remain with the Texans. I'll ask you a little bit about what you think that means for the Texans in their pursuit of a better offensive line. And we'll also talk about some other things that are popping next.
In the Loop. stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on this Wednesday in the Loop, and we begin with some more recently occurring news. Breaking feels like it has a certain level of importance that I don't know.
We ain't gonna do that.
No,
you tell me.
I don't know.
You tell me, Lopez, what this is.
All due respect,
Mr. Newsman.
All due respect.
Starter.
I don't think so.
Zach Thomas. Yeah. You picked him up last season to join this team from the Patriots, is where he had previously played. He is kind of a guard. That was one of those guys that we looked at as, can he be an option at guard when you had picked him up? I think there was a point in time, what game was that, where you were missing a few. I think it might have been, it was definitely late in the season where you're like, hey, could he possibly slide in? You're trying to figure, and he returns on a 1-year deal. Mm-hmm. I guess what's your takeaway from seeing Andrew Thomas return? Like, what role do you think or Zach Thomas? My goodness gracious, what role do you think that he plays in
his
this
depth?
situation?
He's camp. Let's see what he can do. And again, that's all due respect, but that's not like an, oh wow, okay, now we have a competition. You know?
Yeah. I think that's fair. Just an additional guy, additional body, and I don't know. I like having. I mean, you need to have depth, and it's good to have him there. But I don't know that this is going to make change anything, especially when we talk about actually trying to fix this offensive line on a day-to-day basis. Mm-hmm. So, welcome back, Zach Thomas, and hopefully that you continue to push some of the other guys that are brought in, and because I feel like if Zach Thomas is playing any level of significant amount of snaps, I'm not happy. And I say that with all due respect.
I'm not happy
to Zach Thomas. Is that fair?
No, I agree.
Am I being a jerk now?
I said the same thing in a different way. I mean, he's a guy. Let's bring him in. Let's see what he's got. See if there's anything there.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that he has played tackle before. Mm-hmm. But again, it feels very much just like a
put him at right tackle or left tackle.
Here you go.
That's not exactly what I was saying. It's just an opportunity to have more people.
I should have hit the breaking news.
Don't do that. Could he possibly be maybe like a swing tackle for you if you work him to that place? I don't know. But Zach Thomas returns. Another one of those kind of smaller term deals that the Texans have done. I guess you could say, well, I mean, there are some splashes, but a lot of them kind of addition by subtraction, except for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson Jr.
Yeah, and all of those are trades.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like signings.
It's coming. It's coming.
You still assured of such things?
Day 3 today.
It is day 3. Mm-hmm. It is day 3. All right. Somebody said Lopez would hate Tunsil so much that anyone else would make him happy. I don't know. Well,
that's not true.
In fact, we'll talk about that here shortly, because I think that is the other side of this, that the exuberance of seeing Laremy Tunsil in the big salary cap number and the perceived kind of, I guess, cultural impact in a negative way, seeing that go, people are still in that place. I very quickly, and probably I shouldn't have, I should probably just exist in the happiness for a little while. I very quickly was like, all right, but then what's the other side of that?
Exactly.
And we'll talk more about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of waiting on.
And, of course, that's not something that you can fix immediately. You got picks to try and help you address that.
If this was it right here, I would be a little upset.
Oh, a little.
More than a little.
A little. All right, some other things that are popping. Cam Smith is going to play some right field tomorrow. He's in the lineup. He was in the lineup, was that yesterday at DH? But Cam Smith, we know that he's going to play some right field. We're continuing to move towards this place of that maybe being a really, really big deal and him possibly breaking camp.
Yeah, a couple of very interesting twists at Astros camp. One happening today, the Cam Smith thing, though. I feel like batting DH and I feel like these next 2 days are very big in terms of will he break camp on the wrong. If he's just serviceable in right field, and they saw some of him in right field and for 5 innings yesterday on one of the back fields, and then continues to swing the bat like he has, I think it's almost he's making the decision for you. I think he'll be there. And you kind of came to that place yesterday. The other thing that happened today that I found interesting, and lo and behold, here we go again, getting all swept up in the moment. So Lance McCullers is going to pitch in a grapefruit game as early as Tuesday.
Correct. That's because he had another live bullpen session, and this time he threw 30 pitches. Not bad. Against Guillorme Zach Short, Brendan Rodgers. So like the middle infield guys that are in that kind of platoon trying to figure out who's going to hold down second base. All of them get some at-bats against Lance McCullers. And Lance McCullers apparently did fairly well in that. He struck out 2 of those guys, had 3 balls put in play, and he had 1 walk in those 30 pitches. But then also on top of that, I think one of the things that's important, he hit 94.
Yeah, that's what stood out to me.
Right, and supposedly he felt fine. Now we'll see. Actually, that was
here we go again.
Right, like again, it's always about not just how you feel in that moment, but how you feel afterwards. And as of right now, it doesn't seem like we have that the negative or adverse effects. It does feel like we're moving closer to Lance McCullers actually returning. Do you think that he returns as a full-fledged starter? Because I know that it's been a while since we've actually had to have that conversation in full. That's something that you can tell Lance fully wants to be a starter for this team. But is it in the best interest of the squad for him to come back as a full-fledged starter?
I do not as a full-time starter. I think that they're going to take so much caution with him that I feel he's going to be a bullpen guy. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll see how that goes. Like, I think that's a whole nother different part of the work of the team. If they're actually thinking about that, of course, that's something you just kind of have posited. But if they possibly want him to come back and be a bullpen guy or like an opener style player or anything like that, that's something where I'm interested to see how they get that over, because Dana Brown, he is a scout. He seems to have a good eye for these things. The Yusei Kikuchi trade, I think you can largely say success on the field. Then you have to talk about those other parts of it, which I will leave to others at this point. But it feels like, the scouting part of this is cool. How do you feel about his bedside manner, so to say? Right, like
Dana Brown's?
Yes. I mean, the Ryan Presley deal, like we know that those guys didn't talk for a good amount of time after going and getting Josh Hader. It feels like you're tapping into the same soft skills if you want to be like, hey, I know, dude, that you want to be a starter. However, it'd be best for the team if you did this. Like
I think this one's a little different. I think this one is going to be almost not negotiated, but talked about with between Dana Brown, Lance McCullers and Lance McCullers' representation. I think they're just trying to find the best path to get him back and keep him around. I think it's going to be more of just a discussion about it.
I mean, considering that
not an outright, you're going to be the number 8 guy, like it was.
And considering that he hit 94 and that it seems to be like, I think that they're bringing back fully as a starter, especially when you look at
maybe an opener,
possibly. But I think with the opportunity to like push some of those at your rotation, I think that's enticing. Some other things that are popping. Did you see this? Tiger Woods put out a statement yesterday letting it be known that he ruptured his Achilles tendon. And I mean, this is so sad at this point.
It's so sad.
This dude was on top of the world, looked like the absolute greatest that we were seeing, and now he's in a place where even in just the solid attempts to try and get himself ready, right, to keep himself in good health, he is getting hurt. He went through a surgery in West Palm Beach yesterday. One of the things that I always think about when I think about Tiger is that chase that we thought he was going to have.
It was a lock.
Jack Nicklaus's 18.
It was a lock. It just seemed that's immediately where I thought he had, I believe, 14 majors by 2008. He's got 1 since.
Yeah, but to be fair, though.
No, you have to be fair. It was injuries. It was all kinds of other stuff, controversies.
But even beyond that, like, do you know how uncommon it is to win multiple majors on either side of 35?
Yeah, exactly. Well, but by 2008, he had 14.
And he was 32 at that point, right?
And Jack, 17? I believe 19.
Jack is 18.
18. Okay.
In fact, it's one of those things that I just kind of have in my back pocket because I was super interested in this. Of like the top 6 guys, like the guys that you really look at when you talk about major winners, right? Jack Nicklaus obviously is the big one. He has multiple major wins on either side of 35. Most of them coming before 35, Masters, PGA, and then he has 38, 40, and 46. So he actually was able to do this at an older age. Gary Player has almost the equal amount with his 9 on either side of 35, with the nice little 4-year gap in between that. Outside of that, the only other guys that like even one, Ben Hogan has 9 total, and he had one at 34, and then he went to 41 winning majors. Like, we think of golf as this sport that, oh, you can play until you're old, but like at the highest level, it really does still wreck your body, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's still something that works a lot, especially with Tiger, with all the Navy SEAL training or what have you, and then just he was such a violent swinger as a young dude. Like, I don't know that we ever should have expected. In fact, the Masters that he got in 2019 at the age of 44.
That was
a miracle.
Yeah.
But I guess we're not even talking about.
But when he was in 2008, he was 32, 33.
Yeah.
It was a lock that he was going to break Jack's record, which at the same time says something about how awesome truly Jack Nicklaus was.
Yes. From the age of 22 all the way to 46.
Yeah.
And there wasn't really that many big, large gaps. Like I said, the only big, large gap in there was actually, there wasn't really any big, large gap. It was the last one, the 6 years to the last one. Tiger had a good old 12-year gap between that U.S. Open that he won at the age of 32 and the Masters that he won at the age of 44.
Yeah.
Like, that in itself was a miracle. It's one of the reasons why we should appreciate that Masters win so much. But it also, like, the dominance that he showed is one of the reasons why it makes it so sad that now, even just trying to get ready and keep himself in shape for a tournament, he ends up.
And he will not.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay.
That I'd be willing to put money on the idea
I agree.
that I might even get so crazy as saying he don't get close to another one. A couple more things that are popping. Fred VanVleet is probable to play tonight versus the Suns, so salute to him. I'm interested to see what the offense then looks like with him back, but without Amen, see if they find a way to curb some of those turnovers that we saw against Orlando. But again, they're playing against the Suns. It's another opportunity to push the Suns down and make those picks even more valuable, and the possibility that you maybe try and go make a trade
and
in the offseason.
Van Vliet is going to be playing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks for
that's good. I was listening.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, D'Amico wasn't here, Nick wasn't here, but you feel like last time we really saw Titus play left tackle was a time where these guys weren't here on the team necessarily. Right now, we have reporting that says that Titus could be your left tackle. And I don't know that you're down with that, are you?
Sure.
Are you, dear listener? We'll talk about it next.
Area 45. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Big Voice Man. It is In the Loop right here on Sports Lopez. I bet you would like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Let's go.
Damn
Sports
it.
Lopez.
I don't need to give him no more.
Sports Lopez 610.
Sports Radio.
Got a nice ring to it.
No, it doesn't. You know damn well it doesn't.
Got a little ring to it.
Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. The Laremy Tunsil thing looms large over this Texans team right now. Not just because of all the other scuttlebutt, not just because the Texans are being named as losers and various winners and losers pieces. We don't care about those things. What we care about is this team going to produce an offensive line that is capable of doing the job that is necessary next year, which is providing a foundation for C.J. Stroud to get his rocks off, for the likes of Joe Mixon and whatever running backs you put behind him to get their rocks off. Like, that's what this offensive line needs to be. And the thing that I've thought a lot about is whether it's monetary, whether it's culture, whatever, moving on from Laremy Tunsil, all right, that was something you needed to do. But there needs to be a follow-up to it. And I think there's a lot of confidence in Nick Caserio on this. Well, maybe there's some levels of confidence, and then some people maybe don't have a lot of confidence because of history. But right now, according to Aaron Wilson, and again, you can only really work off of what you have right now. If you were to play football right now, which obviously you wouldn't, Titus would be your left tackle. Titus Howard, previously your right tackle, played left guard last season after a certain period of time where you needed some help in there. He would play left tackle, the more important of the tackles historically, and then Blake Fisher would remain slotted at right tackle. And, I mean, obviously, I guess I shouldn't say obviously. I'd be interested to see what the appetite is to add. How do you feel about the possibility of Titus Howard playing and holding down the left tackle spot in the 2025 football season?
Yeah, look, if you're going to say that, Titus and Blake Fisher holding down the tackle positions, and the other thing he said in the report was they're still going to be looking for help on the interior,
100%.
et cetera, which we all know.
Which is very obvious. Like, that's something you absolutely need to do.
That's very obvious. I think you shouldn't buy the whole Titus and Blake Fisher thing at tackle for 1 second. And it's
for 1 second? Not even a second.
Not even a half a second. And the reason is very obvious. It's logic. Like, to say,
what does the rapper have to do with this?
Not that.
That was
logic.
a bad joke. Don't lie.
Yeah, not that logic. But let's look at this logically. To say that, to do that going into camp, goes against everything that the Texans have said.
Okay.
Everything that they are, and everything that they've done so far in this offseason. Let's look at like what the Texans are doing. They're trying to get to an elite level and are doing a damn good job of it on the defensive side. This is going to be a confession, but Look at what they've done on special teams. Like, they've brought in, like, those next-level final piece, special teams guys that are really, really good. You can look at other places on the offense. Christian Kirk made that decision. So to say we're good, or we're going to start with these and maybe supplement it with whatever, a later round pick or another, a different type of free agent at the tackle position, it doesn't make any sense. They've said, and it's not what they've done. They're smarter than that. So I wouldn't buy that for a second. And let me reference something that I dug into, because in 2018, that old line, and I forget who said it, those who do not learn history are doomed to repeat it.
Correct.
We've all heard that. In 2018, that was a squad, except for one thing, the offensive line. 2018 squad had Deshaun putting up stupid numbers. I think he had 4,100 yards passing.
Will Fuller
putting up big numbers.
Hop
in prime. Lamar Miller damn near ran for 1,000 yards. Remember that?
Was he on that team?
He damn near ran for 1,000 yards.
Hell, they had Carlos Hyde at one point running for cracking the 1,000.
That was a really good squad, but I'm going to get to the offensive line on that squad. Defensively, Justin Reed, he just got paid. DJ Reader, J.J. Watt, Jadeveon Clowney had one of his better seasons. It won 11 of its last 13 games that year. Remember they started 0-3? They won 11 of 13 games. They had the number 4 ranked defense in the NFL, number 11 ranked offense, and this was their offensive line. Julian Davenport. Senio Kelemete.
Oh, God. I forgot about him.
Nick Martin. Zach Fulton, and my favorite of all, Kendall Lamb. Dude, they're not. Nick Caserio wasn't here then. They're not gonna do that again. And I'm not saying that Blake Fisher or Titus Howard or Kendall Lamb or Senio Kelemete. What I'm saying is they're not gonna go into camp, much less into the season, with Titus Howard and Blake Fisher as your presumed starters at tackle. It's just not. I don't know a lot. I can tell you this: that is not going to happen.
Right. Now on the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Jim, from the 832, they said Titus looks too big and slow to play left guard, but if he can come into camp leaner and more flexible, I could see it.
Left guard or left tackle?
Left tackle is what they meant, probably.
Okay. Left tackle, I imagine. Yeah, no, that's that. But they did write left guard. But he did look kind of big at right tackle when he was playing it too, didn't he? Right? Like, we saw some people get off on him, and not like, hey, not picking up stunts, get off on him, like beat him around the edge, get off on him. That's one of the things that I have a question about. Is yes, okay, you could say to Laremy Tunsil, or sorry, not Laremy Tunsil. Ooh, I need to just break that habit out, don't I? Titus Howard. The contract is a lot more palatable if he's playing tackle, right? If you're viewing him as a tackle. But ultimately, yes, some of this is about contract, but some of you also need to get the right amount of value. Otherwise, what are we doing? It's been expressed multiple times this offseason that the chief concern is protecting C.J. Stroud. And so I don't think it can be that, right? Yeah. And a note that is made on the text line again, somebody made a good point, the idea of, didn't Blake Fisher play left tackle at Notre Dame before?
I would look at it the other way.
He would have another year.
Joe Alt was the reason why he
played left tackle as a freshman, I believe.
Yes.
And then right tackle, and would have played left tackle, I believe.
If he stayed another year.
And we're just going by what Aaron Wilson reported.
Right. And
I was saying just yesterday, I'd put Blake Fisher at left tackle if you had to play a game today. But my bigger point is that you're not going to make that mistake again. That was a mistake. They went 11-5, won 11-13 games, had guys balling out. All over, but their offensive line was just inferior.
Is there any way that you could feel comfortable with the notion of Titus Howard at left tackle? Is if you have if you ball out at your guards where both of your guards are super stout and you're not dealing with pressure up the middle, and now you're dealing with the potential of pressure off the edge where C.J. Stroud can step up. And we did see before he ended up, whether you want to call it the yips or shell-shocked or what have you, we did see him make some really smooth improvements with his pocket management, especially the micromanagements of the pocket. We saw him moving really well and sliding until he was under an avalanche of pressure that just made him evacuate the pocket at any given time. Yeah. Right? He was dealing with doing a good job there. Is there any level of palatability for you? Or is there a circumstance that you can foresee where you would be okay with Tytus Howard playing like that? I
think the way I would put it, there is a path to perhaps winning a job at left tackle, but not necessarily pencil him in. And the reason is when he has played left tackle in brief spurts, he hadn't been too bad.
2021 is the year I will call you to. There was 4 games near the end of the year that he had to step. I will salute, if you give me one moment, Jeremy Beedling, I hope I said that right, who put this together. Tytus Howard played 4 games at left tackle in 2021. The Pro Football Focus numbers, insert caveat that we always have to put here. For Pro Football Focus, grades, subjective, so on and so forth. Take them with a grain of salt. Versus the Jets, 79.7 overall. The pass blocking grade was really good. The run blocking grade was solid in the low 70s. Yeah. Indianapolis against the Colts. Overall grade was a 69. Not nice in this instance. The run blocking grade was a little low, but the pass blocking grade was still an 83. Seattle, about a 68, 69. Run blocking grade was very low at a 50, but pass blocking grade remained at an 82. Tennessee against the Titans, it bounced back up. Playing against the Titans in 2021, the overall grade was a 78. The run blocking grade bounced back up to like a mid-60s. 87 pass blocking grade. The pass blocking grade was solid in 2021. The only thing I will say is this the same side at Titus when you talk about agility and those types of things? Right. But we know that at least the know-how is in there. Could you possibly get yourself to a place where you go, he gets physically himself right? Like
I said, there's a path for him to maybe win the job, but you don't give him that job or pencil him in. And the reason is, like I said, and you just pointed it out, like he's had some moments at left tackle that he's shown some things, but it's a very small sample size, first of all. There's the other part of the path maybe to him getting that job is we don't know what Cole Popovich is going to do with him, use him technique-wise and otherwise. Maybe he comes back, a svelter, and all this other thing. There's a way for – I'm not saying, that dude, no chance. What I'm saying is there's no chance that he's going to be penciled in as the left tackle.
All right, so this comes in on the text line that I find interesting from the 832. How viable or how much do you like the possibility of this happening? Titus, that's the wrong one. Since San Francisco is looking to reduce costs, which they are.
Big time.
They said that they would offer Titus and maybe a 4th or a 5th, which you have an abundance of, shout out to the trades that you've made, to try and acquire Trent Williams. San Francisco would save a little bit of money. Right, I know Figgy loved him some Trent Williams. It'll get you a little bit of money. Obviously, Trent Williams very much can play left tackle, and then you move on from there. How do you like that, considering that Trent Williams is, however, 36, heading into his age 36 season, and if indeed moving on was about money and trying to align the timeline of a lot of these young guys that you have. That is in the opposite direction.
That'd be counter to that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, to me, if I would do that move, I would have to have somebody like draft-wise, maybe have another tackle in waiting because obviously Trent ain't gonna be around here forever. So maybe have somebody that could take over for him next year or whatever the case may be, but. It would have to be. We have to work around that money.
Well, that would be a testament to anybody who said it was all only about the money with Laremy Tunsil.
Yeah. Wow, you made Laremy Tunsil Lamar Jackson. What would you have to change as a human being, in order for Laremy Tunsil to become Lamar?
Yeah, that would be totally counter to that. Look, you talk about a swarmy kind of guy.
No, that's his guy. That's the bodyguard we all want Laremy Tunsil to be.
Yeah, but I'm with you.
Out the club.
But he would. But I'm with you. You'd have to have another tackle. Yeah, I just think the bigger point, like if you can't learn from 2018, you had it all except an offensive line, and you're elevating the stature of every room, possible defensively and offensively, and saying no, we're good at these tackle positions, that's counter to everything the Texans have told us.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that I keep thinking about is just how do you get yourself talent at left tackle in the immediate term? Because, again, I think that the move on from Laremy Tunsil, I understand it on a long-term scale without even having to step back into like the mire of the conversation of why it happens. But it feels like that if you're talking about it from a contractual situation, that is a move for the next couple of years. The immediacy of trying to win now, I'm still interested in seeing how you get that immediacy of the goodness now, including a situation where you go and you draft high, maybe even you move up. Go get you, I don't know, Will Campbell, although I think Will Campbell is considered to be a little bit of a guard. But all right, go get Membu or whoever the best tackle that you're looking at is. Like in this draft, you're still then talking about a rookie tackle. Like how good do you expect to be, especially when you consider the top of the AFC is rough. It is tough, right? Where you talk about the Chiefs, where you talk about the Bills, who, mind you, they added this week. Yesterday, they had Joey Bosa, the lesser of the Bosas. Remember, there's always a good one, and Nick is the good one. But yeah, they add Joey Bosa. You look at the Baltimore Ravens, and they somehow find a way to generate pressure, even though you don't look at their pass rush and see that there's a whole bunch of it there. Yeah. Like, I'm still pondering how you get yourself to being getting that left tackle spot, which is so important, to be good immediately. And like the Trent Williams thing is interesting. Level. I don't feel great about having to take on dead money, even if you go, hey, this year we have Trent Williams and we move on. I don't feel great about finding that one.
But they trying to win now, man. This ain't a thing where we could roll with Titus and a second-year person. Like, this is crunch time now.
And then that's why your confidence level, as high as it's getting everywhere else, would still be, oh, boy, offensive line. What we went into 2 years ago talking about the offensive line, last year talking about the offensive line, and we'd be doing it again. I just don't see it happening. I'm not even sure Titus hangs around. I'm still not even sure about that.
So, in your mind, best situation to try and get him, to try and get yourself a tackle, left tackle. Best, like your perfect situation for going into 2025 in September. You're getting ready to kick off the season. Your starting left tackle is maybe not particular person, but like what type of player? Where did you acquire them from?
Kelvin Banks, move up in the draft. Plug and play with some veterans around him. That might be my number one right now.
Okay. I would look to trade for somebody like the draft capital that I got. I'm not saying give it all for established, maybe an older veteran that can hold it down this year.
For a draft pick.
Yeah, a draft pick, maybe a later pick or something like that. Still have Blake Fisher just kind of, working his way up a little bit. Maybe he could step in the year after that. Maybe draft a couple ones to kind of sit behind, but we need somebody established now.
I mean, if you were in a better place, where like salary cap wise, the Trent Williams thing is super intriguing. Having a guy where for 1 year when you go and draft a left tackle, and then you move on from him afterwards. But the dead cap, like there's a potential out, but the dead cap is $35 million next year. You can't do that. You just can't, right? So I feel like as much as I have my trepidations about how quickly would that player be good, I think you're right, John. Maybe not Kelvin Banks in particular, but that is one of the names. Like. Kelvin Banks is probably a lot more gettable than Will Campbell, I'll tell you that. Yeah. But moving up and getting yourself the tackle of your choice in the first round and just going, you're the tackle of the future, and hopefully you can learn quick.
Let's go. But let's go.
I mean,
make sure that left guard next to him is a veteran.
I'm down with that, but you count on a rookie too, man.
Yeah, there are rookies and then there are rookies.
I just think this year is very important, man. Where you let go of Laremy, you traded Laremy Tunsil.
You would still have Titus as a backup. Or as a competition, I should say.
Yeah, that's cool, but I just think you need somebody established right there because, like, after this year, then you got to start talking about the extensions with CJ and all that stuff.
But drafting someone like Kelvin Banks fit with what I think they're doing. We still have Titus Howard as a fallback plan, but let's see if this rookie can just kick some ass.
But you talking about moving up, though, right? You talking about moving up to get him.
Yeah, moving up.
But that's what you got the extra picks in the Tunsil trade for, man. Like, I can't imagine just like, we're just going to put these in the back pocket. And that's me saying that someone who I appreciate the idea of having more darts, more lottery tickets when you go into the draft at the opportunity to hit. But in this instance, it is also capital. It is also the currency that you use in acquiring players, and put your money like where your mouth is here and put it in a place where you absolutely need protecting your quarterback.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Jesse on the YouTube said, what about getting Tyron Smith for a 1-year deal and drafted a young guy? I don't think Tyron has it anymore. Like, I think he might be a year or two too late on that. And I say that with all due respect to a future Hall of Famer in Tyron.
You better all getting Trent Williams, man.
Yeah, I don't think he has. And then shout out to, all right, I don't even know how to say that name. Lucard? I don't know. Lucard? I'm going to say that. They said, this has nothing to do with anything, but I'm still in shock. Dwayne Brown is still playing. Shout out to year 39.
Unbelievable.
Or, 39 year, age 39 season, I should
still
say.
be here.
It feels like year 39, though. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get you your lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio 610.
All right, D&M.
610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
My confession. All right, this is my first confession that I just stumbled upon. Not until today, I didn't put 2 and 2 together, or shall I say 8 and 8 together. I'm curious on y'all's thoughts. John Mechie, you got to take the money, man. You got to take the money.
Who's number 8?
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh, he's number 8?
He's been number 8. He was number 8 and won a Super Bowl in number 8. And if I were in Mechie's shoes, he's going to get an offer. Remember 2 years ago? Dalton Schultz? He said on our show, yeah, I want to be number 9 again. He wore number 9 in high school, wore number 9 in college, went to, I guess, 86 at Dallas.
Yeah.
And he said, I want to, and he kind of indicated he was going to offer Brevin Jordan the money. Offered Brevin Jordan more than $100,000.
And we actually talked to Brevin Jordan about that.
Yeah, he confirmed.
Yeah, he said, nah, this was me betting on myself type thing.
Yeah, and it worked. Yeah. Brevin Jordan said he turned down $100,000. Kept the number, kept his place on the squad. I think John Mechie needs to take the money, man.
I think you're off here. Like, I appreciate the concept, and I appreciate you putting 2 and 2 together. Or in this instance, you said 8 and 8, or maybe 4 and 4. Mm-hmm. I feel like this goes above because what number do you think C.J. Gardner-Johnson wore in his first at his first place?
Well, I know he won a Super Bowl in number 8.
Yeah, but he wore 22 in New Orleans. Mm-hmm. Then he wore 23 in his first stint with the Eagles. Then he wore 2 when he went to Detroit. And then last year.
So you saying he all over the place.
He all over the place. I don't even know what his association is with 8. On top of the
fact. All I know, if I won a Super Bowl in 8, I would want number 8.
Maybe. But you willing to pay for it? Because another question to be asked is, does our guy who likes to be called CD Deuce, do you think that he got pay somebody off money right now? And I'm not calling him broke by any means, because what would I look like doing that? Mm-hmm. Look at me. But I don't know if he is the player, right? Because who are the players that we're talking about walking in and trying to take a number off
happens
somebody?
All the time.
It does happen all the time. I just don't know. Like, he is on a deal where he is giving you cap relief off of sending Kenyon Green away. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know if he's like, yo, I'm going to put an extra $10,000 for this number. He might be holding on to it. He's also not like a young guy coming in necessarily. You know, C.J. Gardner-Johnson lived life. I feel like he has a better appreciation for money. At least I would hope so.
He's got $21 million of career earnings, which is pretty dang good. You throw $50,000 at John Mechie.
Or
you take that
you can do something that apparently our guy Chauncey Gardner-Johnson Jr. has gotten very comfortable with.
Yeah.
Picking an open number. He has gotten very comfortable with playing with whatever number is available.
If I was in the league, I would not give a damn about a number, man.
Some numbers are ugly though.
But I'm
sorry.
do, yeah.
Some of these numbers are ugly. You can't.
But 50,000. I mean, I know 50,000. They can sneeze at 50,000 or 100,000, but
some people can sneeze at it.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I just pick another. I pick the closest number. I ain't getting no ugly number.
Okay, let me put it this way: if the offer comes, take the money, John.
Yeah. I'm like, hell, I don't give a damn about number 8. I take 18.
Yeah, if the number comes, and that's the problem. Is I don't think that the offer is coming.
I don't know,
that's
man.
My big thing.
You got that ring, number 8. He might. $21 million in the bank already.
Hey, you already getting a whole nother jersey to hang up in the man cave. Why not another number?
Save your money, man.
Why not another number?
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I brought audio aids for this particular confession because yesterday we had a little fun on the program, and I was listening to Texans All Access, which you should, 6 p.m. right here on your home of the Houston Texans, Sports Radio 610. And, of course, you got Mark Vandermeer, who broke a microphone in here. Shout out to Mark. And then also John Harris, who mentioned us during the program.
I love this.
Yesterday. This is how we came up.
Can you please go back to the NFC? When you left here, it was the Cardinals, obviously. That's where the initial trade was.
Send it to the NFC and bring us back David Johnson, and all is good.
That's talking about D-Hop.
Yeah. I don't think
do
they're
that.
going to do that. I don't think that's
You
going to happen.
think that's going to happen?
No, not going to happen.
You're not going to be happy with that trade?
No, not going to be happy.
Not at all?
But
and then a second rounder and a pick number 40?
I don't.
You're not going to be happy with that?
No, and I don't know.
And why in the hell were John and Reggie and Figgy, the question of the day, was
What?
B.O.B. moments that you remember. Like, they started going down all the moments, and I'm literally driving, shaking my head like, I lived that. We lived that.
We lived that.
You and I lived that.
Yeah, we lived that.
Yeah.
We drove him nuts.
I got to confess. I got out the house and I came back up here to apologize to that man in person. I came up here and I apologized to Mark and John Harris as they were doing Texas All Access. And I am doing that now to all of you. My bad. Didn't mean to do that. Like, I did not consider the full level of PTSD on reliving.
But see, we were exorcising demons. We were cleansing.
But that's the thing about therapeutic and therapy type things is that for some people, they could be therapeutic. For some people, it is just hell.
Yeah.
And it feels like I put John Harris through hell yesterday. My bad, my boy.
Yeah, I'm not going to apologize to John
I'll put my
Harris.
hand up on that one. My bad, dog.
He knows we're having fun.
I think we put most of Houston in the hell yesterday.
And that's what I'm saying. Like,
I was getting worked up.
I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. And I don't even want to mention the other things about the things that we said. I just want to say sorry. Didn't mean to do that to you. That's not my intent.
Oh, Lord.
These are my confessions.
So I'm big on creating relationships with people just in general.
Mm-hmm.
And so yesterday I went to the concert. We had like a company suite, and it was some higher executives there, and we got a chance to talk to them and all that. And I got a chance to talk to somebody that's very high up in Odyssey.
The big company.
Yeah, the big company, the overall big company.
Yeah.
And it was a good conversation.
Look at you.
Yeah, I know. I felt good. And I got to confess, man, I got put in the friend zone.
What?
I got put in the friend zone. So
Wait, aren't you married?
I know.
Yeah, hear me out on this.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was like, are we confessing to attempted
I like
infidelity?
this confession.
Now at them build relationships, getting contact and keeping in touch with people and stuff like that, because you never know. You never know. Somewhere down the line, I could need that person for something or reach out to that person. So
yeah.
I'm really big on that. So towards the end of this conversation, I'm like, yeah, it's a pleasure talking to you. I'm like you mind if we keep in touch, keep contact or something like that? She said, oh, you got my email. Just email me, the typical. Yeah. I'm like, oh, man.
That's a thank you, no.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So I was just like, oh, man.
Thank you, no.
And I almost, this is another confession, too. I almost said, I emailed you before. You never got back.
Oh, don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
I almost lied and said that just to kind of push the button. I'm like, you know what? Nah, I want to keep my job.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
definitely not.
Yeah, she put me in check.
You got company friend zoned.
Yep.
Yep. Put you at a distance.
Yeah. Because like I said, I'm big on creating no relationships. Yeah. And, a lot of
I'll get back to you. Just send me an email.
Yep, that's exactly.
And she probably gave you the @Odyssey.
That's exactly what she said. She wasn't giving you a personal.
Hey, first name last name @Odyssey. I'm like, all right. So I felt kind of bad.
Oh, wow. 832. Come on, Figgy. Who you fooling? All right.
Yeah.
Don't do that to
me. Nah, it wasn't like that, though. But, yeah.
Oh, well, it happens.
All right.
These are my confessions.
I feel like a real nerd today. I feel like a total, in the weeds nerd today. Because I in special teams. I don't think anyone we're sleeping on it. We're really sleeping on all this excitement about the defense and the additions, and they're going to be elite and the secondary and all that, and Christian Kirk. No one has had a better free agency in that building than Frank Ross. The most recent one, Nick Neiman.
Technically a linebacker, but he's going to be a special teams dude.
100%.
He's a special teams ace. He's a second person who's described with your additions as a special teams ace.
That's on top of Tremont Smith.
Yes.
Braxton Berrios and Alex Earl, which you have to say their names together. No, you don't. Now, you have to say their names together. And now Nick Neiman. He's getting some studs on the special teams of the Houston Texans and Alex Earl.
I gotta imagine that some of this is like seeing Chris Boyd get that yellow a decent amount. Like, nah. We gonna be on point.
It's a good point
on special teams this year. We not gonna have dudes scrapping in the middle of the special teams play on the kickoff. We're gonna make sure that we are a regimented unit.
That was Chris Boyd.
Yes.
Yes. Show ass out of here, man.
Well,
damn near causing
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Along those lines, someone asked, do you think the Texans still go after safety and corner? Safety, probably not, in my estimation, because you added GJ, and then you also brought back MJ Stewart. But corner, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Depth is needed. Yeah, you went through all the depth that you had last year, and you barely held on by a thread. Yeah, I would like you to go and address that.
I'm excited to see special teams.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, actually, let me be honest. 75. I was trying to be friendly, but no, I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, I ain't even that friendly.
50.
Yeah,
dude. These are guys, man.
Yeah,
These are dudes. These are dudes.
I'm look. As long as y'all ain't messing nothing up,
okay,
I'm perfectly fine. Man.
Very good.
Yeah. I ain't eager to watch special teams though.
I am. That's what my confession was.
I can tell. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we've been talking a lot of football today, but I'm interested baseball wise. What is your Astros hope-o-meter? Because the Athletic kind of gauged it for all 32 teams. Like, how hopeful is the Astros fan base? First of all, you let us know on the text line 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio.
Pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
The nation's #1 Generac dealer, GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What's your hope-o-meter look like? What is a hope-o-meter? I'll explain. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. The Astros are, we're damn near 2 weeks away from opening day, just a little bit over.
Less than 10 days, well, about 10 days to breaking camp and coming back to play, Sugarland and all that stuff.
And yeah, it's one of the reasons why it feels like tomorrow when, maybe less Altuve himself, because it feels like we've settled that for the most part. At least they feel comfortable. It seems like they feel comfortable enough to just be like, hey, this is what we're going with, and we'll just roll with it. But the Cam Smith playing in right field tomorrow, it feels like that's going to be important, like seeing how that bat continues to play, because they're getting closer and closer to actually having to make that decision. However, back to what I was talking about, like what is your Astros hope-o-meter? Because that is something that The Athletic has kind of put together. They did a little bit of a poll of various fans to see how hopeful they are headed in to this baseball season. And just looking at the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
Texas Hammer.
Yeah, it threw me off. I was kind of waiting for it, and I'm like, I should just keep going. But now I'm like, oh,
see, I didn't want to throw you off.
No,
by
I know.
playing it.
I know. That's my bad. That's my bad. From the 832 Aaron all year. So okay, there's still that level of optimism. 713, very hopeful that Astros win the division and make the playoffs again. Once in there, it'll depend on health and pitching and some of those other things, especially the bottom third of the lineup. Okay, that feels like even more of the reasonable perspective, but still fairly hopeful there. And so it seems like that's relatively hopeful. I take you then to what Stephen Nesbitt did for The Athletic and their hope-o-meter. They've done this experiment a few years in a row where they go through and they just kind of poll various different fan bases and see who is hopeful, who is the most hopeful, who is the least hopeful. And when you look at you look at the lineup of the 30, what team would you guess has the most hopeful, or have you already looked at it?
No, I have not. Yeah.
What team would you guess has the most hopeful fan base?
Across baseball?
Yes.
Dodgers.
It's not the Dodgers. The Dodgers are fairly hopeful, but not
really.
They're not
How?
up there. When you get expectations, right? Like that's one of the things you have to consider. Once you get expectations, then you end up in a place where.
Okay, so it's a different way to look at it then. Like hope in terms of maybe they're not.
Well, actually, I'm wrong. It is the Dodgers.
Okay.
My bad. How? My bad. I was looking at the wrong year.
Like they just won the World
That's on me.
Series.
And they just added everybody.
Wrong year. I was looking at the wrong year. Last year. That's on me. I'll take that one. Last year was the Baltimore Orioles. You can see why they had a lot of youth. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, the Dodgers. Yeah, they're just out here stacking up all the people. You are right.
Yeah.
When you look at who is at the very bottom of the hope-o-meter, you've got. There's a few terrible teams
below
but
the A's.
There are teams below the A's.
Pirates.
It is not the Pirates. At least the Pirates have a really good pitcher at the very least. So
but that's it.
It is the Chicago White Sox.
The White Sox.
Who have an 8.7% optimism when it comes to
Give me the
fan
bottom
base.
three.
Oh, you want all of the bottom three?
Bottom three, we got no hope.
All right. So the White Sox have no hope. Okay. 29th, the Colorado Rockies, which when was the last time they had hope anyways? And then in division, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
God, remember when they were the perennial. Hey, keep an eye on the old Angels, man. They might have this might be the year they make a run.
Well, every time that they pay a free agent to go die.
Yeah, exactly. And now they don't even have that.
All right, so you get a little bit of idea of the landscape. Percentage of the optimism within the fan base that was polled. And
top three, real quick.
Yeah, shout out to Seth. Shout out to Seth who participated in this poll, if I remember correctly. Top three. You have the Dodgers. I like how you assume the Astros are not in the top three. You're right. You just assumed it. Right. So you have Dodgers up there in division. The Diamondbacks has a lot of belief there. Interestingly enough, and then finally, the Texas Rangers.
I could see that
with a lot of optimism. Why do you say you see that?
I think the Rangers. They still have a talented roster. They've added some pitching. I think they always have the hope. They're kind of taking the place of the Angels as Rangers this year, boy, they're going to end. They won a World Series not long ago, so
yeah. And I think that's if you're a fan of the Rangers up there, you got to look up and be like, damn, that season was so bad. It's got to be a hang-up, right? Like
injury ravaged.
Yeah, you got to hope that was just a hang-up as opposed to some level of intimation of where your team.
I could absolutely see the Rangers.
All right, so all of that we've danced around the big thing, the Houston Astros, and again the folks that have texted in, relatively optimistic, I think, but let's come back around here. 19th is where the Houston Astros. I would have assumed that as well.
Yeah.
19th is where the Astros come in. And what's kind of interesting, and I guess it's not too surprising, 97.4% in 2022, 100% optimism in 2023.
Oh, wow.
We don't have to talk about that.
Yeah.
And then 96% optimism in 2024. And some of the things that were said, one of the pessimistic perspectives said it was the end of the dynasty with no groceries in the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
Is the way that it's characterized. For another pessimist, any team that knowingly starts the season with the worst outfield in baseball isn't worth the emotional investment. However, the optimistic approach that at least they display here, every offseason for a decade, when a key player has left Houston, the Downers have counted them out. And every season for a decade, the Astros have found a way to fill the gap and survive into October.
I would have thought more people would be in line with that, particularly with pitching. What they did with Kikuchi last year. They've got some guys coming back from injury, and I'm not even necessarily talking specifically about Lance McCullers. I'm looking more at Luis Garcia, which it's interesting. We haven't seen a whole lot lately on him. We've seen more on McCullers. They lose Carlos Correa. Who do they bring in? A guy that wins AL CS, MVP and World Series MVP.
Jeremy Pena,
they lose this guy or that guy, and they seem to always end up replacing him. But I get the outfield thing. My personal optimism, I'm not going to say it's off the charts, but it's higher than I thought it would be. I'm more optimistic about this team than I thought it would be. Losing Tucker. Obviously, Altuve in left field. You expect some issues there. Losing Bregman. I thought I would be like, all right, they might win the division, but it's not going to go much past that. I'm actually more optimistic than that. And I think maybe some of it has to do with Cam Smith. I believe he's going to end up breaking the camp with on the roster. So I reserve the right to just take a step back on that, but I'm more optimistic than I thought with this.
Yeah, I am as well. Mm-hmm. Like, again, with it's clear that you're having a little bit of the window at least getting closer to closing. I'm not going to say that it's shut, but they've done a good job with things that feels like they propped it up. I think I was encouraged a little bit by the idea of, hey, you finally looked at a player, a talent that you knew you were not going to be able to bring back and extracted value from it. And that's a lot of what's doing this, right? You got Cam Smith out of it. Isaac Paredes is going to man a place for you, and he's going to be a part of a block of players that's going to make it so that you have an offensive base to stand on. Right? Opportunity to be better, considering that you lost some of your major hitters for a significant amount of time. Hello, Kyle Tucker last year. Yeah. I think your offense has an opportunity to be better, and your interior, your infield defense looks like it has a possibility of being solid. There's going to be a requirement of health, but I think if you can find a way to be relatively healthy, you still have a good opportunity of winning this division. And then all we know, once you get into the playoffs, anything can happen there, and that's what keeps me in that place. Like as soon as you give yourself an opportunity with the experience that this organization has in the playoffs, I like their chances. So I still have a decent amount of optimism, especially with the growing, like the continued upward trend of Cam Smith. And not that I'm going to place too much of a responsibility on him, but I think that you look at a long season for a rookie, it's quite possible that if he starts the way that he's starting, that he can continue to grow to be another one of those valuable pieces where you look up and you go, hey, there's not but one or two easy outs anytime around. And if you can apply that level of pressure on an opposing team, you can do some special things. We've seen that, and as much as you don't want to give them credit, that's what the Rangers did when they won it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think I think part of my optimism also is some of the things that I hope happen, look like they might happen. Number one, Cam Smith. Number two, I'd much rather see – I've been on this, pretty much all spring. I don't want Dubon to be the everyday second baseman, and I think Brendan Rodgers might end up getting that job. I really do. So there's a little optimism there because you got to have the utility guy.
Look, you're actually getting
hitting 94. Here we go again. I always have to say that, but there is optimism.
No, I'll take the responsibility for being the hype man there. You could be the skeptic. I'll take the responsibility for being the Lance McCullers hype man. I'm getting a little hype.
Yeah,
I'm getting a little hype. The possibility that you're actually going to get that picture back, I'm getting a little hype. I'm gonna be honest. I'm finding myself cautiously optimistic, which feels more than 59%. Obviously, that's not how this works. It's percentage of the base. But if you had to put a percentage on it, where'd you be?
You say they were 197 and all that?
Yeah, 97 in 2022.
Yeah.
A full 100% of the base was excited in 2023. Went back down to 96% last year.
I'm not going to get crazy with it. I'm going to say, because my optimism is beyond just winning a division. Like getting into the postseason and making a little noise. I'm going to say 78.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was pretty optimistic, and you hit me with a 78. I was going to go with a 73, but I still think that that's pretty good, all things considered. With some of the questions that you have, and I think there's some depth things that kind of scare me a little bit, but we're starting off in a pretty interesting place, especially in a time period that's hopeful. I imagine the early parts of the year will give us some idea, and then also we're getting more hopeful things. Like I said, Lance McCullers getting BP. Christian Walker, who is going to be a huge part of what you're doing,
and part of the optimism.
There's optimism there, right? We found out that the oblique issues were not indeed a strain. He's been back out there, but also he's doing defensive drills again today. So he's already getting back into the swing of things, which makes it feel like, okay, that's not going to be a major news. Altuve and Smith, we mentioned, will both play in the split squad game tomorrow at West Palm Beach, so they continue to get action. And then Ort had no issues after throwing 15 pitches yesterday. That's good when you talk about the health of the pen. Actually, I didn't mention this, but Beeks, Jalen Beeks, who is a left-handed reliever that they brought in just very recently. I think it was maybe even this weekend.
Yeah.
I went and looked at him I kind of like what his stuff is. He's a veteran. He can come in. I think that he's going to give you another lefty, which you were looking at. It looks like the pen might be coming to a place where it's going to be manageable.
Yeah.
It feels like they're finding a way to get themselves to a manageable place, get into the baseball things, and you have a manager who, even if you had some concerns, he has another year under his belt, and he's already seemed to prove, Espada, that he's been really reflective on the things that he did not do all that well last year. I think that should leave room for improvement as well.
And by the way, just a little update: Cam Smith playing today as a DH, had a terrific at bat. I want to say it was 8 or 9 pitches.
A lot of pitches. He grounded out, though, didn't he?
Lined out. Pretty nice contact. I'm not going to say it was 108 or whatever, but pretty nice kind of lined out to the second baseman.
Okay, and somebody said if the expectation is a World Series win, it'd be below 50. But I feel like
I'll agree with that.
It's tough. It's tough to get above 50 for any of the 30 teams in MLB. But I think that when it comes to trying to make some noise in the postseason, which again, it feels like that's part of this. I know that this team for a decade, this club, has been in a place where you can almost have that full expectation of ALCS, World Series, or to make an LCS, at least in my estimation. All right, especially you look at the Yankees dealing with losing
injuries everywhere.
Garrett Cole losing. Well, who was the other injury?
Giancarlo's going to be out for a while.
Giancarlo, who, when is he fully healthy? If we're going to be completely honest, he ain't been healthy since his name was Mike. But yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, as currently situated, because it feels like this offseason has leaned a lot more towards helping the defense at this point. As currently situated, is this defense good enough to just carry you to a title? We'll talk about that next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio is at it. AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
There's some optimism coming in on the text line. Although someone said, I feel like we've had this texter comment a few times, which we always appreciate that here in the loop. Said we haven't seen Mauricio Dubon at a single position, especially in an infield position, for an entire year, where he doesn't have to worry about bringing up 10 different gloves or whatever. He could be a good hitter. Spring training comes with the level of asterisk, unless it's Cam Smith, that is absolutely telling of exactly what he's capable of doing. Bring him up. But you also have to have the asterisk of, it is spring training. However, Dubon, he has all of 2 hits in spring training and a decent amount. It hasn't looked all that good. But again, spring training. We'll see what ultimately happens when you break camp. Christian Walker from the 619 fills the void right back in the ALCS. And I don't know if I can immediately jump to that place, but I feel good about saying DS. Especially when you, or even going to the wild card, because you tell me you get to the wild card series and things are going right. You got Fromber, Hunter Brown, and then you pick. Is it McCullers? Is that too optimistic? Is that too?
You're talking about a full season.
All right. Garcia? Garcia's your third?
Garcia. Always liked his stuff.
I don't hate that 3.
I always liked his game.
I don't hate that 3 at all.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's get back to your Texans, because in some ways, you could maybe take the offseason thus far, which again, we're in the dead middle of it. We're still not done with free agency, especially at the time of free agency where Nick Caserio typically gets active, right? If you want to use last year's a blueprint, shout out to our guy Houston Stressens, who has been heavy on this on Twitter. If you use last year's a blueprint, day 3 is when things get popping. And hey, what is today?
Today is day 3,
right? Not to say that that's going to happen, but this is the time period we're after, especially if you're not coming into free agency
what they did last year
with a bucket load of money necessarily.
Yeah.
But right now it does feel like they're leaning towards making sure that this defense is all the way in the right place. The offense still needs to get to the right place, don't get me wrong, but as currently situated, is this defense good enough to carry you to a title? 713-572-4610.
Man, this is I love this because first to answer your question, I think it's absolutely good enough to be that team because we kind of saw it last year, and they're better. Like we kind of saw what this team could do defensively, especially at home, and they've gotten so much better. This is a defense that is it's a problem, as the kids like to say, for a lot of teams that they're going to face. The depth, certainly rushing the quarterback. The secondary is going to be scary good if everybody stays healthy. Linebacker, we can talk about.
You just slid in that everybody stays healthy right in there, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's everyone. It's every team is going to have to be saying that.
Yeah, but how much more does that factor in here?
Yeah, you'd hear than other places because of depth. Yeah, maybe a little more. You're not crazy about the cornerbacks yet. The
cornerback depth. I do want to make sure.
Cornerback depth.
Very crazy about the cornerbacks. I mean, you looked at the way that those dudes were clamping dudes down. Very good cornerback situation. In fact, I was looking at the ball hawking percentage. You know me, sometimes I'll just jump on one of these things and root around in the statistics. Ball hawking percentage, which is a measure of how many passes were defensed out of the total passes that you had an opportunity to have to play against.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock was 3rd last year, which is not surprising, right? He very much felt like a ball hawk out there going and getting to the football.
You want to know who finds Kalen Bullock?
You want to know who? Bullock, sir.
Bullock.
You gonna get there. We're gonna say his
eventually.
name.
I will.
Mama call him Bullock. I'm gonna call him Bullock. But you know who else was top 10 when it comes to defensive backs at ball hawking percentage?
Who?
Your new safety, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, 7th at ball hawking percentage. Right. Those are the dudes on the back line. Then you got the guys who are actually going to be on those guys in Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, and both of them proved at an incredibly high level, despite not getting as many of the accolades as they should have, that they're capable of doing that at a high level. Plus, that's just if we're talking about them in a vacuum. It gets better when you're applying the level of pressure that this front line does. This feels like it's going to be very tough for other teams to deal with, right? Like, obviously, now we're talking about all the positives. If I was going to try and ask, again, we are asking the question, is this defense good enough to just do it almost solo dolo. First and foremost, like that's maybe too unfair of a question because no defense can do a solo dolo. But what was the issue with this defense last year? Or I guess the issues, because I think there's two that come to mind for me.
You're probably talking about the linebacker position coverage, which was my biggest issue.
That was your biggest issue. I wouldn't have put that as one of my biggest issues.
So what are you talking about?
One of them was explosives.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which, again, I think that people would look at Eric Murray and be like, hey, dog. But then I think some of these also happen because of the youth of some of your defensive backs.
Dude, you got 2 rookies.
They're not rookies no more.
I know. You had 2 rookies
right.
there.
They're not rookies no more, though. So I do think that maybe you don't get fooled again.
It kind of blows your mind that how good they were.
So you're just going to step on my The Who reference there?
Go ahead. I heard you.
Okay. No, go ahead. That was it. I just wanted some acknowledgement. I was just a little insecure because I was like, I think I'm going to meet John where he is. Are you a Who fan?
One of them, big time.
Okay, that's what I was doing it for you.
Yeah, you did it for me.
Okay.
You did it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, exactly. Eminence front. Anyway. It blows crucial positions in the secondary. Now, as you said, they're not rookies anymore, and they're certainly bolstered with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Here's the other question. I think this is the second question to what you just asked.
Mm-hmm.
Not only could they, I think we both agree they could, and we're talking about like not literally winning every game with 3 interceptions and a pick 6 included and all that, but being a defense that can do what we saw the Eagles do in the postseason. You can dial it up. You can dominate a team when it matters down the stretch. Not only can they be that defense, I think they're comfortable, being that defense. Which is kind of scary because if they just get anything more offensively, then we're on to something. I think DeMeco Ryans counts on that. He counts on his defense carrying the load, even though they have a franchise quarterback and they have some big-time receivers and all that. I don't think he counts on the offense carrying anything. Like, that's what they're designing this squad to be,
Yeah, that's interesting because as of right now, it does feel like that. And it might be the fairer way of putting this because even as I look at the offensive line, I think there's some things that you can do, but it does feel like still – are you going to end up with a dominant offensive line, or are you going to end up with one that's capable of doing the job and then seeing what Nick Haley can do in the first year with a quarterback who's getting a feel for those things, with likely a rookie wide receiver adding into what you're doing here? I think it's almost reasonable and fair to try and have more of the load on the defense than on the offense that is trying to put all these things together on the fly. Who reference? Yes, you did. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. But yes, making good or bad QBs look good while making great QBs look bad somehow. Yes, that is something that I feel like you can get away from. This is the only thing that I can probably put up as a thing that I have a little bit of an issue here. All right? Tackling. Last year, tackling was an issue for this team, and that ended
the year
up
before.
Well, yes, that is true. But I feel like the year before, maybe you have more reasons for such things. Last year, you looked at it and you're like, hey, there's a lot of talent here. Why are we not wrapping up and thudding up? Last year, can you guess, I don't know what guess is, but can you guess what ranking of the 32 teams in the National Football League the Texans ranked at tackle?
I actually saw this a while back.
Damn it.
But I can't remember. But it's not great.
I be trying to hide stuff from you so that you can't figure out my guesses.
I think it's in the 20s.
You are correct in that regard.
Yeah.
Can you figure out which 20?
27.
High. Okay. Or that is, I guess, low in this instance.
So 23.
21. 21st in tackling. None of those are good, though.
Yeah, no.
Right?
No.
I don't know how that gets fixed, to be fair. Like, I do wonder what happens there, especially because as of right now, you're starting defensive tackles, which no shades to these dudes. I like them quite a bit as Sheldon Rankins and Tim Settle, Mario Edwards. Which one of those guys would you pick?
Probably Mario Edwards.
Okay, Mario.
Yeah.
Those guys I really view as getting upfield more than the idea of like, hey, stopping the run per se, or with stuffing in that way. And then Azeez, and if health is correct, Christian Harris are your primary linebackers. Yes, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Petrie also solid tackler, but you had largely similar variations of that last year, and the tackling was a little suspect.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You mentioned Jalen Petrie, solid tackler, which you're not wrong, but he was not that the first couple of years.
No, he wasn't.
He was the exact opposite.
It sounds
weird to say.
Yes,
he was whiffing on tackles.
It feels weird to hear that. You weren't wrong last year, but he found a new spot, found a new position. and excelled. I'm with you. For me, I think in a tight end heavy league, linebacker coverage to me was a big issue. Not just in the Chiefs game, but I think it was always a problem.
Well, that's one of the things you hope Christian Harris helps you with,
correct,
though, right?
What is Christian Harris going to be on this defense? Is he going to be a starter? We don't know that.
I would lean towards.
I would lean toward it, but he was healthy last year. Maybe he wasn't fully healthy and didn't play. But you're right. Beyond that, it would be the interior defense, just tackling in general.
So as of right now, I mean, last year I felt like this was a defense that was capable of carrying you to that place, and I think you got better. But I do still see like there are some little points and cracks, and I know no two defenses year over year are exactly the same. But it does feel like what they have done has put them in a place where they should be able to be in that place. But I don't know that you need to lean on it and pressure test it, because that was the issue. I think also it got stress test last year,
big time. Man, you got to have that compliment. But I just to kind of get back to how we got into this, I think D'Amico was more than comfortable with believing that his defense is going to be the better bizarre, But I'm thinking he's more than comfortable with that.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I did tell you that I was going to circle back around to some of these would you rathers that I had in the tuck, and I'm going to get to this place. And I have not seen something yet. And somebody said Petrie sucks in coverage. Is Jimmy Ward a starter? I'm interested to see exactly how they played that, because that did show up as an issue in some ways, like the coverage in the slot with Jalen Petrie.
Yes.
Like that would be something to watch very much in training camp, is one, how they handle that, and two, just how Petrie looks in coverage, and if that is something where they're going to move or rotate in some ways and have Jimmy Ward maybe play more of that position, even though I think it seems like when he came here, he was wanting to be more of like a true safety as opposed to a nickel. All right, so a little bit of I guess some light breaking news. Tom Pelissero.
Intriguing for the Texans.
Very intriguing, I would say. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network saying that sources are telling him that the Rams have officially informed wide receiver Cooper Kupp that he will be released today. So how about this as a would you rather, Lopez? Would you rather sign Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, or Keenan Allen?
Ooh. I like Keenan Allen. You like Keenan Allen.
I do,
but not as much as Cooper Kupp.
So the thing with Amari Cooper, let's start there. Amari Cooper is a dude who is probably receiver. Free agent class has not been all that incredible, and we saw a little bit of a decline when he was traded to Buffalo. Some of that was like usage, but some of that was just he had drops in a way that felt uncharacteristic. Like, are you seeing a decline in his play is a question, which is one that you also kind of have to ask with Keenan Allen. Now, Keenan Allen, you do wonder how much of that was just like the inability of that offense to work.
Quarterback and all that stuff,
And so you have that, but then he also had some drops. Those are the things that make those maybe a little bit questionable additions if you do that. Plus, you ask yourself, how many wide receivers are you going to have on this team? Because you look around, Nico, you have Christian Kirk. Those guys are going to be starters.
Yeah.
After that, you added Justin Watson. I don't know what you believe him to be, like what level. Hutchison, Mechie, and then
we all know you need a receiver.
Barrios, you need a receiver, but is that
Barrios more of a special teams guy?
Yeah. Are you going to do that at the risk of maybe adding a wide receiver in the draft? And then how many receivers are you going to carry? Are you going to do the same thing where you had six of them things, or did you kind of move away from that? So there's that. But then also Cooper Kupp, who profile is more of a slot guy than that kind of outside Z wide receiver.
I still like Cooper Kupp. I think. Well, here's the biggest reason I like it. If they are, James Palmer saying, "quote several teams already are interested in signing Cooper Kupp." Shocker, of course. But there is a connection with Nick Caley, and that can cut two ways. Nick Caley might say, "You know what? Kind of what you're talking about. Drops, production doesn't stay away, or not show as much interest because he's quite familiar with Cooper Kupp's work." But if the Texans sign Cooper Kupp, then I feel Nick Caley feels very comfortable, in how he'll fit in the offense, whether it's inside, outside, whatever, and his ability still. So I think this is going to be, not to cop out, but if they sign him, I'll feel real good about it.
Or are you in a place where you're just none of the above? Because that is also a possibility where none of the above and you just like, hey, we will add a wide receiver. The only question is at that point, and maybe this is the would you rather, wide receiver in the first round, understanding the offensive line needs that you have, or wide receiver on day 2 in the second or third round.
I don't know. I figure you look like you're going to weigh in.
Yeah.
I'm interior offensive lineman, first pick, first round, all the time.
Yeah. Will you raise it as far as interior offensive lineman first 2 picks?
I wouldn't be against it, but I would say maybe if there's a receiver that falls there or a running back.
Running back in the second is crazy, dog.
Yeah, we might as well forget that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it like that. But you know how I feel about the running back room as
this
a second.
Man's like Omarion Harrison, nothing.
as it pertains to the Texans, I wouldn't mind lineman, offensive lineman. But I think it's going to be receiver maybe in the second round.
Yeah, I think it's going to be receiver in the second round too. I'm sure a good receiver probably will be waiting right there. I don't see them using the first 2 picks on the interior O-line.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I was kind of mock draft simulators. I lost time again to that, and I don't know. Like, I feel like there's some guys in that day 2 situation where you could find. It feels like we might be moving away from the era that you tried to get into, where it was like 5-headed monster. Mm-hmm. That might not be the thing that you're in. One of the things that, and I'll get to this at 140 after the mixtape, I think Clint and B. Scott definitely sold me on the idea of, well, I mean, I was already kind of in, but on maybe being a little bit more aggressive on a running back, if that's a little bit of a heads up for you on your last would you rather. But I interested in the idea of if you get a little bit of depth, do you then get a little bit more pass catching out of Joe Mixon as opposed to him just staunchly being a dude in the backfield carrying it? Do you give him an opportunity to catch the football and maybe make up some of the production there as well? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. 614 says Amari Cooper 100%. Interesting. All right, so you were not deterred at all by the Bills' tenure.
Yeah.
Okay. Coming up next is about the time where we hand this thing off to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, bro?
Yeah, so I got some audio that's a little bit out of context. I'm going to play that for y'all, and I'm going to explain why that was out of context for me. Plus, would Lopez eat this food item?
Oh, wow.
I got a new food item for you.
I'm going blind.
And I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm going blind. Yes, Lopez would eat it. We'll find out next.
Free agency is here.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape on the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Audio out of context. Somebody posted a video on social media, and it was straight up, it kind of threw me off a little bit to the point I'm like, is this real? So the Phoenix Suns social media account put out a video asking pretty much asking all their players how old they were when they first dunked the basketball.
Okay.
So yeah. So here, this is what that sounded like.
In the 9th grade, it's like 13 or 14.
16.
Going into freshman year. How old is that? 14?
Freshman summer, so I was about to turn 15.
My junior year of high school.
So that was pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
Actually, I think it was Team USA.
I seen the Phoenix Sun official account tweeted.
Yeah, but I remember this being from when Team USA was playing.
But didn't they also?
Because I remember Steph was the one who was like 19 years old at Davidson.
Now this was a different video.
Oh,
this was
so
different.
they copied it.
They asked them something else too, didn't they?
No, they actually did. I actually went to their account because I didn't see this video at first. So this is the tweet I saw. Somebody tweeted pretty much the video and said Suns players were asked when did they lose their virginity.
That's the one I saw.
So now I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, to the point I seen it, I'm like, is this real? I'm like, I know they didn't ask that for real. And just imagine seeing that tweet.
Yeah.
And then hearing this.
In the 9th grade, it's like 13 or 14.
16.
Going into freshman year. How old is that? 14?
Freshman summer, so I was about to turn 15.
My junior year of high school.
I did see that, and I
almost read because
yes.
I saved it and I was going to talk about it. I'm like, this cannot be real, man. So I went to their account, their official Twitter account.
Yeah.
And it said something totally different, man.
Good thing you did.
Yeah.
Good thing you did.
You know what? I got to apologize. First and foremost, this is your segment, so I'm going to shut up.
What
First
happened?
and foremost, right? This is your segment, so I'm not going to try and correct you. But secondly, I think this one is the Phoenix Suns, and I think that they were copying the one that the
Yeah.
So my bad, Figgy.
Oh, no, you good. No, we having a conversation. No, we good. But to me, that could be taken out of context a lot. Just for me, just seeing that tweet.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, what are they doing? It went right with the question. I mean, with the answers they was giving, though. So I'm like, what in the world? So we saw Myles Garrett request a trade from the Browns because he wanted to win, right?
Supposedly.
Yeah. To only go back just to sign the big extension with the Browns. It was all about the money. And Javon Holland, former safety for the Dolphins, was a free agent at the time. Here's what he had to say. So he had a list of things he was looking for in a new team, like in a team. What type of vibe he was looking for with going to a team.
Yeah.
And this is what he had to say. This is I kind of want to know what kind of team you think he's looking to go to after hearing this list.
Detailed and experienced coaching, a player supportive ownership, just, honest culture setting, a men leading head coach with a goal and a standard he holds everybody to. A team that wants to win and has players with like-mindedness about the team's goals and standards, leaders that want to lead and set examples by action, not by the word. So I think that in itself is, what I'm really looking for.
What team if you had to pick a team?
That sounds real swarmy to me.
It sounds a little swarmy, but why is he reading it?
Because he had to write it down. He took real time to reflect.
Put it in his phone and like this was I look for in the.
He was sitting down and thinking about it. And he wrote it down what he wanted. He did a pros con list. What do I need for my next football team?
So that sounds a little swarmy.
A little swarmy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he signed to the New York Football Giants.
Okay.
3 years, $45 million.
All right.
Swarming.
Yeah, how about that?
Not
Who
swarming.
would have guessed that list he was talking about the Giants?
Yeah, basically the Giants is what he was describing.
Yeah, if you could read in invisible ink, it said $15 million a year is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so I think I gotta. This is kind of a confession. I wish players be a little more honest, man.
Occasionally they are.
Like, I feel like players all want to win at some point. But we got to be honest and say, hey, I'm going, I got to go where the money is. We got to be honest. We ain't got to cover up all this. Oh, yeah, I just want a good organization that this and that and that. Nah, man, and that money in your face, you going to grab it.
Well, I bet they do want all those things. The problem is, all of those things
more
are
than what?
To A, to B, to C,
That's
to
what I'm
D,
saying.
all the way to 2Z.
He just listed a whole bunch of stuff for him to go to the Giants.
And he was serious about it because he wrote it down.
Yeah.
That's right.
Or
everybody knows if you are serious about a thing, you write it down.
That brother ripped that list up and said, where do I sign?
Yeah, his agent was like, all right, so you're going to get about $4 million more per year over here. He was like, you know what? Those values don't mean all that much to me.
Yeah, by the way, people saying that aged like milk.
Yeah.
Saying all that for him to just go to the Giants. Hey, it's your money.
Wait, hold on. Let's see how much of that actually fits. Do you mind playing one more time the things that he said he needed, and let's see if we can actually get the Giants on any of these?
Detailed and experienced coaching, a player supportive ownership, just honest culture setting, a men leading head coach with a goal and a standard he holds everybody to. A team that wants to win and has players with like-mindedness about the team's goals and standards, leaders that want to lead and set examples by action, not by their word. So I think that in itself is, what I'm really looking for.
I got one in the possible.
I think he batted .000 on that. What's your one? Setting? I was kind of thinking maybe setting.
Yeah, I think setting was
New York.
Yeah.
Giants, all that stuff. That might be the only one.
My bad. Someone said Reggie's a professor correcting everybody. I'm sorry. Trying to do better.
Nah, that's good, man. I got to do better. We got to make each other better. So I want to put Lopez, I guess, I kind of want to get your opinion to see if you want to try this food.
Okay, I haven't heard this yet.
So you a big tamale guy, right?
Big time.
You make tamales, really good tamales, by the way. I want to see if you would try this tamale right here.
Okay.
Y'all, I swear I was just at work minding my own business. Y'all not supposed to be on a diet. I don't know if this is healthy or not, but my homeboy Chango, y'all know my dog, if y'all been following for a minute, his wife make tamales. And he said that there is a rib, a pork. I don't believe it. So we about to fact or cap this. Chango! You say it's a rib in here? There's a bone in there.
Nah, they put the bone in there,
That's
too?
That's what I was wondering.
That's
it was
crazy.
An actual pork rib with the bone in it and a tamale.
That's unacceptable. You can't take
crazy,
the rib meat off the bone.
You eat it,
like I didn't have brisket tamales before and little stuff like that.
And most like tamales are pork, but they're not like barbecue. I'm guessing that was like a barbecue rib, right?
Yeah, no, it was an actual rib bone.
But I'm saying like barbecue, like smoked rib sauce, all that stuff.
Pulled pork or something like that.
Not pork like we put in our pork tamale, which is kind of got the Mexican
braised
spices,
or what have you.
Mexican spices and all that. No, he put a rib in there.
And to answer the question, I know you didn't ask it of me personally. The answer is abso-bleeping-lutely.
Yeah, I tried.
Rib and all that sounds delicious.
Eat it from the side though. Don't put the whole thing in your mouth.
That statement is crazy, but yes, absolutely, 100%. Rib and all.
You got to be thinking about yourself eating a rib bone and a tamale.
And you better tell everyone. By the way, there's a bone in there.
Well, I feel like you would find out. You said it's a pork rib.
Yeah, it's a pork rib.
I mean, those bones aren't that small. In a tamale?
Yeah, but if you just bite it,
you'll be able to tell, dog.
But if you just bite it,
you'll be able to tell.
Yeah, when your teeth crack.
I feel like it's really hard.
Just imagine it's all covered up. Here's a tamale.
Yeah.
And you warm it up, and then you just
take
kind
a big
of go
old
in.
See, that's your fault for trying to eat it.
Fault for thinking a tamale is a tamale and soft.
Yeah. You ain't expecting no bones in no tamales,
exactly.
man.
From the 832, they said they had tamales salvadoreño with the whole chicken leg in it.
Yeah, no.
Again, that seems like it shouldn't be the way that you do it, but I'm absolutely eating that. I want that in my belly right now.
But when you eat tamales, you going in. You ain't trying to eat it from the side, and you trying to make sure ain't nothing in it.
That's the problem.
You going in, man.
You tell me that there's a rib in there, I'll eat it. You don't tell me, I might have to fight you when I break my teeth.
This ain't no catfish or nothing with a whole bunch of bones and stuff in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So you would try it?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
And
in fact, where did you say this was? Like, is this anywhere in the greater
Chongo's wife?
Yeah, it was somebody's wife.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't ask all those questions. I asked where it was. Me and Chongo will figure this out. I just need to eat this.
It is a place that do some really good tamales that I had. I want to say it was CC's Tamales. And that's where I think oxtail tamales.
Ooh,
I had a brisket tamale. It was really good, man. I might have to go back there sometime soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. Why is Jeff Teague the funniest storyteller ever? I'm sure y'all seen this thread.
Yes. Yeah. Well, this one in particular?
Just
in general.
Just in general.
Oh yeah,
like,
in general.
Somebody put a thread out there, just all the funny stories of Jeff Teague. And if you're not familiar, Jeff Teague, who played in the NBA, he on the pop
like that,
the 520 Club. And this story right here, this was a funny story to me because this involved PJ Tucker, who played for the Rockets.
Yes, he did.
And
where did he just sign? Because he had
10-day contract in New York.
There it is. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So yeah, man, salute to him. But here's Jeff T with PJ Tucker talking about how he thought him and PJ was cool until they got on the court, and something popped off between him and Lance Stevenson.
Me and P got cool from Ciroc and NBA All-Star. I know this, but I'm on the Pacers now with Lance. And Lance shoots a last-second shot. The time is running out. It's 5 seconds left. Lance lays it in. We up like 10. Hits the layup. I'm like, damn, I know what this is about to come with. DeMar and PJ beeline to Lance. Oh, yeah. They like, you bitch-ass. I'm like, whoa. Oh, y'all gotta chill. Lance is walking straight to the tunnel. They like, we so I like, I ain't about to do shit. I'm not taking no texts, no fines, nothing. It ain't my battle. So I'm like, yo, y'all chill. Tomorrow, like, nah, he got me up, T. PJ said, move, little. I said, damn, we just had some rock together.
My son 11. So I was like, yo, Dad, you was so mad at Les Stevenson when he made that. He like, yo, you was wilding. Like,
I get in the locker room, I ain't doing on the court. No, that thing, I was like, yeah,
That's why somebody said, I feel like Jeff Teague just shows how unprofessional he was. Yes.
Yeah.
The hilarity of it
in
some respect.
Yeah.
But yes, I know for me personally, there are some guys that are like the very obvious you don't want to mess with, and there's some guys that are not as obvious you don't want to mess with. And I feel like in the second category, correct me if I'm wrong, is Pops Jr., otherwise known as PJ Tucker.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he is.
That dude is stout.
Yeah, no, that's somebody you do not want to mess with, man.
Didn't the Rockets have him at 6'6" playing center? And he was doing that for real?
It was on the Russell Westbrook days, too.
Yeah,
they had him at the 5.
Yeah.
And he was cool there. He was like,
cool,
I'm handling all of this.
They were actually playing pretty good during that time.
Yeah, they were.
Kind of shocking.
He was. And then playing in like Jordans and like fancy shoes, like Balenciaga sneakers and stuff.
We talked about shoe snobs. He's a shoe snob.
He really
is.
He's
a sneakerhead.
Yes, he is.
He's a diehard sneakerhead.
Yeah. That's one of the last people I want to get on the wrong side of him. So, yeah, putting up a shot at the last minute when the game is over.
Were you already losing?
Nah, I'm good. And I'll tell you what would definitely get me straight if I wasn't good was Pops Jr. running up on me. My bad. Yeah. My bad. You right.
And they just had Ciroc together. They said, move.
Man, we just had Ciroc together.
Move, little man.
All right. That's the mixtape. You get it every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Make sure to hit the man up at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that is mixtape worthy, maybe you'll make it in. He'll give you a shout out. All right. We're finishing up here on a Wednesday in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll check in with the fellas, B. Scott and Clint, handling the drive today. But then also, I think I'll give you my other, and we'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The gut feeling that I felt, Seth, Texans are
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, been a fun Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Thank you all for rocking with us on this Wednesday, whether it's on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Or on Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams.
We keep it 100.
Thank you. Those have been very fun all day long. I told you to start the show, and what's funny is I thought we were just going to run through the Would You Rathers. Yeah. And we've been sprinkling them in all show long. It's kind of funny because I see my guy B. Scott walking in a little early, but listening to those fine fellas yesterday on the drive, they had an interesting conversation about something that you've been adamant about, is that you gotta have more depth on running back
gotta have it
behind Joe Mixon.
Yeah, gotta have it.
Right?
You absolutely.
And I alluded to some of that. Was it last segment or at one? Mm-hmm. Because I thought Clint made a very good point. The idea of if you have more depth at running back, particularly a running back that you feel very comfortable running out there, and I'm still not certain that it's not Dameon Pierce. And yes, I know I'm not just drinking the Kool-Aid, but I am thinking about the situation of being in a different offense as opposed to what Bobby Slowick had that seemingly just did not suit what Dameon Pierce does. We've seen him be a good running back in a situation that is not the Bobby Slowick offense, so maybe this is different, right? But however it is, whether it's that, whether it's a draft, or maybe you can get some more passing, receiving kind of offense out of Joe Mixon, something that you just didn't see in his first year here. So that brings me back around to the Would You Rather, right? Well, obviously we talked about the offensive linemen when it comes to the Would You Rather. We haven't seen any moves there yet for your Texans in an additive way. We talked a little bit about wide receivers now that Cooper Kupp is out there on the market. But how about this as a Would You Rather? Would you rather sign J.K. Dobbins, who I actually saw one article describe his situation as an avalanche of lower body injuries, which that's not a descriptive word that I expect when we're talking about injuries, but an avalanche is one that is used about him. Kareem Hunt, a name that you had mentioned as well, obviously came off of playing for the Kansas City Chiefs, or recently released Carolina Panther Miles Sanders.
Yeah, look, this is, I'm not going to say it's an easy one, but I'm a fan of Dobbins. It's not easy because of what you mentioned with the injuries and such, but not that expensive if you trust Spot Rack at this point, but not that expensive.
Well, the running back market, I think
is generally lower anyway.
And I mean, just looking at it,
probably won't be that much.
Yeah. I'm going to say J.K. Dobbins.
You think J.K. Dobbins, Figgy? Where are you sitting at here?
Yeah, no, I'm down with J.K. Dobbins. I think that'd be I think that's somebody that can actually get Dameon Pierce some competitive offense.
Yeah, if you were going just off of kind of more of the raw numbers, right? Obviously, he had significantly more rush yards and was more efficient with his rush attempts. He had 905 rush yards all of last year in 13 games. Kareem Hunt, obviously not as any level of feature back in that offense, and that offense did not necessarily run the ball as consistently or as well, but he had 728 yards on a couple of hundred attempts. And then Miles Sanders just did not get a lot of attempts, even in the 11 games that he had, which is, if I was going to, let me give you the averages, right? 3.7 yards per attempt for Miles Sanders, 3.6 for Kareem Hunt, so in a similar vein. But J.K. Dobbins, a whole 4.6 yards per attempt.
I think I did see that.
Yeah, obviously, much more efficient. However, you look at the injuries, and again, avalanche is the word described. It makes it a little bit scary. I kind of like the idea of Miles Sanders. And hear me out here, because this is a stretch, to be fair. That is absolutely fair that this is a stretch. But Miles Sanders, he was going to be their starting running back at Carolina until Chuba Hubbard kind of stepped in and took more of the role. It feels like he just has not had more of the opportunity to run the football, and obviously decently effective, can return as well, which I know that isn't absolutely necessary with some of the return guys that you've added in. But I'm interested in that. Plus, you're not dealing with some of the injuries, Kareem Hunt, I do wonder, just how robust that actual play remains in this case. But if it's those three, I kind of like Miles Sanders, but I don't necessarily love the answer of in either of those three, to be fair.
It is funny that there is some interest there, some intrigue there. I just don't know. I just don't know what's left even even though he's not exactly old, but I just don't know what's left with Kareem Hunt.
From the 832, they basically go none of the above. They say J.J. Taylor is the answer. How much do I liked seeing J.J. Taylor runs.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder though, is J.J. Do you feel like J.J. Taylor's enough of a running back to supplement and to add into that
the second running back? Is he good enough to be a second running back?
The thing about guys like that is I think we're still living in the time of sort of a preseason wonder. Remember we had British Brooks.
I don't know if that's fair.
He got some reps.
Yeah.
No, he got some reps that matter.
And he did some good things with them, considering how hard it was to run the football with the way that this offense was constructed.
Out of complete necessity, he got some reps. Because for a number of reasons.
Yeah, because of injuries.
Injuries and not lack of production. I'm not like saying he stinks or there's no promise there, but he's not in the same category as some of these guys that we're talking about that have proven, on a consistent level with multiple seasons that they can be an answer for the number 2 running back. Like Figgy said.
I mean, 4.4 yards per attempt.
How many attempts?
But they still.
How many attempts?
But see,
10 rushes.
Let's get to that.
10 rushes.
But see, they still kept rolling with Dameon Pierce, though, man.
Yes.
Like if he was I think he could have a role with this offense. But if he was really that good, you
show me that left-hand column. Don't show me the right-hand column. Show me the left. That's kind of my point.
I was being willfully obtuse, Lopez. I was hiding information clearly. No, I'm with you. Like I think that you still need to add. I'm somebody from the 832, one of the above, and Cam Scatteraboo. That's an interesting one from another 832. They said they're with you. They go J.K. Dobbins. He's from here, and you can keep him. You keep in the rotation, so less of a load. But
he's a threat. Like he's a threat to really take a lot of reps.
Fair.
Take a lot of reps.
That is fair.
All
right. So me. It seems like with every one of these, I've tried to have an additional hidden question in there.
Yeah.
So would you rather J.K. Dobbins or a day 3 running back? I didn't say day 2, day 3. So starting 4th round or lower running back.
Why don't you just go with J.J. Taylor then? Because the unknown. The unknown of a 4th round pick. There will have at least been 4 or 5, maybe 10 running backs taken by then.
I don't think there actually will necessarily.
You like J.J. Taylor over J.K. Dobbins though?
No.
No.
He said
that was
a 4th round pick. Or whomever.
So was doing a little as I welcome in B. Scott, Clint Stoerner of The Drive in right now.
No, I'm a big fan of Dobbins.
I've been doing a little.
My bad to drop in the middle of the
No.
conversation.
That means that we did something right. You are interested enough that you would like to talk about this.
Yeah.
I've been doing Would You Rathers, just kind of throwing some hypotheticals out there to the fellas to give them think about the various ways front off can go about addressing some of these various things. And running back, I've given you guys a lot of credit. I thought y'all had a good conversation yesterday about running back. And in trying to add to the running back depth chart, I gave both these guys the opportunity to go for either signing J.K. Dobbins, Kareem Hunt, or Miles Sanders, the recently released. They went with J.K. Dobbins. So as an additional level, I said, okay, J.K. Dobbins or a day 3 running back.
And I said, why not just go with J.J. Taylor then? Because I don't want the questions about running back, the number 2 running back, to be, can he play? I want the questions to be, can he stay healthy this season? Can he? I want them to have been proven that they can run the ball in this league and be productive. I don't want maybe, 4th round pick is, maybe. I don't want that.
Yeah, no. I mean, I can answer the question on the would you rather. I'd rather go with the guy that I know can play. So, that's going to be my answer. But I do feel like, not to go against the spirit of the game, that the reality of it is you can have both.
Certainly.
You can definitely draft a day 3 guy and sign J.K. Dobbins, or like my name yesterday was Kenneth Gainwell.
Yes.
I like the names that y'all get with.
Gainwell's gone.
Gainwell's gone already?
Gainwell's gone.
Damn.
They're flying off the shelf, baby. They're flying off the shelf like Toys R Us.
But you understand where I was coming from with that, though, right? Like, that's somebody that I feel like they should have been interested in, and that's something that I would be interested in more so than just the day 3 pick.
Yeah, absolutely. So
it all gets real in about an hour, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
One would imagine with happy New Year's Eve for you guys. You guys will enter into the new league year.
There you go, man. That's right. Hey, look here. You want to hold on to somebody to the last second, man.
T-Mill, who you kissing for the new league year?
I'm going to get back to you on that one.
Yeah.
Mine is taken. Y'all heard mine. Mine was taken.
Yeah.
In the game. Well,
I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna go down there and kiss all over D'Amico and Nick. Hey, that big boy move they made still.
We
sitting
don't like
on me
that.
now.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, look here. Y'all, I mean, that move with Laremy Tunsil right there.
Man, they still got work to do, Clint. I hear where you're coming from, and I understand where everybody's coming from, but they got work to do.
They got a lot of work to do.
They got a lot to prove, man.
It's time to do more with less instead of less with more. And
I'm with that.
Yes,
we need to all be pulling in the same direction. And when D'Amico finishes the season, the first thing he says when he's asked about what he wants his players to do, enjoy your off time through the Super Bowl, then I need you back in the building and working hard and busting ass.
Atta baby.
Get everybody doing that right there. Everybody bought in doing that right there, and let's see what we can do. See if we can protect the quarterback that way.
Yeah. Very good. So that I don't ask you guys something that's going to take you a little long. Lopez, what would you say that Clint and B. Scott are snobs about? That was our question today.
Our question of the day, Clint is a snob about tequila.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
B. Scott is a snob about...
Ooh, no, I don't think I am.
No, you're a snob about something. Everybody's a snob about something. Like, I'm a snob about wine or something, but there's a number of things I'm a snob about.
I'm not a snob about anything. I'm like unnecessarily cranky about certain things, like the kids wearing pajamas to school.
Yeah,
like I am irrationally upset about it.
Yeah, I remember that. I recall that.
I am.
Oh, you're a school boy. Something.
Yeah, that was got me.
Any recreational activities?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say I've become a snob over some recreational activities over time.
There we go.
As life has improved.
You like how I did that, right?
Yeah, I understand.
All right, we're done.
Yeah.
On a Wednesday, we'll catch you tomorrow on a rodeo ticket Thursday. But for the time being, we leave you with these fine fellas. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive
That's
is
right.
live.
That's right. It is live. We don't have any rodeo tickets to give you today, but we got a damn good radio show coming at you, man. The new league year, not new year, the new league year in the NFL hits in about an hour. It's 4 o'clock Eastern, so that puts us 3 o'clock here, if my math is correct. 3 o'clock here, which what does that matter? Well, all these reports that we said the Texans have done this, the Texans have signed this guy, those contracts can be inked at that point in time officially.
Have you a happy new year, my brother.
There you go. Come on, T. Have you a happy new year. Right? Those contracts can be inked, but more importantly, the teams that were holding on to players out there that they thought maybe they could trade, kind of like the Texans traded that 7th-round pick. Who they traded for that 7th-round pick to get their hands on a little earlier? They did it to Diggs. They did it Diggs last second, but who did they trade?
Oh, you're talking about Kirk.
Yeah, Christian Kirk. There you go. That last little 7th round pick to get Christian Kirk in the building, right? A lot of teams will hold on to those guys. Well, hey, look here, at 3 o'clock, those contracts, those bonuses, roster bonuses, if you will, they kick in. And they're mid. Can't trade a guy up till about right now. You're going to see those guys starting to be cut. And the rubber is meeting the road on this new league year in the NFL right now. And we have one name that is that's already hitting the streets, I guess, if you will. It's Cooper Kupp. Is that correct, boys?
Yeah, man. Cooper Kupp about an hour ago officially released by the Los Angeles Rams. We figured that he was either going to be traded or released, likely released. And now, as you say, as the clock ticks, that is now officially official about an hour ago.
Yeah, and look, so Cooper Kupp officially on the streets. Like, I don't know how anybody in their right mind can't connect this or doesn't at the very least connect it to Houston with the offense, the same terminology, Houston being a destination for a lot of NFL players, C.J. Stroud showing a lot of promise for an offensive player, obviously. And then you have the tie of the Texans' new offensive coordinator is Nick Caley. And he just came out of that system with the Rams. Apparently, very well respected in that building, very well respected around the NFL. You got to think that there's a chance if Cooper Kupp has any tread left on the tire, if Cooper Kupp has anything to bring to a team, Nick Caley's going to know what that is, which is going to give the Texans an inside scoop, if you will, on should they pursue him, can they afford him, does it make sense? And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't have a real strong take either way on Cooper Kupp. I know a lot of people inside receiver, and so that slot's filled. I don't believe that. Christian Kirk isn't in Cooper Kupp's. He ain't even on the same stratosphere as Cooper Kupp, right? So I don't believe that, and I believe that you can do a lot of work with two inside, quote unquote, inside receivers. I think Cooper Kupp, if he's got tread left on his tire, is a versatile receiver that brings more than just an inside guy to the table. A good offensive coordinator, a healthy Christian Kirk, a healthy Cooper Kupp would do work. Not to mention Nico Collins is opposite. I mean, that would be nasty. Assuming there's tread left on the tire. I don't really have a strong, hell yeah, we got to go get him, or what are y'all out there doing? But I'm going to be honest with you, B. Scott. I've thought about this for a long time. Now, I thought he would probably go back to the Rams until they signed Davante Adams. I was like, oh, whoa, wait a minute. So there ain't this is real. Yeah. He's going to hit the market. He's going to be on the streets. I don't have a real strong take either way, but for whatever reason, for the last week, I've had a hard time getting Nick Caley and Cooper Kupp, and the fact that the Texans are a wide receiver needy football team. I can't get that out of my mind, man.
Well, I do have a strong opinion on it.
Come on,
go get him. No, go get Cooper. My strong opinion, and for me, I'm surprised because it seems obvious for the reasons that you laid out, and also obvious because it's Cooper Kupp, and it's not like you're asking him. It's not like you would be signing him to be the Cooper Kupp of old, or to necessarily even be some version of that for you. You have that in Nico Collins now, and Christian Kirk, for what it's worth, I think is a perfectly fine number 2 or number 3 receiver. If Nico, say Cooper Kupp or somebody of that ilk or somebody of that caliber is also on the team, like that just gives you all the more depth. So my hot take, and I feel like it's weird for it to be a hot take, is, damn it, go sign Cooper Kupp. I mean, think about it, Clint. It's not like you're doing the Stephon Diggs thing to go get Cooper Kupp, where you're trading a second-round pick and you're trading back and you're passing up on the opportunity cost to go get a really good young wide receiver just to go pay an older one who doesn't play. Like, this is, to me, and we talked about this yesterday about, low risk, high reward moves. That's what I feel like this is. All it's going to cost you is money. Well, you've been making moves over the last several days to free up money, to create money, to allow you to make this type of move, right? You traded Laremy Tunsil, you let Shaq Mason go, all of these different moves that you've already made. And I know there's math with all of it. They sign guys, I get it. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, you've made moves that should make it possible for you to go out there and at least spend some money on a guy that can really help you win, and it's not going to cost you your draft.
Well, if it's not Cooper Kupp, it needs to be Kevin Zeitler. I mean, they've got work to do in free agency, and now that Cooper Kupp is on the streets, if you connect the dots, there's got to be some interest in Houston. I think, B. Scott, where I come from is it's the unknown with Cooper Kupp. I know Cooper Kupp. I tell you, I feel very similar to that I did to Stephon Diggs. Good with it. Hell, I'll love it if it happens, to be completely honest with you. But I'm just going to have to trust that the decision makers know that there's tread left on that tire. That this is he's healthy. The decision makers know, and in this case, I'm going to lean heavily into Nick Caley, who's been over there and seen it all go down. Because if you look at it, not only did they decide that they wanted to move on from Cooper Kupp, they went out there and before it even cooled off and gave Davante Adams $24 million a year for 2 years, $248. So my excitement level, and admittedly, my excitement level for wide receivers, especially older wide receivers that may or may not be coming off an injury, typically the Davante Adams type excite me more, because I think the bigger bodied wide receivers that don't rely solely on speed or don't rely on creating a monster amount of separation and can still make plays for you, to me that ages well. To me that age is a little bit better. Cooper Kupp is going to have a hard time if that wheel, that bad wheel he's got, if it's not 100% and he can't stick and get in and out of routes the way that he always has, he's going to have a hell of a time creating that separation as I don't want to say too small. I'm not going to act like he's down. He's mini me, but he is a smaller guy. So I don't know, man. I just again, not knocking it. That's my hesitation is that type of receiver, boy. He needs to be full go 100% with plenty of tread left on the tire, or it could be a huge risk.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's got to be a certain level of physical ability there, and you would worry with the injury history and the age. Cooper Kupp is 31.
Yeah,
is 31 years old, so you got to worry about that. Like, he's on the wrong side of 30 years. That is a concern, but I will say in terms of his game and how, like, you know, if you're scouting him or how he translates into the Texans offense, Cooper Kupp is a technician, right? I mean, I feel like that's part of what allowed Cooper Kupp to become Cooper Kupp was the fact that he was a precise route runner who was sure-handed. And I feel like he is still that. He's just not as explosive as he once was. And again, it's not like you're asking him, Clint, think about it. Like, think about Adam Thielen out in Carolina, where he's an older receiver, where you've asked him to go out there and become their top receiver. Yeah. And that's not going to work, right? And it hasn't worked for them. And things haven't worked for them for a number of reasons, but Adam Thielen can't be your top receiver in 2023, 2024, 2025. This is a similar thing where if you're asking Cooper Kupp to come and play that role, well, miss me with it. But Cooper Kupp, with opportunities created for him around Nico Collins and whatever Christian Kirk is doing, whether it's in the slot or outside, and I think, honestly, all three of these guys that we're talking about, like this imaginary trio, Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, and Cooper Kupp, we understand Kirk and Kupp have done a lot of their greatest work in the slot, but you can do really anything with all three of those guys. I've seen Nico Collins do work in the slot, do work outside, and the same goes for these other two guys. So I'm not really worried about the fit. I think a good offensive coordinator could figure it out, and I would say go sign Cooper Kupp.
I could get good and excited about it, man. There's no doubt, and I am on record. I don't think I think I'm going to have a really hard time the way that I think Nick Caserio and Nick Caley are going to build this off. This your three receiver. Like, look, I think Nico Collins is clearly what everything's built around. He's the one. He's the dude. Everything's built around him. But when you start going down the list here, I think the days are going to be gone of Bobby Slowick wanting all receivers to be able to do everything and line up anywhere and do everybody's job and be like super versatile kind of deal. I think those days are over. I do think that Cooper Kupp could come in and be what I would call a Z receiver, be your field receiver, your motion receiver, and do some of that. Christian Kirk's more of a slot, obviously. If you went out there and you landed something maybe in the draft or a bigger-bodied speed wide receiver, then you could even come in with Kupp and Christian Kirk in the slot. So I just think this is your best, this is your one, this is your two, this is your three. That's going to be hard to do with the way that Nick Caley's going to have some more, I think, skill set specific guys that do certain things.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm even looking at the tight end bunch. Like, you're going to have a true hand in the dirt tight end, and if you look at the guys they have now, Cade Stover's probably going to be that guy, right? I mean, you're going to have some guys that fit more specific roles, if you will, instead of trying to have all these guys that can do 2 and 3 and 4 different things. They can do them all, but it's not very good.
Yeah.
Right. Some more. I think skill set specific guys in certain spots. At least that's what I hope Nick Caley brings. It's kind of what New England was versus what we saw at Bobby Slowick's last year. So we'll see. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say it could be as simple for me, and the reason why I'm looking at it like this, Clint, of like, hey, man, Cooper Kupp, I like that better than the idea of it's just Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie. No disrespect to those guys. But, like, Cooper Kupp changes a little bit of the conversation. You feel, at the very least, you can say, even at 31, even with the injuries, that's a more reliable option on the other side of Nico Collins.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's we hit the Cooper Kupp front right there, and we'll see what happens. We'll keep you plugged in. Stay plugged into Sports Radio 16. We'll keep you up on what goes on the Cooper Kupp front. I would imagine that's going to happen pretty quickly. To hear Cooper Kupp tell it, he's healthy, he's full go, he's got tread on the tire, he's ready to rock and roll. If that is the case, and the doctors, all the trainers, the doctors, the assessments, they all check all the boxes. I would imagine Cooper Kupp will not be on the market long, given they've known this day was coming for a while now. The Texans overall in free agency, B. Scott, just the needs have shifted a bit, right? The needs have shifted a bit. Just to catch everybody up right now, not a whole lot of action since we last were on air here on Sports Radio 610. What we're looking at is now we're getting down, time-wise, we're getting down to a point where guys are flying off the shelf, and I'm starting to get a tad bit concerned about how the Texans are going to fill the voids, right? Like, the interior offensive line is a major, major, major need for the Houston Texans right now. Kevin Zeitler's still out there. Josh Myers is still out there. that are still out there. There's a couple of guys that would make me really happy about that interior offensive line moves, but the Texans got to make them. So stay plugged in. It wouldn't shock me if we didn't get one of those. I think they're going to use a draft pick on an interior offensive lineman, but there's no way that you can. They're not one draft pick on the interior offensive line away from being in good shape right now.
Yeah,
they're just not there. I think it'd still be a gamble going into the year if you did that. So the interior offensive line spot is still a major need. The wide receiver spot that we just mentioned and the running back spot. B. Scott, I know. How do you feel overall about where the Texans are right now?
Well, I am a little bit worried about the interior offensive line thing because I could actually see a world, and you're not going to like this when I say it, but I could see a world where they say, Laken Tomlinson, that's our left guard, and, we'll let Juice and Jared Patterson battle out for center, and whoever loses that could be our right guard.
Yeah.
I could see.
That scares me.
I could see that. And obviously, they could draft a guy, they could sign a guy, but maybe it not be one of these guys that we want. They need to go. Like for me, it is a non-negotiable. It is tantamount to what you do, that you go and figure out this guard position and that you feel good about it. And if Tomlinson is the dude that they're going with at left guard, we can feel a little bit shaky about what the numbers have said about him in pass protection as of late, but he's been good before. If they feel good about what they can do with him with their new offense and their new offensive line coach, then fine. But I don't feel like you can just say, hey, all right, we figured out, make right guard work with what we already got plus whatever we draft, unless you're telling me that you're drafting somebody fairly high, and I don't know if they're doing that, if they're drafting a guard high. I'm not sure if they're doing that again. So basically, Clinton, until that is rectified or figured out, I'm not going to feel great about it.
Well, look, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I am going to do a 180 on the Laremy Tunsil move if that's the thought at the interior offensive line.
Yeah.
If you think that,
and I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying it's possible.
Right. No, I'm just the thought, because I agree with you that it wouldn't shock me one bit if they didn't think more highly of Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs and the fella you just mentioned that they signed yesterday and Blake Fisher and all this and all that. Like, it wouldn't shock me one bit. The problem with all that is even if it does work out, you still got a depth issue. Like, you don't have enough good offensive linemen across the board. So you're looking at a swing tackle, you're looking at a plug-and-play starting tackle, and I would say you need serious competition at another guard spot and the center spot at this point in time. So I'll do a 180 on the Laremy Tunsil move real quick if the thought is let's get Laremy Tunsil out of here and let's sign Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah.
And that's what we're gonna move forward with who we got. That cannot be the move for the Texans. I gotta believe that Kevin Zeitler still being on the market is a real possibility.
I'm gonna give three names that were on the market as of this morning. And Tyler, check me on these if these are still available. This was as of this morning, okay? And Jonathan Alexander had this in the Houston Chronicle. Just some names that could fill the guard spot for the Houston Texans. Tevin Jenkins, who used to play for the Chicago Bears, and Brandon Scherf is out there, who we should know from in the division with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Those are three names that were available. And of course, Mekhi Becton. I don't know where everybody is with those four names that I just gave out there, but like, you should be in that type of market, and I'd be disappointed if they're not.
Well, Josh Myers is a center that I believe is still out there as well. That was with Green Bay last year.
Okay.
I think he's another guy. I've just, you don't, and these guys may be really high on Jarrett Patterson. I'm high on Jarrett Patterson. I'm not really high on him where he's irreplaceable. But if there's any level of communication problems, any level of experience problem at the center position, you got to get that addressed as well. I don't know how they feel. I wouldn't have a problem. For the record, I would not have a problem if Jarrett Patterson was your starting center.
Yeah.
Going into the season, and everything around him was dressed up and had competition.
Yeah, honestly, Clint, for me, and I know we talk interior offensive line, but for me, the main priority is guard, and I'm good with Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs competing at center. And if you feel good about whoever wins that job, and hopefully you feel well enough about whoever loses that job that they're a depth piece, they can be an interior offensive lineman in any capacity, center or guard, then that would be ideal there. That one of those guys is a starter, and the one who's not is at least good enough to be a backup.
Yeah, look, I'm on record right now. Kevin Zeitler's the guy for me. That's the guy you got to get in here. That's the guy that I think is long in the tooth. He's been in some places, played ball for a while. He's got a great resume. He was successful in a place where physicality was required to be on the team. He's older. I don't have a problem with that right the guard, and then you can play with some draft picks and move around, and then you can compete with Juice and Jarrett and all these kind of guys that you've got in the fold. But you've got to get a more proven guy, center guard, than Laken Tomlinson. You got to get a more proven guy than Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs. You got to get a more proven guy in between center guard to start this season. It can't be a draft pick. It can't be somebody you got in-house that you've got high hopes for. We watched that last year with the Houston Texans, and it bit them in the ass. And let's be honest, it would have bit them in the ass even if Kenyon Green didn't fall apart. It still would have bit you because you had injuries, and then you got Kendrick Green having to play. Yeah. You can't communicate at center, so you got to move Juice, and you got Jarrett Patterson having to play. Yeah. You had to finish one game with Jarrett Patterson at guard, knowing he's light in the ass and he's a center. Like that can't be.
Well, and Shaq, with all due respect, was a disaster.
That part of it too, right?
So I mean, all of that was going on.
Sure, but I can't blame them for the Shaq. The Shaq thing just didn't work out. That was just a.
I'm just saying everything was kind of colliding there. Nothing was going right.
All right, the biggest move the Texans have made, the biggest waves they've made in terms of a new Houston Texan is C.J. Gardner-Johnson. There's some audio that's starting to surface a little bit. We'll have a little bit of fun with it. He thought it was a damn April Fool's joke on March the 11th. Imagine that. We'll have a little C.J. Gardner-Johnson next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, got to tell you about Low T Center. Look, fellas.
5:30. Just be listening to your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, one of the cool things about when the Texans start signing players is when audio starts popping, right? We start hearing from these guys, and there's Yeah, that's what CJ. That's what he thought about that the Texans when he first heard about it. Right there, he. This is CJ Gardner-Johnson is a it's a fascinating get for me as a Texans fan. And here's the deal, guys. I'm gonna put this out there, and I think this is fair. He's like Russell Westbrook.
Oh, Ninja Turtle.
No, I don't think
he ain't saying he looked like him.
Oh,
talking about the attitude, the vibe.
The attitude, the vibe, the way he talks trash, the way he plays the game, the edge he plays with. If he's not on your team, he gets under your skin. If he's not on your team, you're not going to be a fan.
Steph Curry.
C.J. Gardner, correct me if I'm wrong, but C.J. Gardner's the one that snatched the mouthpiece out of somebody's mouth not too long ago.
He did. He snatched the mouthpiece out of somebody's mouth. I'm trying to remember who that was. I'm trying to remember if he's a chain snatcher or just a mouthpiece snatcher. But he got in the mix with Tom Brady in his last year. Yes. That could have even been the Super Bowl year. I forget which year it was, but there's a video of that, of him just like, standing with his arms folded in Tom Brady's face. Tom's laughing and pointing at the guy like, who is this freaking guy?
Right. And Deebo Samuels was going back and forth last year and even carried on, I think, into this year some.
He's one of the notorious agitators in the game.
Yes,
right
that's
now.
Perfect. Agitator is the right way to put it. If he's not on your team, you're not going to be a fan of him. But if he is on your team, you're going to love every minute of it. And that's who C.J. Gardner-Johnson is. And he's obviously a really good player, super versatile. That's going to be able to really, I think he's going to be a really, really good fit with what DeMeco Ryans wants to do on the defensive side of the football from a disguising standpoint, from being able to rock your safeties down on either side. The quarterback never knows where that pressure or where that coverage is going to tilt. I mean, it's the possibilities when everybody's healthy is going to be really cool with C.J. Gardner-Johnson out there. But funny story, man. He thought he had a pretty good idea that he was going to be moved just because he's an older player and the Eagles had a lot of younger players. And he thought it was a damn April Fool's joke when he got the call.
I ain't lie to you. I thought it was April Fool's. I ain't lie. I saw 3-1. I'm like, man, April Fool. They damn sure got me. They playing crazy with me right now. But no, it wasn't no love law. It wasn't no bad blood. It was a great phone call. Great phone call. It was an amazing phone call to be all the way thorough. Great phone call.
Bruh. Sounds like he's pretty excited about being in Houston, I suppose.
So does that mean, hey, y'all tell me this, so does that mean that you could, in theory, fool this guy with an April Fool's joke on any day? On any day?
A month in advance.
Hey, hell, any day of the year.
It's almost Christmas.
hey, it's July. April Fool's.
Yeah.
It's Halloween. April Fools.
Speaking of April Fools, have you guys ever been hit with an April Fool's prank or pulled a good one off? Tyler Strikes was a guy that damn sure pulled one off.
Oh, come on.
I'm sure back in the day.
Yeah, when you're kids, it's fun.
I don't think I've ever been hit with an April Fool's. I mean, obviously the one-liner, but nothing like memorable.
I will say in the day and age we live in, this digital, just Twitter world age,
right?
That in recent years I have to remind myself, as that day progresses, as we get to April 1st, not to be on Twitter and get fooled by some dumbass headline or some, just completely fake, made-up news story, because those seem to circulate everywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure that I don't have it, just off of recollection, just offhand, but I'm sure it's happened in the last, let's call it, 15 years since Twitter/X has been a thing. I'm sure there's been something, an April Fool's hoax or hack that's happened.
I know there's one thing that you wish B. Scott was a March April Fool's joke is the Southwest Airlines situation. Bruh. I don't know if Tyler, you don't fly Southwest, do you?
I'm a United guy,
Yeah, no, I'm a United guy.
It's finally time. I think that this will be the day or the moment whenever I join y'all as a United guy.
I'm going to tell you, United is. I flew United this morning. And I made sure there was a United flight attendant that sat with me and literally right on my.
Where were you flying this morning?
Did I say this morning?
Yeah.
I was like, man, we did the show yesterday.
Clint's had a full ass day already.
I meant this weekend. I meant this weekend. And I found myself in a full blown conversation just how much I appreciated United.
Yeah.
Even when it's bad, they find a way to make it acceptable.
Yeah,
I think that's very fair.
And Southwest just I used to be a Southwest guy. They just do not. And now here they are. Used to they couldn't fly over state. So if you were going to New Orleans, if you were going to Little Rock, if you were going to Oklahoma City, if you were they couldn't fly over. They had to stop. So it was a cheap flight, quick flight, boom, in and out.
Yeah.
And they quit doing that. Now they're going to quit giving. Allowing you to check 2 bags for free.
Yeah.
And I understand there's a bunch of money behind it, but boy, I don't know if this is I don't know if this is going to bode well for Southwest.
So before about 5 years ago, so I'm 35. So up until like the first 30 years of my life, I flew exclusively Southwest. So I didn't really know anything different to compare it to, good or bad. But once I, flew.
Didn't know about that Spirit life?
Oh, I still haven't done that. But I've flown United. I've flown American Airlines. And I'm like, I just did not know that what I was missing out on. Now, I've since gone back to Southwest a time or two or several. But, nah, man, you're not checking my bags. There's no, any kind of perk to the experience. That's not it. Not hitting no more.
Ooh, we'll see if that's an April Fool's joke or not. Southwest Airlines is pulling there. All right, we told you the new league year in the NFL, it hits in about 25 minutes. And there is one player that is for sure going to get released, and boy, is he hitting his former team over the head when he walks out the door. We'll tell you who that is and break it all down. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
20 minutes away from the NFL's new league year, which for those that are just now listening, what that means at 3 o'clock Central Time. By the way, I think they should start doing everything by Central Time instead of listing it as Eastern. I got to convert it to Central.
I
think we ought to meet in the middle, and everybody on the West Coast and everybody on the East Coast should have to adjust to what the hell's that.
It's not help with the whole idea of the East Coast bias. You know, like, why we always got to go by the Eastern time?
Yeah.
You know, people talk about East Coast bias. Yeah, man, we got to just default and defer to y'all's time zone. What's that about?
We're right in the damn middle. I mean, the name is Central.
Yeah, I think that
you're onto something.
I think there's something there. There's something there. Get Elon on it. You get it figured out. All right, the new league year starts at 3 o'clock, which means two things. Your team, whoever your team is, I'm assuming that everybody out there listening, or the most folks out there that are listening, are we all got the same team. It's the Texans, baby. Yes! Everybody that we've reported that the Texans are signing in free agency, that was just a report. It officially happens at 3 o'clock. It officially can be inked at 3 o'clock today, which is 17 and a half minutes away right now. And on the flip side of that, any team that was holding on to a player hoping they could get some level of compensation for, they're going to have to go ahead and release that player, because at 3 o'clock today, any kind of bonus, roster bonus or new league year bonus that player had in their contract would go into effect. And at that point in time, that player becomes more expensive. If I'm saying that right, B. Scott.
I think you are. I think it's pretty clear.
So the folks you sign, we can ink it. The folks that teams are holding on to, they got to cut them loose. And we've seen one of them get cut loose already. Cooper Kupp, wide receiver from the L.A. Rams. And there is an the offensive coordinator. And there's an obvious need with the Houston Texans at the wide receiver position. And so Cooper Kupp was due, I think, $20 million. I think was what he was going to do. He was going to hit him for this year. I got to believe that number will come down a bit, maybe in free agency, coming off of an injury, coming off 3 years worth of injuries. Yeah. I would imagine that number would come down a little bit. We'll see what happens. But Texans fans, keep your eyes and ears open on the Cooper Kupp front. That could.
I wouldn't go higher than 12, Clint. I wouldn't go because think about it. DeAndre Hopkins just got 6. Okay, and I would think he'd get more than that, maybe double that, but I wouldn't go higher than 12. 1 year 12 average.
I'm gonna lean on Nick Caley again for this one, B. Scott. I'm gonna lean on Nick Caley again for this one, man. That because if Nick Caley walks in there to Nick Caserio's office and says, "Hey, I've seen this cat firsthand. Ain't a damn thing wrong with him."
I get it.
I'm telling you right now, this cat can still go the same way he could go in 2021. I'm telling you, we got to go get this guy. I got to believe it's going to be closer to that 20 number. Hell, Devontae Adams just got 24 a year. Godwin just got 22. Godwin just got 22.
Still close to a number one.
But Kupp is too. If Caley tells me Kupp is too, then he is. Now I'm just saying, I agree. He could be a 12 million. He could be a 20 million. I don't know where that number falls.
Yeah.
But there's dots that you can connect here in Houston.
For sure.
That's the key. Now I want to get to this other guy, B. Scott. Because I've always been fascinated by this guy. I know a lot of people are disgusted with this guy at this point in time, but it's one of the biggest stories in the NFL right now.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers is, like I said, he will be officially cut. I believe it's after 3 o'clock today is when they couldn't cut him until after 3 o'clock today is per his contract. So at 3 o'clock today, the Jets are going to officially release Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers is going to hit them Jets over the head for $49 million of dead cap space. Scott. $49 million. And then he's going to turn around and his ass is sitting in the catbird seat with 3 or 4 different teams around the NFL entertaining his services this next year. I mean, it is love or hate Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that dude is getting broke off left and right between the Packers and the Jets. It is $49 million to not play.
Well,
to get your ass out of town.
$49 million in dead money for the Jets, and let's see, $35 million next year. So it's $49 million this year, $35 million next year in 2026. So they will absorb a $35 million dead cap hit in 2026. So this is going to be a thing that's going to hurt. The point in that is it's going to hurt them this year. It's going to hurt them next year. And really, man, the fact that he was able to have that organization over by a barrel the way he did, and then for it to end like this with them taking on all of this dead money and to have nothing to show for it, and now he, like you said, now he's gone, and to think that somebody else is going to try to do this again, run this back, look with the Jets, it's going to have to look a lot different than it will, but it's just, it's the damnedest thing.
I think even Aaron would want it different. Here's the crazy thing with Aaron Rodgers, and we've talked about this. I understand a lot of the disgust is from the COVID stuff and the vaccination or whatever the hell whatever term he used. I understand there's at that point in time, the hate for Aaron Rodgers went through the roof, and to each their own, whatever. But the thought that, if you're just looking at Aaron Rodgers in terms of how complicated he is, true, fair, no doubt about it. He went to an organization that it's kind of like Jack Easterby making a rise here, right? There was such a void of leadership at the top. Aaron Rodgers gets there and can all of a sudden he's the most powerful guy in the building, not named Woody Johnson.
Right.
That ain't gonna happen. To me, if Pittsburgh doesn't sign him, they're stupid.
When I came out of the darkness,
Pittsburgh ain't even. You look at what Pittsburgh's done with their quarterbacks and how hard of a time they've had. Hell, Laney Wilson's husband was starting quarterback for them not too damn long ago. Their inability to find a quarterback. Tennessee too. Their inability to find a quarterback in the draft and develop a quarterback in the draft. They've got to be at a point where they're making moves and signing receivers $150 million. You can't miss on another quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? If Pittsburgh doesn't go out there and sign him, they're absolutely nuts. And the thought that he's gonna Mike Tomlin will be fine. Mike Tomlin's handled a lot worse than be fine.
We do not care.
Arthur Smith, if he didn't adjust his style of play calling and his offense to Aaron Rodgers, when you've got that level of an arm back there, you'd be nuts. If Aaron Rodgers didn't adjust to what's going on in Pittsburgh, given that organization and the standard and the authority and the structure that Mike Tomlin has, then he'd be nuts. To me, this is one of those deals where I would imagine Aaron's learned a lot from what the hell he's done and done wrong and kind of how he's approached things. And I just don't think Pittsburgh has the void of leadership that's going to allow anybody, much less Aaron Rodgers, knowing who he is, to walk in there and be a problem from jump.
Well, Clint, I feel like the main difference between Aaron Rodgers now and when he signed or when he went to the Jets is just the time now. And at that time, you could afford to, the Jets, for as much of a disaster as they were and have been, they could afford to invest 2 or 3 years in theory in Aaron Rodgers. Now, especially after the injury and the fact that he's on the other side of 40, to me, if you're bringing in Aaron Rodgers, look, he would make all of those teams that you listed better. I agree with you. The Steelers would be foolish not to sign him. The Titans should be considering it, even though they got the number 1 overall pick. Every team that need a quarterback should at least think about it. But at the same time, now it's not a 2 or 3 year plan like it used to be a couple of years ago when he went to the Jets. Now it's a 1 year plan. And if that's the case, the conversation is not necessarily just, hey, do we want Aaron Rodgers or is? It's what are the terms exactly, and if this is the short-term plan, because it can only be a short-term plan at his age, what is the long-term plan? So are you drafting a guy, or are you kicking the can down the road and just, going all in on this year? What's the plan at quarterback outside of Aaron Rodgers, knowing damn well, hey, this could be just a 1 year experiment, if that. It's a little bit of a roll of the dice at that age anyway.
You can't tell me, B. Scott, maybe it's just because I've experienced a lot, and really it's all that I've experienced is, man, existing in a dysfunctional organization is exhausting.
Yeah.
Right? Much less, I mean, for anybody, much less for a guy like Aaron Rodgers that has had this success and obviously is uber competitive or wouldn't be trying to play at 41 years. It ain't about the money anymore. It's about trying to win and win a championship, right? You got to think that going to a place that Mike Tomlin's got locked.
Right.
You got to think that's one that's like, hell yeah, I'm on board. Let's ride. I mean, you got a former head coach calling offensive plays. And I mean, I don't know. To me, it just seems like the Pittsburgh deal. It should be locked.
Well, and to the point, like it's not like Aaron Rodgers and stability. Like we've never seen it work. He comes from the Green Bay Packers, right? And to me, this feels like the closest thing. There are a couple other examples that you might be able to point out, but like going to the Steelers, probably the closest thing to going to stability from where he just came from, right? So, like to me, it is not only a fit that makes sense, but something I feel like we kind of seen.
And the thing is, I think Aaron's going to be reasonable with the amount that he asked. That he plays for. I think it's a year where the quarterback market in the draft is thin, and so you getting a surefire, top 5 quarterback. Hell, you couldn't even get a top 10 quarterback. They're going to be gone before that happens. So I mean, you're going to have to take a risk at the bottom half of the first round or in the second round, which you may hit. Teams have hit obviously, but it's going to be a risk. You can do that and have them work under Aaron Rodgers and have them at least be part of an offense that should have some semblance of success, right? Some semblance of, hey man, we know what we're doing and we've got an identity. That would be so much better than drafting another quarterback, throwing him to the wolves before he's ready. Again, wasting years of DK Metcalf, who you just paid $30 million a year over the next 5. I mean, that's just seems like the Pittsburgh Steelers thing. And in that division, you better have somebody.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
That's been the thing that's been holding them back for almost a decade now. Like time is ticking, man. Ben Roethlisberger been out the league almost a decade now, Clint.
Yeah.
And ever since he's been gone,
he said he'd come back. He said he'd come back and take Aaron Rodgers' place.
And it make you wonder, like, would they be better off with some diminished version of Ben Roethlisberger? I know not a decade later, but you're thinking, like, man, they have not been able to figure it out since. There's a reason why they're not going back to the Justin Fields, Russell Wilson right? Because that did not work. You need more than that vision. Aaron Rodgers is that's the easiest and most logical and sensible way to get from here to there.
Yeah, I mean, look, and the thing with Aaron Rodgers too, B. Scott, is, I mean, again, say what you want, and maybe I'm a little biased because I like the player, but that cat can still spin it around.
Oh no,
the last 2 months of the season last year, I mean,
until Tom Brady won his last 4 Super Bowls, that was my GOAT. And then Tom Brady kind of overtook that conversation a little bit.
Well, when you're talking just pure passers of the football, forget everything else. I mean, he's in the top 3 arms to ever play the game. I mean, you got guys like Pat doing it with these behind the back passes, no look passes, and all that kind of stuff. But when you talk about standing in the pocket, and short stroking that thing and power snapping that thing, you got Dan Marino, you got John Elway. I mean, he's elite of the elitists when you talk about Aaron. I would put him number 1, but he's with those guys.
Well, until Pat, I had never been more impressed watching somebody play the position than watching Aaron Rodgers. You can forget best and career accolades, just watching somebody play the position. Until Pat, I had never been more. And of course, Lamar has since come in, but until then, it was this guy.
Yeah, well, you just got these freaks, right? With Pat and Josh and the way that those guys, just these long baseball strokes almost. Yeah. The way that they can do things with the football it's freestyle. It's crazy, man. But when you talk about the traditional way of throwing a football, Aaron's one of, if not the best to ever do it, man. All right, look, there's one player out there who, by the way, we got an Astros update coming, and he's part of it. There's one player out there for me on this Astros team that I think can move the needle for the entire fan base significantly in a majors, and we'll see if B. Scott can agree with me on that one right there. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio.
Subject to change. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Hold on to your nipples.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. My man T-Mill is on the ones and twos, as I'm sure everybody out there can tell. The Astros, they took one on the chin today, 9-3. And a little spring training game. Ain't no big deal. We will give you the update on that game as well. But I do want to get this conversation out of the way. Look, we've been talking a lot about Cam Smith. And Cam Smith can damn sure get me excited if he proves the rest of the way here. What they got, about 3 weeks, a little less than 3 weeks left?
Yep.
If he proves the rest of the way here that he is opening day roster
ready,
yes.
Get a look at him in right field tomorrow, I believe, right?
He was DH today, and just for the record, Cam Smith DH today went 0 for 3. He's now down to he's hitting 4 feet 50. So it's you knew he wasn't going to keep up that hitting over 600 kind of thing, but we'll see if he can stay hot and if he can keep moving the needle and trending in the direction of opening day or getting more run and development at the lower levels. We'll see. So Cam Smith is definitely one of those guys. But guys, tell me if I'm wrong about this. And I'm not speaking for all Astros fans, but I feel like this is probably pretty widespread of an opinion. If there's one player on this Astros team that can move the fan base significantly, I'm not talking about, obviously you got a bunch of guys that they're healthy and our expectations are that they either rip the cover off the ball or they pitch well, whatever. But I'm talking about come out of nowhere, surprise folks, jump back on the scene, turn me on kind of deal. Lance McCullers, that guy, right?
Oh man, I'm glad you're on this type of time, Clint. I've been talking like this for a while. I've been talking like this for a couple weeks.
Me in the age.
You sounded like me.
There's very few things I'm going to tell you. Like, I love going to Astros games, but like the thing for me with watching sports live, any sports live, like it's about. I mean, I want to go with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I want to get the fellas. My wife wants to. If she wants to go see a game, so like I want to. It's about the experience more than the team, right? So, but just be completely honest with you, right? That's just how I've always been. This is one of the moments where if Lance McCullers, by the way, here's the update with Lance McCullers. He threw live BP today, 30 pitches. He hit 9 that he felt good. He's ready for action in a Grapefruit League game, which will probably happen next Tuesday. Yep. That's the last report I saw, unless there's something else that's popped. That's where we're at with Lance McCullers. But guys, if Lance McCullers continues to trend in the right direction, if Lance McCullers is healthy, the day that he's scheduled to pitch, assuming that he's going to be a starter, because I know there's a lot of folks that believe he may be a little better out of the pen, but he set that record straight a couple weeks back.
He ain't having it.
No, he ain't having that, man. I ain't having that. In fact, by the way, if anybody's out there wondering, it'd be harder for me to stay healthy in the pen than it would if I was a starter, by the way, just in case y'all are wondering. That's kind of how he left it. But if he's scheduled to start, I mean, unless one of my little girls got a birthday party or an event or something, there's a good chance I'm gonna be in that building.
It feels huge.
I think the place would be slam packed, and I don't care what night it is. And I think him just towing the rubber. I think the place goes absolutely bananas.
Yeah, I think for a number of reasons. Obviously because he's Lance McCullers, and so he's one of the few. I mean, him and Jose Altuve basically are the only holdovers from the original World Series team for the Astros. So like he's got kind of a little bit of that legend to him, but then there's also the mystery of having not seen him pitch in almost 3 years. What does it look like? And then for me, so that's two-pronged. And then the third one is, okay, but what if it's good enough for them to keep rolling them out there?
Yes.
What if it's good enough for them not just to do it early in the season?
The buzz around the whole team moving forward would be crazy, right?
I mean, think about it. If it's by and by the way, again, you actually don't need. I'm so glad you hit this, Clint, because I am real bullish on the pitching for the Astros without Lance McCullers. Like, not factoring him into the equation.
Right. Just in general.
In general, I like what they've got going.
Okay.
If you bring him into the mix, and let's say, and I mentioned this on In the Loop a couple weeks ago, let's say it just really actually took these 2 years for him to get right. And now that he is, right? Like, we can harp on the fact that he's luxury Lance and we ain't seen him in so long, and is he washed and all of this kind of stuff. Should he be out the bullpen? But let's just say, as part of the theory that it took 2 years to figure it out, and it is figured out. Forget if he's, a diminished version, if he's the same Lance, but he's still some version of Lance McCullers now after these 2 years. That changes a little bit of the conversation for me of what the Astros pitching looks like. On top of everything that you talked about, going out with the boys, the mystique, it's Lance McCullers. We don't have many like this no more. Yeah. Bregman's gone. Kyle Tucker's gone. We know who else has been going over the last few years. You got Jose Altuve, Lance McCullers, and, Yordan has kind of like been grandfathered into it. But, like, you don't have a lot of those, Pena, you don't have a lot of those guys anymore, like homegrown guys. I think you'd absolutely want to be in the building for it, but also it could change the conversation about what the Astros pitching looks like.
713-572-4610. Hit us on them chats. Hit us on that text line. Let us know. Am I crazy? Am I overselling Lance McCullers? And look, I'm not sitting here telling you it's going to happen. I'm just telling you if it does, I think the Astros fan base bananas. Like, I think even your casual fans that catch 2-3 games a year. I'm not talking about people that own season tickets. I'm talking about you folks that catch 2-3 games a year with the fellas or with the significant other, whatever. I think that is it's definitely appointment television. That's for damn sure. If not, I'm buying tickets immediately to get there. I think that's the case. 713-572-4610. How you feel about it, Astros fans?
And think about it, Clint. It's been years. Yeah. So, like, I know we joke about luxury Lance, but now it really is that. Luxury Lance, you're not necessarily counting on him or depending on him. Anything that he gives you at this point, like, he's been out of sight, out of mind. When was the last time you felt like you were dependent on Lance McCullers? It's been years.
Yeah. He's been a luxury for 2 years.
The last time we saw him, he's never dealt with the pitch clock. Like, that is nuts to me.
Yeah, good point. He's got a lot to figure out, doesn't he?
It's been years. And so, like, and now it's even more so. Like, anything he gives you is gravy. It's not like your hopes and dreams are hanging on his health or anything like that. He goes out there and he's balling. It's like, oh, wait a minute, that's right. Lance McCullers is on the team. I forgot about that because it's been years.
Well, to me, it's Lance is kind of like, that country music artist I was telling you about yesterday, that just the one that goes out there and leaves it on the stage every damn time. I mean, that's why. That's my affinity for Lance is the way that he plays the game, the intensity, the sense of urgency, just the way that we as fans, when we watch him, we know how important it is to him. It's hard not to love that. It's hard to not get excited about that. I don't know. I just think Lance McCullers is the one guy on this team. There's a bunch of guys that can play well, and we expect to play well, and we're going to sit up and go, hey, that's a long season. That's what we expected out of this guy. If Lance McCullers gets back in this rotation to any degree, and to your point, has any level of success, it's going to be wild.
Let me add this too, Clint, and this is not a small issue for me. The Astros have lost a little bit of shine, like a little bit of the cachet and like that edge and just like that thing that made them special. Obviously, they got Yordan, Jose Altuve still on the team.
Yeah.
But they don't have that mystique, if you will, that they used to have. And I feel like a Lance resurgence, a Lance comeback, if you will, to help provide a little bit of that. Make this team. I'm intrigued by the team just because I'm into the team and I'm into baseball and all of that. But to, like, really make them interesting again, I feel like Lance could help that a lot.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. But here in Houston and nationally, just another recap on today's spring training game. They lose 9-3 to Washington. And looking down the box score here, Cam Smith 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Vic Caratini 1 for 2 with a walk. Jake Myers had a hit today as well.
Jake with the rake.
You better.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys had hits, but I'm just going down the list of guys that folks will know and that they know we're absolutely dependent on them for damn sure. But as you mentioned too, Cam Smith, I think the big note for the Astros, Cam Smith in right field tomorrow.
Yeah.
Significance of him moving to right field is that it seems like he's a little ahead of plan in terms of how long he's going to spend in the minors, or if he can be on the roster opening day for the Astros. The thought was apparently that he was going to be at third base, and then they'd work him into the outfield once the minor league season started, and he got used to big league at bats and big league third base. And because he's swinging the bat so well, and apparently because he's handling all that comes with playing every day in spring training and potentially being a big leaguer, because he's handling it so well, they fast-tracked him. They're going to play him in right field and see how he takes to right field. Been working in right field for 3-4 days now.
Yep.
Again, the athleticism shines out there. Apparently, he is an unbelievable student of the game, extremely mature, soaking things in, and again, ahead of the curve, ahead of plan in terms of what they're going to do with Cam Smith. So, again, not only is Lance McCullers one of those guys that gets you worked up, Cam Smith and his progress so far is as well.
Yeah, we sent a crew out there early on in spring training a couple of weeks ago now, and they got to be around him a little bit, and we were able to put out some stuff, like to actually hear from Cam Smith. And he's an impressive young man, like for a 22-year-old with very little experience. This is all fairly new or new enough to him. He presents and comes off as somebody that seems like he's ready. Now, that doesn't mean he necessarily is, but if he is, like sometimes, and I think about this with Cam Smith, like sometimes you just got bats that you can't keep out of the lineup, especially depending on what your particular situation is as a team. And again, they've lost some shine, they've lost some talent. They can get. So he might be one of those where it's like, man, we got to figure this out, because even if he goes through stretches where he struggles, it's like, man, he's too talented to keep the potential out of the lineup, what he might be able to do for us on a given day.
Let me ask you two guys this question on the Astros front, because I think this is gonna tell us a lot about the Astros. Like, I'm talking future, long-term future. Which one of these youngsters that have arrived already on this team that you've got expectations for, which one taking the next step are you most confident in? Which one? I'm talking about Pena. I'm talking about Yainer Diaz. I'm talking about Jake Myers. I'm talking about the guys that are lock, stock, and barrel starters, and not Altuve and Yordan Alvarez. I'm talking about them. Let's go with those three right there. And look, I'm not comparing the three, by the way.
Sure.
I'm just saying, because Jake ain't going to be on the same planet as those two guys. But it would be nice if he brought more to the table as he plays more in the big.
Mine's a catcher, man.
Yainer Diaz.
Yainer.
Yeah, I had to think about it for a minute, but once I did, it's pretty easy. Like Pena, you said confidence, it's got to be Pena.
Just confident, excitement, like what?
Yeah, like
you like Pena.
Well, just because I've seen, and if we're being honest about it, it's really only been flashes.
It's a panty dropper.
The overall body of work with Pena has not necessarily been all that impressive, but I thought he had moments last year where he took a step back defensively. I know that he has elite defensive ability in him, and then at the plate, man. They trained about him making those adjustments in his swing, and I feel like it should just be there, man. He's a good enough player, a good enough athlete, a strong enough dude. Look at him, he's one of the more impressive, and more imposing dudes that they got on the team that's not named Yordan Alvarez. I feel like he should be better at the plate, and I got some confidence that he will be. He'll be better than what we've seen him be.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going with Tyler with Yainer Diaz. Yeah. And here's why. I could get good and excited about all of them. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I think it would mean more to the team if Jake Myers actually did it.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
If Jake Myers swung the bat well enough to be the six-hole hitter and confidently a six-hole hitter,
I screwed it up.
I think that would do more for the Astros. But here's what I think from Yainer Diaz. We had a free swing in Yainer Diaz in 2023. Free swinging, chasing stuff, a lot of pop, a lot of power. Show prompt, but I mean, just the Altuve trying to pull outside pitches, swinging out of your shoes all the damn time. There seemed to be no method to the madness, right? And then this year, I think he did a 180. Like he sacrificed power in a big way, really, but he sacrificed power to be a more disciplined hitter at the plate. And to me, with Yainer Diaz, there's a middle ground. Like I think he's a guy that can be more disciplined at the plate, but also pick and choose his time to come out of his damn cleats. Yeah. It's like we've seen the extreme both ways with him, and now it may be something to do with him playing more catcher and playing in the field more, and not, I don't know. I don't know how much of that is real or how much of it isn't. But to me, with Yainer Diaz, there's something there for him. He's shown the ability to make drastic changes, right? So he's only coachable if he can meet in the middle of 2023 and 2024 Yiner and just meet in the middle, there's a chance that we're talking about a significantly better hitter that also brings more power to the plate, some of that 2023 power that we saw.
Yeah, and I think Yiner Diaz is a perfect or a perfectly fine choice here because I do think if we're just somebody as a hitter, Yiner Diaz is a better hitter than Jeremy Pena and has shown that for the most part. I would say like the difference between the two is Yiner Diaz, I feel like I just know or either have accepted, I'll put it this way, I have accepted that there is just like boom and bust potential with Yiner Diaz. The dude is either going to strike out or he's going to get a hit. You know, whereas with Jeremy Pena, I feel like he can be kind of a more well-rounded, not necessarily just hitter, but like more well-rounded at bats, right? Like he can take a little bit from what Alex Bregman used to be. I'm not saying he'd be Alex Bregman and have that type of plate discipline, but to be able to work counts and give you quality at bats, a little bit of the nerdier baseball stuff, I think Jeremy Pena is capable of doing. Whereas Yiner Diaz, you up there on the edge of your seat because you know you're there for a good time. This man is going to either swing out of his shoes like you're talking about, or he might, put it over the fence. Yeah. That's kind of just what he is. I've accepted that. With Jeremy Pena, I feel like I have not accepted yet that he's just, a mediocre to bad hitter. I feel like he should be better than what he is. And maybe this, I know you asked about confidence, but this might sound more like optimism, but I feel like he's going to turn a corner.
Yeah, no, that's you're hitting the nail on the head. I mean, that's
he needs to. They could use it.
I think those three guys, and more so Pena and Diaz, but Pena, Diaz, Jake Myers.
Yeah, all of them.
If they're going to, all of those guys take a stride in the right direction, it's going to do a ton for the confidence, my confidence in the Astros' ability to keep this World Series window open. I think there's some promising pitchers that are going to be fine if they just keep on keeping on. I think the Cam Smiths of the world are going to come on and eventually at some point in time be a player. Altuve and Alvarez are going to give us what they always give us. I think Christian Walker at first base is going to give you something that's really good. Obviously,
we're going to really like Christian Walker.
Yeah,
if he stays healthy, we're going to really like him.
But boy, if those three guys just take a step in the right direction, damn, that could be impressive, man. It's going to be fun. All right, we got to get back over to these Texans, y'all. The new league year, NFL league year, is here. It's come and gone. It hit at 3:00. It is 3:20 right now. Let's check up on these Texans, man. What are the needs, the biggest needs for the Texans? And we're going to give you two names at each one of those positions that are still on the market for the Texans, for the taking for the Texans. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 6.
Brady's at second.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is right. Every hump day right here on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program. This is what we do. We do a little stock up, stock down, and today we got B. Scott Skis in for Ron the Show Hughley, who's somewhere out there with Mickey Mouse in Orlando. Stock up, stock down flavor for today is NFL free agency. Nothing better to talk about as all these headlines are rolling fast and furious, especially here in Houston with the Texans. And I want to start with the former NFL quarterback himself, Old Dirty Red, Clint Stoerner. And let's get the negative out of the way first today for this edition of Stock Up, Stock Down. Clint, what is your stock down for this NFL free agency?
That I would not be disappointed at all if the Texans didn't land this guy. It's definitely a position of need, but I just can't get over the fact that he's still out there and available, and I can't get over what the hell happened last year in Buffalo. Amari Cooper, we're watching guys. We're watching guys. DeAndre Hopkins signed him with the Ravens, and there's a De'Ami Brown is signed with the Jaguars, and Darius Slayton went back to New York, and Marquise Brown went back to Kansas City. Obviously the guy at the top, Devontae Adams, goes to L.A. Chris Godwin signs back in Tampa. Amari Cooper is one of the top 3 or 4 free agent wide receivers that are out there, and it's absolutely silent around Amari Cooper. Look, he's a guy that I think he's always flown under the radar. I don't think Amari Cooper, maybe contractually he has, but I don't think as in our world of talking some of the best wide receivers in the game, I don't know that Amari Cooper ever really got the run and the respect that he deserves. I love Amari Cooper. To me, B. Scott, another one of those guys that his game is going to age well. Yeah. Right? I think big-bodied guy that's a really good route runner now, look, I know there's been some injuries there, but I don't know what happened in Buffalo last year. That word on the street is he fought some injuries there, and it really hampered his ability to get on the field and help them late in the season. But overall, man, that's the guy to me in the wide receiver group that is like, what in the hell is going on? He went from Cleveland last year to Buffalo, and you think that there was going to was there a team to stop in between there too, or did he go straight Cleveland to Buffalo? I thought he was going to take off with Josh Allen. He didn't
before the deadline, I believe, last year.
Right. So yeah, I'm going to go with Amari Cooper. As I look down the list of free agents that are still available out there, Amari Cooper still being on the shelf for me is one that's it's a little eye-opening.
I like Amari Cooper in his spot because, honestly, man, I don't think this is me overstating it, man. Amari Cooper is one of the better route runners of his generation. Fair. Like of his era of wide receivers. Fair. He is somewhere close to the top. If we're just talking about just terms of straight-up route running, and most people that are really close and would be more experts than I am would agree with this.
We watched him go for over 200 yards right here. A calendar year ago.
Clint, that was again a calendar year ago. That wasn't that long ago, right? Clint. So yeah. you got to figure that some of that is still there. And like you said, the game has got to age well. The way I look at that is just like a hidden gem. Yeah. He could be somebody's hidden gem if he lands somewhere. I would not mind if he landed with the Texans. Wherever he lands, though, I think it could work.
The other thing I love about him, I know this is a stock down, and I'm telling you how much I love the guy. But the other thing I love about him, there's very little noise ever comes out. Whether it's a good situation, bad situation, he just goes about his business, and I love the way he handles it. But for whatever reason, he's still on the market. So the stock down for me is Amari Cooper.
There you go. So Old Dirty Red, Clint Stoerner. Stock down is Amari Cooper. Over to B. Scott, who is in for Ron the Show Hughley today on the drive. This is Stock Up, Stock Down, and now I want your stock down, Skeezy.
I got a real side eye with the Seattle Seahawks right now. I'm not really sure exactly what they got going on, man. And I'm not saying that I really care, but we're just trying to observe. They didn't trade Geno Smith to the Raiders. They didn't traded DK Metcalf to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're signing Sam Darnold to a Baker Mayfield type of deal. My stock down's got to be for them, man. I would much rather just keep Geno Smith and much rather run it back and try to just address that offensive line. I don't know if they're doing that for Sam Darnold. Like that was, part of the reason why Sam Darnold was able to excel in Minnesota was because of what was around him.
Yeah.
Seattle has not created that, at least not yet. So I don't know exactly what's going on over there in Seattle. Huge side eye, and I would say the stock is down, letting DK Metcalf and Geno Smith go just to bring in Sam Darnold with no infrastructure around him.
That sounds like we're going to be looking up mid-year and everybody's going to be wondering why they can't score points.
Yeah. And they didn't do it a lot.
Doesn't make any sense.
And they weren't good at it last year with Geno and DK, so that maybe that's just the case for it. I mean, if you look at it, they ran like some of the fewest plays. They were bottom 5 or 7 in rushing attempts and passing attempts. They just didn't get an awful lot of plays, man. And they had a bad offensive line. I don't know what they got going on over there in Seattle.
All right, so for Skeezy, stock down today is those Seattle Seahawks. This is Stock Up, Stock Down live on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do this every single Wednesday right around this time. We're on the show. Hughley out today. The voice you just heard, that's B. Scott. No, it is not the former Texan wide receiver Cecil Shorts. Clint, back over to you. Now that we got the negatives out of the way, what is your stock up for this free agency period this year in the NFL?
I'm going to go back to Aaron Rodgers. I mean, he's fixing to get broke off $49 million from the Jets. It happened by now. I hadn't seen official word, but I knew it was going to happen post 3 o'clock. And it appears I just read another report that now Minnesota, which I know Minnesota's been interested, but now that it's getting down to cutting time, Minnesota appears to be extremely interested in Aaron Rodgers. So not only is he getting broken off a boatload of money from the Jets, but he's got 2 football teams, one that won 14 games last year and one that hadn't been sub 500 since Mike Tomlin took over the damn team. I mean, this guy's in the catbird seat as it pertains to teams that want to win right now with very limited options for him. So, look, I'm going Aaron Rodgers, man.
Man, I'm with that. On the Minnesota side, I'm kind of confused by them. It's like, do you believe in J.J. McCarthy or not? I get Aaron Rodgers, though. Obviously, we talked about that earlier. But, man, he is about to get broke off. It's wild to think how these quarterback markets go. You know what? I had a team theme. I was going to go with my stock up being the Chicago Bears because I was going to echo some of the things that you've already said about what they did on the offensive line and bringing in Joe Tooney and Jonah Jackson and all. And I love that. I'm going to make a quick pivot here, though.
Okay.
And go with Myles Garrett. Because look, and I want to do this because I feel like a lot of people were, he was the butt of some jokes because he demanded a trade and then he went and signed for some money and went back to the team where he demanded a trade from. And people think that's kind of like funny and weak. I don't at all, man. You go and get that contract. They paying that misery tax.
You can.
Hey, look, the Browns are paying what I'm calling now a Browns tax. They had to pay the Browns tax.
Is
beautiful. It's a misery. Browns to choose to go there, and we've seen how miserable that's turned out to be. And of course, Myles Garrett is a great player, but he's miserable because they can't win worth a damn, and it's a misery. If Myles Garrett got to stay in Cleveland, you better make it worth his while.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna try this one more time. I screwed up last time. That stock up, stock down is priority, but the Texans, they have needs. They've changed a little bit over the last couple of days. Free agents are flying off the board. Who's available that the Texans need to land ASAP? Is there a need, a gotta-have position, and who is available? We'll break it down next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though,
773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out there in Florida with his family at Disney World, making some memories with them kiddos on spring break. He's doing exactly. That's right. That guy right there doing exactly what he ought to be doing. He got the whole damn family out there. They travel about 12 deep now. They travel about 12 deep when they roll on vacation. So he got plenty of help out there. I heard he's getting a lot of steps in, and everything is rolling beautifully out there for the Hughley family. We want to make sure that they stay healthy, stay hydrated, and travel safe, no doubt about it. But B. Scott is in for Ron Hughley. Tyler Milner is behind the glass on the ones and twos. The NFL's new league year has hit, and it hit at 3 o'clock today, 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern, and there's plenty to track right now with the Houston Texans. They need interior offensive linemen like you wouldn't believe. They need wide receivers like you wouldn't believe. They need running backs or a running back in a pretty desperate way if you want to get the best out of Joe Mixon, the guy that's there now. Now, they got some guys on the roster, but I don't think those guys at the running back position are irreplaceable. Here's what I'm looking at, B. Scott, with the Houston Texans. Right now, just to update the people. Interior offensive line, wide receivers, and running backs. No surprise, the biggest needs are on the offensive side of the football. Now, is there something that could happen on the defensive side of the football? Sure. I think D'Amico obviously has a tremendous eye, and when he thinks he can upgrade, find players that he can use in unique ways, and he's going to pull that off and make that happen. Now, what we need these guys to do is hit on the offense, especially after making the Laremy Tunsil trade. There has to be more noise made from within the organization on the offensive line. And here's, B. Scott, just to remind the people what all's going on is Laremy Tunsil has been traded for 4 draft picks. Shaq Mason has been released to recover $2 million worth of cap space, and Kenyon Green was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, a safety. And so literally three starters from the offensive line week 1 in 2024 are gone, and what the Texans have done to date is in free agency they brought in Laken Tomlinson, that's played with 3 different teams, was a Pro Bowler at one point in his career. Again, the one thing, and I'm just sharing news here, I've not studied the guy, but there are some advanced stats out there that'll tell you that he struggled last year in the pass protecting category, which is exactly what the Texans need to get away from. Now, a change of scenery, change of coach could help that. But even with Laken Tomlinson, you can't tell me that Laremy Tunsil out, Shaq Mason cut, Kenyon Green moved on from. All you got is Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs and Blake Fisher and Titus Howard. You can't tell me Laken Tomlinson being added is the move they're going to make. There has to be more. There has to be better brought in. And right now, B. Scott, on the just tracking free agency around the NFL, there's a lot of guys, a lot of players that have flown off the shelf. Right now, I'm looking at the interior offensive line. You got 3 guards and a center that I would like any one individually or any 2 of these guys brought in here. Tevin Jenkins is a guard. Josh Myers is a center. Kevin Zeitler is a guard. Mekhi Becton is a guard. Tevin Jenkins is a guy that comes out of the Chicago Bears organization. If you bring him in, it's more based on the draft pedigree, if you will, than necessarily the film he's put on tape with the Bears. All right, Josh Myers, center out of Green Bay. What I've read is there's some up and down. Some folks believe that he was one of the stronger pieces. Some folks believe that Klink with the Green Bay Packers. Believe what you want. He's a veteran center that's on the market right now that I think would be an upgrade here in Houston. Kevin Zeitler, this is the one I'm zeroed in on, B. Scott. Guard, he comes out of Detroit, again, an older player, 34, 35 years old. I'm not concerned about the age. I think this group could use some some I guess maturity, somebody that knows who the hell they are, somebody that comes out of an organization that believes in just straight physicality and dogging folks. And I think Kevin Zeitler would be a good fit physically. I think he'd be a good fit from a personality standpoint of how you go about your business as well. The other guard that's on the market is Mekhi Becton, who was a tackle coming out, failed miserably at multiple places being a tackle, goes to Philly, and one of the best offensive line coaches moves him to guard, and now he's a free agent after winning a Super Bowl. He's going to get paid. Big, road grading guard. Again, I would say his strong suit is run game, not necessarily pass protection, but he is an option. Those are the four guys. I said I was going to give you two. I gave you four. 3 guards and a center that any one or any combination of those 4 in Houston would be absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Texans just traded Kenyon Green to the Philadelphia Eagles, and now Mekhi Becton is somebody who is available and would be useful to the Texans, because Mekhi Becton is basically what I think the Eagles are going to try to do with Kenyon Green, right? It's been kind of like the inverse of what that is at the rim, Clint, and I'm interested. Like I'm keyed in on guard. I know we talked about other positions. We understand they need to do something about the running back position. We understand that they need to add wide receiver, but I cannot get myself like unfixated off a guard, or off an interior offensive line. So I'm focused on that. For me, if I had to rank them, I'd go, Zeitler. I'm right there with Zeitler with you. Then I'd go Mekhi Becton. I like Brandon Scherf as an idea. Is a little bit of an older interior offensive lineman at 33, 34, somewhere around there. But I think it's somebody that the Texans should be very familiar with. Is someone who played within the division, and I think could help them as well. And then Tevin Jenkins will be last on my list for the reasons that you mentioned, because the film, and I'm not pretending to have studied all the film, but I do follow media quite a bit in Chicago, and I know what the conversation at least is around Tevin Jenkins, and it's not a positive one per se, and he's available for a reason. I would say he'd be the one that I'd be least excited about, but like you mentioned, there is some pedigree there. Maybe there's something that you can work with. You're already trying to do it with Tomlinson, right? Bringing him in after struggling. So that's probably the one that I would rank last, but I'd still be okay with it. Those other 3 guys that I mentioned, though, Zeitler, like you're on, Mekhi Becton, and Brandon Scherf, all 3 would get me real excited for the Texans. Yeah,
you bring those guys in here, one or 2 of those guys in here, along with already having Laken Tomlinson, along with Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs. Now you've got some serious competition, and ultimately you're too deep across the board there, and you can weather the storm of some injuries inside. They need significantly more than what they have now, and they can't answer all the needs on that interior offensive line with the draft. And again, I want to go back to what we've heard every decision maker in the organization, with the exception of Cal and Hannah McNair. We've heard Nick Caserio, we've heard D'Amico Ryans, and we've heard Nick Caley now on the offensive side of the football being a decision maker. Every one of them talking about protecting the quarterback from the inside out. Yeah. You can't tell me that you're going to go into a camp with Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson, and Laken Tomlinson as your front line. And really, to be honest with you, if that is the case, your second line of interior offensive line is non-existent. Like, there has to be more to come, Houston. There has to be more to come on the interior offensive line based on what they've told us, not what I'm saying. They've told us that, damn it, come hell or high water, they're going to protect the quarterback from the inside out.
Well, I like what you said earlier, Clint, about how you would feel differently about the Laremy Tunsil trade if this is what they did. 100%. Because that's a good way to look at it. Like, it's okay to get rid of and I said this yesterday, you don't need necessarily an offensive lineman as good and as highly paid as Laremy Tunsil, so long as you have 5 that work well together. But that leadership and that, above average play, you figure has got to come from somewhere. Like, somebody's got to be a dude, right? And they don't all have to be, again, all pros. Right. But somebody's got to be a little bit above average somewhere. Yeah. And when you look at it now, you're like, okay, this is just a collection of dudes. Yeah. It could work, but it's not going to give you confidence that it will work.
B. Scott, there's so much wrong with the offensive line last year, whether it's the coach, the communication, the personnel, in the room late in the season. There's so many things that were wrong. If you just get the scheme a tad bit better, and if you just get the communication a tad bit better, and if you just get a little bit more lead in your ass on the inside where you can anchor down and protect the quarterback from the inside out, right? If you just like those things just a little bit better, not best in the NFL, just a little bit better. If your quarterback understands, hey man, I've got to play a little bit more like Brady. I can't drop back and play like Josh Allen and hold the football all day long and run around like a chicken with my head cut off. That'll protect the offensive line. Like all of those things together, just being slightly better, this team will overcome the Laremy Tunsil gap in talent on the offensive line. I mean, like astronomically overcome it. Not just, it's something similar. They just need to be a little bit better on several fronts, and it'll be a more united front, no pun intended, the 5 offensive linemen, and everything will be fine. That's where we're at in Houston, is he can't just fixate on the sheer talent up front, given that there's a list of 5 or 6 things that were the cause of the inability to protect the quarterback last year.
Yeah.
All of it has to improve along with the talent as a whole, right? Wide receivers, real quick, we're up against it, B. Scott, but I do want to talk about the other needs. Wide receivers are the wide receiver room with the Texans is a need, no doubt about it. Right now, you got Nico Collins and you got Christian Kirk, and then you have John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. Like, you need some more big-time pelts on the wall type of players. Here's who's available. You give me 2 of them you like right here, B. Scott. Amari Cooper, Mike Williams, Elijah Moore, Keenan Allen. There's some money differences there, but if you could get one or a couple of those guys in Houston, who would it be?
Cooper Kupp's at the top of my list. Okay. Out of all of them, we talked about him earlier, but a close second, if not 1A, would be Amari Cooper. Like, out of the guys that you just mentioned, I'd be good with Keenan Allen as well. Like, I know he's not necessarily as explosive as he used to be. And you know, the offense in Chicago last year was a mess. They had weapons, they had the talent, but they didn't have the structure or the scheme or really the execution or anything to really make that look like what it was supposed to look like. I still think that Keenan Allen is another one of those guys, and we talk about him, whose game translates well as they age.
Yeah.
I can see Keenan Allen having a pretty decent role with the Texans, but I'd go Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, and then Keenan Allen as my ranking those guys in terms of desire.
I feel like, for some reason, as I said earlier, I can't forget about Cooper Kupp just because there's dots that connect L.A. Cooper Kupp and the Texans with Nick Caley. Like, there's something there. But I think a real possibility is Amari Cooper. I think you're going to get into that 12 million range with Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
So I think that is a real possibility. Running backs, real quick, when my buzz through these, I'm going to tell you who's available. J.K. Dobbins, Rico Dowdle, who started and got all the run in Dallas last year, Nick Chubb, and Kareem Hunt. Not a lot there on that market in terms of true number 2 backs. I didn't see the scat back market, but it's slim pickings there. I know a lot of folks are high on J.K. Dobbins. I wouldn't be mad at it. Yep. We'll see what happens there. I just firmly believe there's a need there for the Texans. All right, did you know a bonus system in place in the NFL for the lower paid players that perform at a really high level during any given season to get broke off a little bread, to make a little bit of money? Huh? 2 Texans got paid. I'm going to tell you who exceeded expectations, how much they got paid. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, man. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate for
date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Cal is a kick-ass racquetball player.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
By the way, Cal, I've moved on to pickleball. No more racquetball for you, Cal. Get on the pickleball court. You and Hannah can play together.
The arrow's pointed up.
Yeah, it is. Get out, get some sun, get some of that vitamin D in your life. You don't have to be indoors behind the glass where only a couple of guys with headbands on can watch you.
Does this count as us being on your show?
No, it does not, Hannah. In fact, y'all hadn't been on a show in a while, and I'm a little disappointed about it. But hey, look, I get it. It's I'm sure with all the kids, y'all are doing a lot on spring break and
mutton busting.
I mean, look, good point, man. Rodeo, you got a lot going on night to night. I'd imagine with these Texans winning all these football games, probably a little easier to get out in public and hang with the people and go on vacation and talk Texans.
Soak it all in.
So I understand where we'd fall down the list a bit, but I do think that there's we should get something on the schedule right around the corner. But back to the original point, Cal, pickleball, man. I mean, I bet Cal would be a kick-ass pickleballer too. I think he would. No walls to judge the bounces off of. The ball moves a little slower. Yeah, panky ring. I think it'd be key. Me and my wife are getting into it, boys.
Yeah,
you see around
town, sweeping the nation.
Well,
apparently.
You see around town where they're like turning your little city tennis courts. You know,
in the pickleball.
They're turning them into pickleball courts. Yep. So I think me and the wife are going to ease on down to the pickleball courts sometime this week and see if we can't get a little practice in.
Them 24-hour fitnesses, they changed like nationwide. The vast majority of their basketball courts, they've been changing over to old pickleball.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sweeping the country, dude.
That would make sense. It's I'm going to get in on it. And I tell you what, when I get me and my wife get rolling, Cal, we'll invite you and Hannah to the spot, and we'll see if there's a little competition going, and we'll do one without inviting anybody, so we can figure out what it's all about, and then we'll see if we can raise a hand.
Hey, look, the pickleball culture in Houston is expanding greatly, man. I mean, from the Heights to the Woodlands.
The arrow's pointed up.
I mean, pretty much anywhere you find yourself, you can find some type of pickleball situation.
Well, it's not quite golf in terms of being a sport that ages well, that you can age with. Not quite golf, but I would imagine the wear and tear on your knees, the time it takes to play, your back. I would imagine all of those things that golf does wear on. I would imagine it's a little bit easier. Not to mention, I mean, there's a party. You can play more than 4 people at one time, right? I mean, you can get a good group around the deal. You can rotate through. We're thinking about putting one at the house, actually.
When you get a chance to party,
we're thinking about putting one at the house. Anybody out there that's got a pickleball hookup that has the put the courts down, holler at me, man. I'm a free agent. I need a court, and we can make something happen.
5 years in a row, pickleball, the fastest growing sport in America.
Oh, I believe
it. I said cricket.
5 years in a row. In America cricket. Specifically.
Cricket. Well, that's a phone service last time I checked.
I don't know nobody that still got cricket or that play cricket.
In all seriousness, though, did y'all see? We'll get to it later. There's a big cricket complex they put in up Highway 290 on the way to College Station.
I think I did hear about that.
Well, I drove by recently. I was like, what the hell? Like brand new, 8 cricket fields just out in the middle of nowhere.
It's like, who asked for this?
I'll be damned. I'm going to try pickleball, man. I'm going to try right there pickleball with a beer in my hand. How's that work? Hey, did you know? I did. I'll be honest with you. I knew, but I wasn't. It wasn't in front of the NFL. The NFL has a performance-based pay benefit. And what it is it's a way for players that ultimately are on rookie deals or on minimum deals that play above expectation year to year, and those players get broke off bonuses at this time of year right here as we're looking right now. It's a league-wide program that does not impact the team's cap, by the way. and it's a way to create a little fairness for the guys who actually are pulling an oar without being paid as much as the higher paid oar pullers, if you will. So that was, by the way, that was a PFT's terminology there with oar pullers. But there was.
I didn't think you had that one in your. That was going to be your lingo.
I didn't have that one, but you get the point. There's 2 Texans, by the way, boys, that got broke off, and I love it for both of these guys. They were 18th on the list and 24th on the list. And it is Henry To'oTo'o was 24th on the list.
Okay.
He got a check for $820,000, $820,070.
What?
On top of his salary. I love that for Henry To'oTo'o because of, like, I've said this before, I think he's the most improved player on that team, and I don't even know that there's a close second.
Woo! Love that money.
And when you look at what he had to do, reshape his body, and get faster and quicker and better, and there's guys that their careers end because they can't get out of that rut, right? He changed it and became a huge contributor for the Houston Texans. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't believe that Henry To'oTo'o does it if he doesn't lose the weight and reshape his body and I mean, really take his game to the next level. So it's really cool to see a dude that puts that kind of work in the offseason, gets obviously the opportunity comes up to where he can showcase it. He plays lights out, and all of a sudden on the end of the season, there's a big bonus waiting on him, 820. That's fair, ain't it?
Yeah. Ass like a donkey.
Yeah,
a big donkey check for your boy.
Got a big ass.
$820,070. Henry To'oTo'o. That's big time.
Yeah. Hey, look. So Henry To'oTo'o, one of the more approachable guys in the locker room. I can't wait to see him and ask him, hey man, what you do with that? Do with that extra bread, man, on top of that salary, man. That's got to be a good feeling. I know you just saw that news, Clint.
Is this breaking newsworthy?
No.
All right.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I'll throw up.
We don't have to open up wounds. But yeah, no, it's good for Henry To'oTo'o. Like well deserved the work that he put in. You can remember actually rookie year Henry To'oTo'o before. It's kind of a disappointment. He doesn't play up to, I think, the standard and what the potential was. They were really excited about Henry To'oTo'o early on in camp, earlier in the offseason, and he just didn't quite make as quickly as I think they thought he would or as he wanted to. But credit to him in his offseason, kind of just acknowledge. I mean, he said it a number of times to us in the locker room, man. I was a fat ass. Like that's literally his exact quote. I was a fat ass last year. I didn't necessarily have the right diet and regimen. Wasn't a pro in the way that I thought I was.
Yeah.
And checked himself. And look, it paid off, man. And the tune of $800,000+, man. Good for him.
Well, we ain't done because there's another one. Kalen Bullock, rookie.
Okay.
Kalen Bullock. He was 18th on the list. B. Scott, $855,372 on top of his rookie contract. Big time payout. Well deserved for Kalen Bullock because there's no doubt about it. He did play lights out, and he deserves more money. He played above his pay grade. There's no doubt about it.
I couldn't agree with you more, man. And I was excited about him as a pick, but I'd be lying if I said that I expected him to have as many interceptions as he did, to be like the kind of immediate threat that he turned out to be once he got out there. Like, I thought there was potential, back when they drafted him, but that was a little bit of like draft optimism, living in the moment. I could not pretend to be sure about it, but man, he flashes on tape, did so in college and absolutely did so as a rookie for the Texans.
He was my guy to watch on the defensive side of the football from day one. From the time we stepped out there, I loved what I saw, but I'll be honest with you, I did not expect him to, pretty quickly end up in the starting role, and then, like you said, hawking balls and leading the league for safeties and interceptions there for a while, kind of deal. Like I didn't see that level coming. I just the tech and should be a pretty good player. I didn't have him being rookie, all rookie in his first year.
Yeah, so yesterday I was a little hesitant to celebrate the moves that were being made, even though I agreed with them.
Yeah.
I just couldn't celebrate them. I wasn't in that space yet. Here's what I will celebrate and something to keep an eye out for. Nick Caserio in last year's draft, if Blake Fisher turns out to be one of your starting tackles and God forbid actually becomes, develops and is pretty good for you next year, I mean, those first few picks that Nick Caserio had last year without a first-round pick, having traded it away, between Kamari Lassiter, Blake Fisher, and Kalen Bullock, like to get what you could potentially, I mean, that's 2 starters for sure, and probably 3 that we're talking about. And if Blake Fisher is able to take that leap, take that jump, I mean, that's a pretty good draft, top of the draft. And I haven't even mentioned Cade Stover. Yeah. That's a pretty good job by Nick last year.
Yeah, that's a pretty good job. Talking about this performance-based payout benefit that the NFL has in place, really most of these guys that are getting paid are undrafted free agents, third rounder, fourth rounder, sixth rounder, fifth rounders. A lot of guys that are on that lower pay scale that are getting broke off. The number one guy in the league last year was Jamien Sherwood, linebacker out of Auburn. He was with the Jets, former fifth round draft pick. He made over $1 million, $1,092,206. He got broke off at the end of the year for performance-based pay. That's on top of his salary. Does not recap. So this is beautiful right here. I think another note here is Brock Purdy, the San Francisco 49er quarterback. He damn near doubled his salary, y'all. He made $900-something last year, being a former 7th-round pick out of Iowa State. He made $857,842 on top of his $900-some-odd salary. He doubled his salary last year. To think he's one of 32. And let's be honest, there ain't 32 starting quarterbacks in this league because there's some teams that are shuffling them. So, and he had to get a performance-based benefit to double his salary.
Yeah, so this is him, and credit to him, right? But this is him benefiting from being, quote-unquote, he was Mr. Irrelevant, I think. Well, was he just?
I believe he was. If I remember correctly, he was.
Yeah, like this is the benefit of being that, because, like, just being a starter, like, if we're being honest about it, Brock Purdy was a little bit, I would say, underwhelming last year in comparison to what it looked like when he first came on as a rookie. He wasn't bad. It just wasn't that impressive. Like, they're having conversations in the Bay Area right now about Brock Purdy and how much to pay him and if that's the guy of the future. And look, he's earned it. I think he's earned the spot that he's in, certainly has earned this bonus. But this right here is an example of him living off of it's more so living off the low expectation than the actual, like, high-level performance, right? He's outperformed the expectation because the expectation was so damn low.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see these guys get rewarded when they're clearly underpaid and lights out. A quick report here: Russell Wilson. It's Russell Wilson is visiting our high school kid coming out. He's in the transfer portal, y'all. He is visiting the Browns.
Let's ride.
And the Giants. I don't.
My goodness.
I mean, this is this guys. I'm telling you, this is
limited.
Not necessarily that the Browns are interested, but the Giants. I think the Giants were or they are still. This is why the Aaron Rodgers thing baffles me. This dude is going to be sitting in the catbird seat for all these teams that are entertaining one-year veteran starters that are trying to be competitive, or coaches that are trying to save their job in Dabo and with the Giants. You got to think that, well, I don't know how many more rough years they're gonna survive. Also, just some real quick news: Darius Slay, corner, nickel defender out of Philly, just won a Super Bowl. He signed to the Steelers on a 1-year deal. The Steelers sure are doing business that like they're going to try to win. So if they don't find a quarterback, it's going to be a crying shame.
Well, I mean, I respect that. The standard is the standard for the Steelers. Like there is no rebuild, tear down, go through the mud, and have down years. Like
right.
And maybe even to their detriment, because
maybe why they hadn't found a quarterback.
Right, they will never be bad enough to accumulate the type of young talent that it takes to rebuild a franchise. They got to just hit on the picks that they got. And do their best with trades and free agencies and just be a savvy organization, which to their credit they have been for a very long time. But, yeah, they're acting like they're going to be competitive, which makes you think, okay, who is the quarterback out there that they're going to go get that's available to them that could actually help them realize whatever dreams like it's Aaron Rodgers?
All right. Damn it, Nick. Damn it, D'Amico.
Yeah.
One of them guards we talked about that was on the market, that was on the shelf up there waiting for Nick Caserio to walk by and swipe him off the shelf. He gone, y'all. No! He's gone. I'm going to tell you who it is, where he went, and what we're looking at moving forward for the Houston Texans. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll do that.
Content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. My man T. Mill is Tyler Milner is behind the glass on the ones and twos. And Houston, we got a problem. I did not mean that as that phrase that people use all the time. I'm just talking about us.
We
Houston.
don't like that.
I'm just talking about us Houston Texans fans. We got a little bit of problem. Tyler, is this real?
Unfortunately so, my friend.
Are we sure? Have we confirmed? Do we know?
Multiple sources, big names.
Yeah, it's from the real ones.
It's written in the book, my friend.
Yeah, man. This is not off in the sticks, man.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
I agree. Ian Rappaport. Lions free agent guard Kevin Zeitler, one of the best and most durable free agent linemen left, is expected to sign with the Titans. Not only do you not go get him, Nick and D'Amico, but you let them damn Titans go get him.
Come on now.
Wow. 1 year, $9 million deal. 1 year, $9 million deal. Now, all you cap specialists out there want to tell me the Texans couldn't afford that?
Come on. No, absolutely not. There's no way you're going to say that.
We get someone to run the numbers, get the calculator out here.
Come on, man.
You can't do 1 year, $9 million. You don't deserve to be in the conversation. We could all just go home.
This was the one for me, B. Scott. I know I said it a little earlier, and I know some people are tired of me talking about it, but that's damn it. When I get on something like that, this is the guy that I wanted the Texans to go get. I'm telling you, I love the Laremy Tunsil move. I love the guts. I love the statement that was made when you moved Laremy Tunsil. I love clearing the cap space and getting the draft capital. But damn it, there's got to be some moves on the back end of this thing that make it make sense, man. Every decision maker over there is on record in the last month talking about protecting the quarterback from the inside out. The need to protect the quarterback from the inside out. You're not going to say that if you had all of your protection already in the house.
They're all fixable.
If all you felt like you were missing was Laken Tomlinson from protecting your quarterback from the inside out, everybody in the building wouldn't have been telling everybody in the damn media and the whole fan base that you got to protect the quarterback from the inside out.
And they say no.
Getting rid of Laremy Tunsil doesn't help you protect the quarterback from the inside out. You weren't a Laken Tomlinson away from protecting the quarterback from the inside out.
Yeah, you're not a Juice Scruggs offseason at guard away from
but you
making
said that
difference.
when Juice Scruggs was here. It didn't matter. You said that when Juice Scruggs was here. You said it when Jarrett Patterson was here. It doesn't matter. You want to play Laremy Tunsil? Titus Howard at guard? He was here as well. Like, we got to go get somebody, man. We got to get to moving.
Holy mother of God.
There ain't but a handful of them left.
1 year, $9 million, Clint. If it's me, it's like, okay, 1 year, 9 is what it is. How about 1 year, 11? I think it's that important. Like, maybe that's an overpay, and clearly it would be if 1 year, 9 was able to get it done. But, man, I would put a little bit extra sauce on it just for the opportunity and the ability to fix this desperate need. And look, the Titans have a poor offensive line situation as well, so they needed it just as bad.
Yeah.
But, of course, the Texans are closer to actually realizing their potential than the Titans are. You should be in a greater level of desperation to do that.
Now, here's the deal. He goes on. This even pisses me off even more because this is one of those I told you so's, right? But there's nothing we can change about it. One, Kevin Zeitler's got family in Nashville, but the opportunity to work with O-line guru Bill Callahan, this makes sense.
Yeah, no, you can't think that's important.
This is. I said this with the Deebo Samuel deal. When the Texans were thought to be in the conversation with Deebo Samuel, he chose Washington. Like, if you're Deebo Samuel, you got to look at that thing and go, man, Cliff Kingsbury, Nick Haley. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Right? If you're Kevin Zeitler, and I don't know if the Texans were in on him or not, I would like to think they've got to be in on somebody in the free agent guard, veteran guard market. They got to be in on somebody. right? I would like to think they were in on this guy. Hey, Bill Callahan or Cole Popovich?
It's easy.
It's a no-brainer.
It's
right?
easy. It's like it's not even a.
The only thing you have here is that you got the quarterback and you won a little bit. I mean, but these guys, when guys point out that, hey man, we're going here to work with this O-line guru, and it's obvious that we're going over here to because offensively, from a pass catcher perspective, Cliff Kingsbury is established. Like, I think these are going to be real hurdles for the Texans to get over offensively. Who knows? I may be making something out of nothing. This one hurts me, man. This is the one that could have made, for me, would have made the Laremy Tunsil deal make sense. I mean, it makes sense to me just to move on from Laremy Tunsil anyway. But as you said yesterday, B. Scott, the Laremy Tunsil move I think is big. But there's obviously work needs to be done from a personnel standpoint, from building this interior offensive line, and these guys are flying off the shelf left and right.
Yeah, it's just a start. I think it was set this morning and said, hey, now, very early in their show this morning on Payne and Pendergast, now is when the real work begins. Like, these were tough decisions earlier in the week, but the real work that needs to be done is now. It's securing a guy like Zeitler. It's securing a guy like a Mekhi Becton. You still need to be in the market for these guys. So you think about it in this move. Family in the area, ties to the area in Nashville, playing for Bill Callahan. And then I would point out, too, they do have the number 1 overall pick. So they could go out there and draft Cam Ward. They could trade that pick and do some things. Like, they have some things to work with there. If you're the Texans, I feel like you've got to be aware of all of those things. You got to know that all of these things are factors and be willing to pay I'm not saying go out of your mind or anything, but be willing to pay a little bit extra if there's a little bit of a tax that entices this guy to go against maybe what his instinct is telling him. Hey, come here for a little bit extra money. You got to be at least in that market. Now, it's not the end of the world, but this, for both of us, I think was the guy who was at the top of the wish list.
I think it was the best of what was left, and I think being an older player with pelts on the wall, coming out of the Detroit organization, I think I don't know that you could paint a better picture. Maybe somebody coming out of the San Francisco organization, but their young guard, Banks, he signed somewhere else as well. He was a free agent. Could have went that route. He went somewhere else as well. Right now, there's several guys out there, but the three that I know that are on most short list, Tevin Jenkins, again, you got to lean more into his college prospecting and what he's capable of doing more so than his film. He was in Chicago getting his ass whipped last year, worse than the Texans' offensive line was, but for whatever reason, he's on every list. Center Josh Myers out of Green Bay, which I could get down with a center now. I could get down with a true blue center in league that can communicate. I would be okay with that. And then guard Mekhi Becton that you mentioned from Philly, he's still out there as well. Man, now is the fear, right, of you make all these moves, you got these draft picks, you got a little bit of cap space to work with, and you're going to set steady, and I'm assuming try to fill some of these voids with draft picks. And you can't tell me that the Houston Texans are a fire Bobby Slowick, fire the O-line coach, trade Laremy Tunsil moves away from being better on the offensive line, and then you try to go fill all those voids with draft picks. That is a hell of a gamble. There has to be some level of a trade on the market for Nick Caserio coming up. There has to be a sign of one of these free agent interior offensive linemen on the market. There has to be, B. Scott. I mean, this is going to make me sick to my damn stomach.
And I'm seeing from the 713 on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line, deep lineman draft class. Okay, and look, you can talk all that draft talk that you want. Man, we're talking about getting somebody proven and established in here to help guys. Like you're already paddling upstream. And you're talking about bringing in a deep lineman draft class. And on top of that, Clint, not to be too negative about it, but the track record that this team has in drafting linemen, like who's the best lineman that they drafted? Is it Jared Patterson? Like they have not done a good job of drafting and developing linemen. So, okay, all right, but don't tell me to feel good about that. Don't tell me that's something to be optimistic about.
There's nothing you can even look at. I mean, the last offensive lineman that was drafted, nobody felt really good about, but then has played well up for an extended period of time. Like not Jarrett Patterson played well. Look, again, I don't have no problem if they land on Jarrett Patterson, but they need some help around him. Is Laremy Tunsil? I mean, Titus Howard.
Titus Howard, yeah. And
right?
Blake Fisher has a chance to be that, but
Blake
it just hasn't been there yet.
He ain't pissed a drop, relatively speaking. Juice Scruggs ain't pissed a drop, relatively speaking. I mean, they may end up being okay, but like with those young guys, like we're talking about right now, taking the next step and getting to an AFC championship. We're not talking about all these developmental guys on the inside. I mean, literally, man, all the decision makers are talking about protecting the quarterback. The number one priority, protect the quarterback from the inside out. You mean to tell me it's Laken Tomlinson, Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson, and a draft pick? Can't be. It just can't be. There has to be a trade on the horizon. There has to be, again, one of these other guards out there that you'll hear the Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter of the world say, "Hey, man, the best guard on the market in the free agent market just signed with Houston." It's got to be. We got to hear something along those lines coming up sooner rather than later. All right, there's one player, there's one Texans player that doesn't appear to be on the cut block or the restructure block. That's right. We'll talk about that in a bit. Next, we got to talk about them Rockets. Next, we got B. Scott and Rockets. It's called the Rocket Report. That is what's up next, y'all, right here on Sports Radio 610. And before we get there, guess what? Orchard, y'all. Orchard has changed the home selling game.
55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Let's go, Rockets.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
That's right. B. Scott is in for Ron Hughley. He is in for Ron, the show Hughley. T-Mills on the 1s and 2s behind the glass, and the Rockets Report with Brandon Scott. He's been here all day, but we have did we hit the Rockets a little early? Did we touch on the Rockets a little earlier?
I don't think we did much on. We did a little bit yesterday.
Well, let's go on and get to it, man. The Rockets, they win. What was that? Monday night?
Yeah, Monday night.
Monday night. 97 Orlando Magic. And the next up for the Rockets is the Phoenix Suns tonight at, did I see it at 7 o'clock?
Yep.
Tonight at 7 o'clock.
I'm going to miss them tonight because I'm going to be at the rodeo with my kids. So,
well, hey, you got to make them memories, man.
Yeah, man. One of the few times I don't get to get out there. Yeah, but it's a Suns night tonight.
Yeah, look, I think for me when I hear the Suns are on this schedule, man. Obviously, when I watch the Rockets, I'm watching because I'm rooting, right? I want them to win. I want them to this thing to come together and figure out kind of identity from an identity perspective what they're going to be offensively, which I think is probably a losing battle given the injuries and given that they're all over the place right now. But when I hear the Suns, B. Scott, I think there's a potential of a trade in the future. The Suns are whose picks we have control of.
Yep.
They've got a couple of players that I think I know I would love to see in a Rockets uniform. And they're definitely going to be cussed and discussed over until something happens here in Houston. But when I hear the Suns, I think Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, what's it look like? What's the future look like? Are either a potential Rocket down the road?
Yeah, it's hard to see the Suns on the schedule or to watch the Rockets play against the Suns and not think about the fact that the Rockets have the Suns' future dangling in front of them. Right? Like they've got their picks and they've got this collection of young players that could be enticing to the Suns. But the reason why it's, I guess, more specific to them is because you also have their fewer young players that you feel like you'd have to give up, or you could play a little bit more hardball with, say, who is the young player that you're willing to give up, because you could say, hey, look, you're about to trade away all your good players, you're about to be bad, but you don't have no draft picks. Hey, how about I give you some of those draft picks back to coincide with you being bad, and now you can rebuild your team, right? So, like, you've got all of that going for you on top of the fact that there are some players that you'd be willing to throw out there. So it's just hard to, like, watch them play and then know, like, the Suns are mostly a non-factor right now, but they got these relevant players like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and just not to think, like, man, one of those dudes, and one of them is a lot younger than the other, right, is Devin Booker, but, of course, the other one is Kevin Durant. You're like, man, one of those dudes could be on the Rockets next year. Not only that, one of those dudes probably should be on the Rockets next year because it just makes too much sense. The Rockets ascending, the Suns descending, and it's like the Suns have no use for players that are as good as Kevin Durant and Devin Booker at this point because it's not all coming together. And the only thing that's holding the Rockets back from taking the step from being a 5th seed, fighting for the 4th seed, to being like a legitimate, hey, we're talking about them in the Western Conference Finals, is having a player like that. So like it just fits too perfectly. It makes too much sense for them to not try to make some type of deal happen, or at least to have some conversations when the summer comes.
B. Scott, I heard a report a couple of days ago, and I just want to know how accurate you think it is that this was about a bunch of pick player. Do you think we're at a spot where it's one young player, or do you think it's multiple young players?
Yeah, I think.
I know they can configure it however the hell they want to.
It depends on who that one young player is, right? Like if it's one young player, I'd hope it could be multiple, because that means it's not one of the ones. Like at this point, I don't really have much interest in trading Alperen Sengun, Jalen Green, and of course Amin Thompson. But if you're asking me, hey, would I give up Jalen Green to get Devin Booker? The answer is yes, right? Like I would. But I don't think you have to, and I don't want to. And I think because you have their future and you got more young players, you've got other expensive players, right? You've got expensive contracts that you could throw into it. So like a combination of Dylan Brooks, one of the other non-Thompson, Green, Sengun young players, like a Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepard, Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, any of those guys with, one of the more expensive guys plus some of the draft picks, that should be enough to get it done. Now, is it fewer draft picks, but hey, we want Jalen Green? Then maybe that's a different conversation. But I would do that as well because it means that you get Devin Booker. So, yeah, man, I think there are different ways to sort of skin the cat. I don't know if we still say that phrase out here, but you know what I'm saying. Like, it's different ways to attack this sort of thing, and it'll depend on exactly what it is that Phoenix wants. How do they view their future? Is it a completely like, a complete tear down? Let's get these draft picks and start all over. Is it, hey, you know what? We see something in Jalen Green or in one of those stars that the Rockets got, and we want to try to build around that, or we want that to be a piece to the puzzle that we're trying to put together. In the Rockets, I'm angling toward, hey, here are these picks. Yep. Here is one of the other young players, and you can kind of take it or leave it.
Rockets, Suns tonight, 7:00, and look, the Rockets are sitting right now 5th in the West, and I mean they're within a couple of games of Denver, the 2 seed. They're within one game of Memphis and LA, so they're right there in the thick of things. B. Scott, I know you look at the schedule kind of down the road, if you will, and you see some real opportunity here, I think, for the Rockets to at least win a few games and kind of get this thing moving in the right direction.
Yeah, man, and I cannot hit on this enough, man, and this is the reason why, despite them, going through the mud a little bit over the last several weeks, now when you look at it, man, you can't like paint out or try to create a better opportunity for the Rockets over the next, let's call it from where we sit now, 11 days or so. They don't play a good team, a winning team, for the next 11 days, and you can add to that if you count a couple of days ago that they were playing the Orlando Magic, which is also not a winning team right now or a very good team right now. They shouldn't, and it's hard to win every game, but they are the favorite, at least in my eyes. They are the favorite for their next 5 or 6 games or so, for the next week plus, almost 2 weeks or so, and you're doing that at a time when you're trying to secure no worse than the 5th seed, because that matches you up with Memphis, and it's probably a team you got a best chance to actually match up with in the first round, right? That's probably the most favorable matchup that you'll find. And not just that, I mean, you could, if you do well enough, hold in a playoff series or have home court advantage in a playoff series. We're talking about going from on the outside looking in of the play-in, the greatest turnaround in the league that year for what they did, but still on the outside looking in to hosting a playoff series or being the 5th seed against a team that you match up well with and could actually beat. Like, it is critical to take advantage of the Suns and the Mavs and, of course, the Magic before of the world. Like, that's what you have in front of you. You got to do your thing.
Well, they got Orlando again. You're right. It's Sunday the 23rd of March is the next time they play a team, which is Denver, that they would probably be the dog in, right? You got Phoenix, Dallas, Chicago, Philly, Orlando again, Miami right before you play Denver. So, yeah, I mean, look, the Rockets are right in the thick of things, and the reality is that they've got a soft spot here in the schedule that they should be able to go handle business. Now, how do you think they handle that with all the injuries that they're dealing with right now?
Yeah, so I honestly, man, I think that they shouldn't lose more than 2 games. Like all of those games that and we can go through it again. You're talking about the Suns tonight, and you've got the Mavs on Friday, the Bulls, the 76ers. You should win every single one of those 3 games. These next 4 games, that should be 5 in a row. Now, once you play, the Heat next Friday, maybe you're having a different conversation, and then you play. But that's a losing team as well. They're not very good. You should wipe the floor with these next 5 opponents or so if you're serious about making a run, or at least making some name and being a first-round exit for this Rockets team if that's the way it turns out. But if you're serious about competing, you shouldn't – I don't think you should leave any meat on the bone here.
Well, I do think the other thing to note there is that let's say look at it from who's chasing you. Golden State's 3 games back of you. And so if you want to really put a little distance and put some strain on their ability to catch you, and I don't know what everybody else is going to do, then you need to play well in this stretch of games.
Hey, and that is kind of the game within the game,
yes.
Clint. I know we're a little bit removed from the heart of the Rockets-Warriors rivalry, but it still exists, and it's even kind of a new iteration of it, even with these young players. I think it's a little bit more friendly than it was, 7-8 years ago when they were really trying to fight for the Western Conference. But these young guys kind of look up to the Warriors a little bit, but also want to take them down. The Warriors still got some of those guys that had the battles against the Rockets. And, of course, from a fan base standpoint, we hate the Warriors. We don't like them. So, like, the idea of you being in the 5th seed and the Warriors going to be the ones that hawk you, they're going to be the ones that chase you down, and you got this opportunity to beat all of these losing teams to secure that spot. Like, we can't have it.
Yeah.
Last year was an issue of losing to the Warriors, losing to the Mavs down the stretch when you had opportunity to maybe compete for the play-in, and you embarrassed yourself at times. Yeah. You don't want to do that again this year, especially with the Warriors on your back.
Well, there's a real opportunity at a time when the Rockets need it. So if they can make a little run here, it can potentially move them up the rankings, if you will, in the West, and damn sure hold off, like you said, the Golden State Warriors. We'll see. 7:00 tonight, Rockets, Suns. Keep an eye on player could end up in a Rockets uniform. That's a fun lens to watch the game through, but always the Rockets lens of these guys putting it together. Always fun to watch from the defensive end of the floor. We'll see what the offense looks like tonight. That's Brandon Scott. He is in for Ron Hughley. T Mills behind the glass. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. All right, look, here's the deal, guys. We've got a lot of movement in the NFL. We're going to tell you what the Texans are up to. We're going to tell you what big names have landed where. As we move through this NFL new league year that hit about 2 hours ago, some big names have been released and have been added to the market as well. So again, what are the Texans up to? What big names have landed where? And what big fish are still swimming around out there that could potentially be Houston Texans? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, if you've been injured in an accident, if you're sitting there right now and you
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, it is. Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos behind the glass, and we're rocking and rolling. The new league year in the NFL has it's upon us, y'all. 3 o'clock hit. 3 o'clock Central hit, and it was time now. And in other words, any team that wanted to cut any veteran player that was under contract needed to do so at 3 o'clock to avoid having to pay some of the new league year monies that may or may not have been on a contract. They got those guys out of there, so the market was flooded with some high end players, as well as that 3 o'clock at 3 o'clock marked the ability for teams now to officially sign the free agents that we've been reporting. So the Texans should be, I don't know what their timeline is, but at this point in time, they can ink all of the deals that they've made in free agency. Keeping everybody up on what the Texans have done. Today, the Texans have done nothing. Today, the Texans have not made any moves that I know of, that I'm aware of, and damn sure nothing. Right, damn sure nothing of note. We're looking at the Texans. There's still a big time need for interior offensive linemen. I would say there's a pretty significant need for wide receivers, and I've added running back to the list. I think there's some moves that need to be made there at the running back position as well. The defense is pretty set. I think, look, on the Texans front, I think the most significant move that's been made today is something that we just heard of. We broke the news. Hell, we may have broken in the last segment. Veteran offensive guard Kevin Zeitler, who I was hoping the Texans were definitely going after. He goes to the Tennessee Titans. 1 year, $9 million, and he cited the opportunity to work with Bill Callahan, the O-line guru that is there in Houston, and some family, apparently has some family in the area. So Kevin Zeitler's off the list. There are a couple of veteran guards, a veteran center, and I use that veteran term loosely because it's not like there's guys out there that have made that have done a ton in the NFL. They got a few years in. There are some older cats out there that aren't as highly ranked on the interior offensive line availability list, but I guess for me, I'm at a point where I was real excited about that, excited about the Shaq Mason cut. I was real excited about moving on from Kenyon Green, but the voids that are left have to be filled with some level of experience, some level of been there, done that. We know what we're getting. Every decision maker with the Texans has discussed fixing this protecting C.J. Stroud, fixing the O-line from the inside out, and this is a far cry from that. And more time passes, the more interior offensive linemen that are available fly off the list. And so, look, I'm 1B Scott, where I just got to believe that Nick Caserio is over there willing and dealing in terms of a trade to potentially upgrade guard, center, or guard, maybe two of the three before the draft. I got to believe that. But Kevin Zeitler off the market. He goes to not only does he not come to Houston, but he goes to the Tennessee Titans. Looks like they've got their offensive line shored up with a couple of big time signs this offseason. Kevin Zeitler, not the guy that's going to be in Houston, but there are a couple left.
Yeah, I don't sense any panic here in this studio from yourself or me necessarily.
I'm borderline.
But I do think it's more just disappointment because he was at the top of the list. We talked about that to start the show, and there are still some other options out there. So it's not the end of the world. We don't have to panic about it, but I think we can be reasonably disappointed that somebody of this caliber was available. And then he ends up going, I think the biggest disappointment about it is not only do you not get him, but he goes to a division rival, and he goes for a price that it feels like should have been well within something that you would be able to do yourself. So that part of it is disappointing. This might be a homework assignment for myself because I'll be back with you tomorrow. But I want to start thinking about it as we start watching these guys get off the board, right? As we start watching the players that we want to be on this team or think they should be interested in go to other teams, I got to start thinking about, tell me what you think about it, like couching it this way. Who is the offensive guard version of Joe Mixon this year? Whereas, like, you got remember last year where we had our running back wish list, and you had folks that wanted Saquon Barkley. You had folks that wanted Derrick Henry. You had folks that thought Josh Jacobs was a good idea. Like, you had your wish list of guys who were obvious free agent targets at that position. But, we didn't really think about, what if they trade for Joe Mixon for next to nothing? And we're like, oh, yeah, you know what? I can get down with that. And I think last year we knew that Joe Mixon was kind of in that scenario, in that situation where he's either going to be cut or they're going to have to make a business decision with Joe Mixon. I don't necessarily know who that is per se at guard. Joe Thuney was a good example of somebody that was traded away, and we didn't really know that Joe Thuney was available until he was. So, like, I'm going to give that some thought a little bit more tonight. Maybe we can talk about it tomorrow. But, like, the more the wish list shrinks, the more we're going to have to get a little bit creative in terms of who we think might be available and what type of thing they might be able to finesse. Who is the guard or interior lineman version of Joe Mixon this year for the Texans? You might have to start, looking into that market.
Yeah, look, I'm with you. I think when you mentioned a guy earlier that that got into it with Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yep.
I mean, that's I would say a second tier available guy that's long in the tooth. Probably hasn't played up to expectations, but got some dog in him, and would definitely be an upgrade here.
Yeah, so, better than what you got.
Something like that. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who they land. We'll see what moves they make. There's no way in hell that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, that this is what they meant when they said fixing the O-line from the inside out. There's got to be moves and multiple moves made sooner rather than later. But as I mentioned, boy, they're flying off the shelf. We'll see what that is.
Guys, it's 610 to talk about on the radio.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as I said, that new league year coming, that marked the time when teams were holding on to veterans that had some value, hoping that somebody would ship a 7th-round draft pick to them, the same way we got Joe Mixon, the way we got Stephon Diggs. Who did they say we got earlier this year? Who did we get like that? Christian Kirk with a 7th-round pick, trying to keep him from hitting the open market, right? It came and went, and Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp is a guy that's been injured a lot of late, but boy, back in 2021 when he was healthy, he had an unbelievable year. And to me, what's significant about the Cooper Kupp getting released and officially getting released, I think they saw it coming from a mile away, but Cooper Kupp getting released at this point in time is that there's at least dots that you can connect to Houston, right? When you look at the terminology, the system is going to be the same as what was in L.A. When you look at Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator here, in out of the Rams system over the last couple of years, so he's very familiar with what Cooper Kupp has left in the tank. What kind of tread does he have left on the tire? What kind of player is he in 2025, not in 2021? And I don't know. That may be a hard pass immediately from Nick Caley, but it also may be beating down the door to D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio and saying, hey, this is the key to our offense. This is a guy that can help C.J. Stroud. This is the kind of player that I need. So keep an eye on Cooper Kupp as it pertains to him becoming a Houston Texan. Don't know if it's going to happen or not, but there's definitely dots that you can connect with Cooper Kupp and a couple of guys here in the building.
I mean, this shouldn't be a tough sell, should it, Clint? Like, hey, guys, you know who's really good?
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp. Yeah. And then Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans should be like, you know what? I heard of Cooper Kupp before. I know who that is. Why don't we go see what he's talking about? Let's see what the market looks like. How much would it take to get him interested? What is the market for Cooper Kupp? I don't know. I threw out there like $12, $14 million. Now I'm probably lowballing Cooper Kupp. It's probably somewhere between the 15 and the 20, right? But if it's if it's under that, I don't see what the conversation is. If you can get Cooper Kupp for under $15 million a year. And I would really only be interested in 1 year if I'm honest about it at this point in his career, then I say go ahead and do that. Go ahead and have that conversation and try to do that. If it's a little bit more than that, then it might be, a conversation of, hey, do we try to find another way through the draft or whatever? But I'd still talk about it. Like say, hey, can we move some money around? We didn't go out and get the dollar. We got a little bit of money that was supposed to go to that. Are we dug in on figuring out the guard situation in the draft? If so, then we got money to pay Cooper Kupp. Now, I wouldn't love that because I want one of these guards, right? But, like, there's got to be a way to, have this Cooper Kupp conversation. Amari Cooper's another name that's out there. Well, Cooper Kupp just makes too much damn sense.
Yeah, look, to me, it's one of those deals. I would prefer the Texans fill this wide receiver void with a first or second round pick this year. I would rather go that route, to be completely honest with you. But I clearly would prefer a veteran if that is something that's doable. But I think you got too many holes to fill in the offensive line, which I think it's hard to draft. Whether you use first-round picks or not, it's hard to find plug-and-play guards and centers. The Texans have not been great at that. I'd rather the draft take care of the wide receiver position, but I would not be disappointed if Cooper Kupp was out there. Now, another player that has been officially released is Aaron Rodgers. Has hit the market, and word on the street is that clearly he's going to take a $49 million check and run straight to the bank. That's the dead cap hit for Aaron Rodgers this year for the Jets. But then word on the street is that the Minnesota Vikings are hot and heavy after him, as well as the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the radar. I don't know that what I'm seeing is Minnesota more aggressively than Pittsburgh, but I think either one of those teams would be great landing spots for Aaron Rodgers, and assuming he can conform to their way of thinking and their line of thinking,
I know we talked about this earlier from the Steelers standpoint. Like, if they don't go out and sign Aaron Rodgers, I don't know what they're doing or what they're talking about or where else their solution is going to come from. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure about that. But from the Aaron Rodgers side, I would say this, Clint. I prefer Minnesota, right? Like, I prefer Kevin O'Connell as my play caller and designer. I prefer to have, I don't know, Justin Jefferson at my disposal. Yeah. I prefer to have.
Oh, it's a 14-win team. Hell yeah.
I mean, but specifically for the infrastructure, like, I prefer Jordan Addison as my secondary option. Yeah. I know they got DK Metcalf and George Pickens over there in Pittsburgh, but I would prefer what they got going on in Minnesota.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, B. Scott. And also, if you're Minnesota, I mean, you got to think about this. I mean, it would be very easy. I said this coming out. I thought J.J. McCarthy, I know a lot of this had to do with him getting hurt, but I thought J.J. McCarthy was a developmental type quarterback. They took him. Obviously, it's hard to say that about a top 10 pick, but he is a guy that I felt like would benefit from sitting and watching and developing. Now, the injury forced that. When you look at now where Minnesota sits, they're a 14-win team that you can say it's the truth. The quarterback collapsed in the most critical moment of the game at the end of the season, which would have gave them a bye, and in the playoffs. And look, I don't know. Again, to each their own what you think about Aaron Rodgers, but I feel like if Aaron Rodgers gets your team to a 12, 13, 14-win season where you got a bye potentially on the line, Aaron Rodgers ain't going to be the reason you lose that game. Not because he gets overwhelmed the way that Sam Darnold did. He may make a couple of bad plays that swing the game, but like just completely overwhelmed where pressure kicks your ass for 4 quarters. And then you turn around. Aaron Rodgers is a step up when it comes to Sam Darnold. And damn sure if you look at handling pressure with the supporting cast that Sam Darnold had around him, you're right. I think Pittsburgh should be head over heels doing everything they can to sign Aaron Rodgers. You don't pay a receiver $150 million over the next 5 years and then then just kind of deal with the quarterback situation. Like, I think you need to be aggressive there. But if Minnesota, if I'm Aaron, I can go to Minnesota and play for a team that won 14 games last year.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You got a great play caller. You got weapons around you.
Yeah.
All I got to do is handle pressure late in the season better.
Yeah.
I believe I'm in on that.
Yeah, and if you can protect him, like keep the 41-year-old quarterback upright. I mean, what did we say about Sam Darnold last year until he did exactly what we said he couldn't do? Hey, man, this is built for you to succeed. Just don't mess it up. Don't mess it up, and then he did at the end.
And he got overwhelmed, and he couldn't protect him damn self. So those are two things that I just don't think Aaron would do. We'll see what Aaron's got left in the tank. Minnesota would be a hell of a watch next year, following the footsteps of old Brett Favre.
Fresh out of the Poncha Karma.
5 o'clock fire.
A couple other moves around the league. Cowboys fans out there. The Cowboys make a trade for Kenneth Murray, old University of Oklahoma linebacker.
And Houston kid too.
Yeah, Houston kid went to Oklahoma, was in Tennessee with the Titans. The Cowboys trade for him. The Cowboys also trade for Kaiir Elam, which is a corner out of Buffalo. Buffalo cleared a little bit of space, a little cap space there with that trade. But the Cowboys, two new defenders in Dallas. An old defender from Dallas, DeMarcus Lawrence, he ends up in Seattle. Darius Slay goes Bills on a 1-year deal. The Bills are going to be an absolute wrecking shop on the defensive side of the football, B. Scott. Joey Bosa to the Bills, along with what they already have.
Yeah.
In Buffalo up front, they're going to be some absolute monsters. And I think one other a sign that I think is a little lower level, but it's going to be fun to watch is Evan Ingram, tight end out of Jacksonville. He got cut, cap casualty, if you will. He ends up in Denver with Bo Nix and Sean Payton as the play caller. I think that's got some real legs to be a good sign for Denver, another team that's on the verge of doing some big things. That's not all the movement today. Obviously, there's a ton of movement, but that is what I've got on my list as of late that I think that, of note, at least, here coming down the pike as we move along on this beautiful Wednesday.
I like that Ingram to the Ingram to the Broncos. That I wouldn't have minded, and I understand we already, in Houston have already kind of committed to a tight end. If you tell me Evan Ingram was coming to Houston, I would have been fine with that. I would have liked that. Now, I know that wasn't part of the wish list. That wasn't part of the priority. But you kind of just look around the league and you see what teams, especially with young quarterbacks, are tooling up with. That's a nice one. I like that for Denver.
All right, there's one Texan player that doesn't appear to be going anywhere, doesn't appear to be getting cut, doesn't appear to be getting restructured. What should the Texans do with Dalton Schultz? They seem to be moving some guys that don't fit quite what they want on the offensive side of the football. Dalton didn't fit it last year. What should the Texans do with Dalton Schultz? That's next. Before we go, though, I got to tell you, the old Coors Light.
sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Just keep your soft ass out of the conversation.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T. Mill is on the ones and twos. Tyler Milner, y'all, just in case.
What's up, T Money?
Tiny dime nipples in there.
King Ding-a-ling in there.
Yeah, or him. Yeah, that's right.
I do have a lot of nicknames on this show now.
Yeah, we tend to toss them. Time we see Laremy Tunsil getting traded, you see Shaq Mason getting cut, you see a lot of guys that did not fit what D'Amico Ryans ultimately wanted out of his squad last year. You see it all over the defensive side of the football, but on the offensive side of the football, I don't know if you want to call it swarm, but there's just that level of sense of urgency, physicality, awareness. There's just a polar opposite, if you will, to what goes on the defensive side of the football, the mentality on the defensive side of the football, and the mentality on the offensive side of the football. And the question that is a real one, I think. I don't know many people out there, fans included, that are and have been as outwardly critical. Let's be honest, I've been disgusted, to be honest with you, with Dalton Schultz play. But I think it was bad enough to where most fans acknowledge it and are wondering, if Laremy Tunsil's a guy that you can move, then why is Dalton Schultz still a Texan? Why has Dalton Schultz not been moved? Why has Dalton Schultz not been restructured to some degree to create some kind of cap space? One or the other. I don't have an answer, to be completely honest with you. My only answer would be he's too expensive and not good enough to move, to be honest with you. I think Laremy Tunsil's, it's easy. I mean, he's a good enough player in this league, and there's enough pass-heavy football teams that can't protect the quarterback that moving Laremy Tunsil was probably a luxury, to be honest with you. It's probably one of those deals where the Texans looked up and, hell, we're getting 4 picks back. This is better than I thought it was. When you look at Dalton Schultz play, I'm sure doesn't say it, but I don't think his reputation or any of his film, even in his good years, don't say, let me go ahead and eat $12 million a year worth of salary for a tight end that plays and puts what he put on film last year, B. Scott. So I think the question is what do the Texans do with Dalton Schultz, whether we're talking this offseason or if you're not able to move him or restructure him, what do you do with him from a play perspective once the season starts?
Yeah, and you're somebody, I give you credit for this, somebody that's kind of been beating on the Dalton Schultz drum for a while now.
Sorry, man, but it's just real.
Just keep your soft ass out of the conversation.
So I'll keep you out of this part of the conversation because you have done the due diligence on speaking to this. But I'll say this part. The Texans' offensive line was so bad, and the situation up front was so bad, it led to what they've done so far in the offseason and firing the O-line coach, firing the offensive coordinator, getting rid of 3 of the 5 starters that started the season off, that it has put in the shadows or to the back burner the fact that the Texans had a roughly $12 million a year tight end who played like at the league minimum. Like the overall, and this is not a knock on the rest of the room, like, Brevin Jordan got hurt. Cade Stover was a rookie who's still relatively new to playing the position, and, of course, playing the position for the first time in the NFL. But you had a roughly $12 million a year tight end who played about the league minimum probably level. Like, what was the opposite bonus is
he was a non-factor.
You know what I mean? These guys, Henry To'oTo'o and Kalen Bullock, got bonuses for playing above.
Yes.
If you could take money away for somebody playing below the expectation, right. I wonder what the scale would be for Dalton Schultz for not playing to that level. Like, honestly, the tight end group for the Texans, and we don't talk about it as much, again, because the offensive line was so bad, and there was this disappointment that C.J. Stroud had to take a step back because of all of this. But you could go get any random collection of tight ends in the NFL and make a tight end group, and it would not look like it would be negligibly different from what you got in terms of tight end production. And that's probably the nicest way I could put it, to say that it was a forgettable year last year for the tight end group. And that is not – that to me, that's inexcusable when you invest $12 million a year, $23.5 million guaranteed in a tight end like Dalton Schultz. You absolutely either got to get more out of a guy like that or decide, hey, that wasn't good enough. We need to move on from a guy like that. I don't know what the answer is of what they necessarily see is there or what they feel like. I mean, Nick Caley did coach tight ends.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something that they feel like is there, but there's no doubt that it was a huge, massive disappointment to have a tight end that was that expensive and that underwhelming.
Yeah, look, to me, this is a deal where if given the opportunity to move Dalton Schultz and pay part of the contract that you never should have gave him, to me that is a real option that's on the table here. If they are for some reason, I have a hard time believing Tunsil, even as movable as he was, that you can in your mind make sense of moving Laremy Tunsil and not have the same, not really, to have a more bitter taste in your mouth with Dalton Schultz, because at least Laremy Tunsil did his particular job, at an elite level. Dalton Schultz didn't. Look, I think one thing that you can say about this offensive unit is they went through a lot of adversity last year, and I'm a huge fan of adversity. I believe adversity shows me a man's true colors. And the truth of the matter is we can sit around and talk about Dalton Schultz was put in some bad situations last year, and there is no doubt about it. CJ was put in some bad situations last year. Hell, everybody was, given the communication problems and all that. But how did you fight through it, and how did you go about trying to overcome it, and how did it affect the rest of your game? Like Laremy Tunsil, you say what you want about Laremy Tunsil, but the one thing Laremy Tunsil did was all the miscommunications and all the crap that went on up front, he still graded out in all these advanced stats from a pass protection standpoint as high as he always does.
Yeah.
Right? It didn't impact. Like Dalton Schultz went to a hell in a handbasket immediately, right? I mean, you're talking about a guy that was dropping passes in critical moments of the game, and he's a pass receiving tight end first. You're talking about a guy that created zero separation even when he got the mismatch that you wanted, right? And now, was that out of frustration because C.J. Stroud didn't go to him, wasn't as reliant on him as he was the year before? I don't know. And is there a chance for Dalton Schultz to rebound? Yes. But the reality of it is now who Dalton Schultz is. If it's not a perfect world for Dalton Schultz, he's got to lead up in the run game against a physical defense. It ain't happening. He's turning it down. If he doesn't have perfect position on somebody, whether he's pass protection or run blocking, he's pouting, he's turning it down. And if he can't create separation on top of that, then you got major problems. So the question of what you do, if I'm Nick Caserio, I've been trying to move Dalton Schultz for the last 6 weeks. I'm trying to move Dalton Schultz, and I'll eat part of the contract that I gave him to move on from.
Now, I will say one key difference or distinction between Dalton Schultz and Laremy Tunsil in terms of the frustration. With Tunsil, it was a lot of the tone setting and the leadership style, not feeling like the leadership style was there or that the leadership itself was non-existent. Dalton Schultz, for better or worse, actually does have some of the more traditional and idealistic leadership qualities that you would want from your leaders within your offense. He's just not doing the other thing, producing on the field. And so it brings you back to that. It's like, okay, it's fine if he's an accountability partner for C.J. Stroud, a sounding board, somebody that they feel like will step up and say something when something is wrong, which to my understanding, Dalton Schultz is 100% one of those guys in that locker room. But you can't help but to think, well, what would the Texans offense have looked like if the $12.5 million, $12 million tight end actually played like even a $8 to $10 million tight end?
Arrows pointed up.
Much less the league minimum type of play that he gave you at times. Like it's a tough disconnect.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I look at Laremy Tunsil and Dalton Schultz as two in the same. One of them just had a C on his chest, and one of them was makers. I mean, neither one of them. If either one of those guys are voices in your locker room, you lack leadership. You lack alphas. You lack dogs. You lack a voice in your locker room, which we need to talk about that. And today's not the day because I don't have it mapped out, but we need to talk about that because this is a real problem on the offensive side of the football. I've mentioned it, laughing and joking, kind of in tongue-in-cheek over the last couple of days. But there's not just a need for, again, like we talked about, this interior offensive line, another receiver, a backup running back. And there's not just a need for that, guys. There's a real need for a absolute leader of men. D'Amico can't do it all, man.
Hey,
D'Amico can't do it all.
Hard to watch them last year and argue with you. Just to be honest, like it's hard to watch them last year and feel like what you're saying is out of bounds or off base.
It wouldn't shock me one bit if they found a trade partner for Dalton Schultz, but the Texans would have to eat half the contract. Kind of like not on the same level, but kind of like they had with Clowney. Remember Jadeveon Clowney?
Yeah.
They ate $7 million or whatever when they traded him to Seattle.
Yeah.
Or I think they cut him. Or
they traded him to Seattle.
Whatever they did. Yeah,
they franchise tagged him and then traded him to Seattle. The way I remember.
$7 million. So I think it was $7 million. Like something similar to that. Obviously a lesser player. This isn't Clowney we're talking about, but you just I don't think you're going to get somebody to eat $12 million worth of Dalton Schultz film if it's last year's film. So that absolutely. Cannot be the case.
I mean, the only glass half full look at it, Clint, is maybe the change in the offense, the kind of the change of the vibe around, the changes that they make on the offensive line. Maybe that brings something out of Dalton Schultz. I'm not going to pretend to be like optimistic about that. I think that's a possibility, but I'm not going to pretend to like be hanging my hat on it.
Well, that's just one place for big time improvement is at that tight end position. I don't know if it's in house. I don't know if it's not, but there's room for that offense to get significantly better by that position improving the overall production from the group as a whole, and damn sure from Dalton Schultz. All right, the Rockets, they got a game tonight versus the Suns, and the starting lineup is out, and they got one man back that is a big difference maker if he can stay healthy. And we'll put a bow on this Wednesday, the first day of the NFL's new league year. We'll put a bow on the Houston Texans, where they're at, what's available, what they need. We'll get you all caught up. We got T-Mills best bets right around the corner as well, and we'll catch you up on all of that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
Texans GM Nick Caserio.
her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Turn it up one time, T. We got to go out on the right note, baby. I hope everybody out there had a hell of a day at work. I hope you're heading home to your family. Get your mind right, baby. Walk in the house with a smile on your face, man. Greet your kids with a smile, a hello, and I love you.
Thanks, y'all.
Kiss your wife on the forehead, on the mouth, on the neck. If you got the kids in the house, let's keep it PG, baby. But tell them you love them.
Where she likes the pressure.
I know
where she likes it rough.
But hey, put them kids to bed if you got to.
That's right. That's right. Put them to bed early tonight and reach over and rub on your lady, man. Come on. Hey, if your ladies out there, won't you do what I just said to your man? I'm sure he'll greatly appreciate it. If not, might be time to make a change. But hey, look here. Enjoy your damn evening, baby, because it's a hump day. It's one of them wind down Wednesdays. You know what I mean? Have your day. Thank you for listening to Sports Radio 610. If you're out there, you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, we greatly appreciate you. If you're listening on the AM dial, the old school way, the OG way, we damn sure appreciate you. That 100.3 HD2, we appreciate you there as well. If you're listening on that Odyssey app, if you had downloaded the Odyssey app, please do so. AUDACY, the Odyssey app. You can take our show anywhere that you go, and you can use the rewind feature to catch any segments that you missed. And you got access to all the podcasts. Tyler, Figgy, Ben, all the guys in the building, they podcast every single segment, so you don't miss anything. You can go back and listen to the whole show, or you can go back and listen to them individually on the Odyssey app. AUDACY. It's where it's all going down. Sports Radio 610, Houston sports leader. We greatly appreciate you. And it ain't stopping today, baby. Tomorrow we got one of more tickety Thursdays. We're giving Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo tickets away tomorrow. It's a Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo ticket Thursday, 3 o'clock. Brooks and Dunn, baby. 3 o'clock, Brooks and Dunn. Is it a 4-pack, T? Is it 4 packs again?
Yes, that's right. All we're going to give these.
We're out of the old 2-pack. We're out of the old pair ticket business. We're giving away 4 packs over here. 3 o'clock, it's Brooks and Dunn. 5 o'clock, it is Cody Jinks. Make sure you're plugged in to Sports Radio 610. Also, we got Tyler's best bets coming up. He's back on that winning side, y'all. Won 4 or 5 last night. So you're going to get a good, excited, nice and relaxed wager tonight. I tell you, he's got that smirk on his face. I bet he's got some good ones lined up for y'all. As I said, Ron Hughley is out. Hope him and his family's having a great time in Disney World. Brandon Scott is in. B. Scott, them Rockets Suns at 7. They beat up on the Magic a couple of nights ago. That's one game. You get the Suns tonight. And then, as you said, there's about a 6-game stretch before you catch Denver next Sunday, where the Rockets should make a serious run over the next 5-6 games on the schedule. And we got even better news coming up. Not only does the schedule soften up at a time when look, the Rockets are within 2 games of the 2 seed right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's all
West.
close. It's
close.
all
right there. It's all bunched up. I mean,
a thin line between the 2 seed and the play-in.
That's right. So the Rockets, this stretch of schedule here that leaves a lot to be desired, comes at the right time for the Rockets if they want to fend off the Golden State Warriors and maybe make a move on some of these teams that are ahead of them in the West. They can do so here. And as I said, there is a little good news coming out. Fred VanVleet is back. He's in the starting lineup tonight. Jabari Smith goes to the bench. Tari Eason starts alongside Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and Alpi Osengun. I don't know what he's going to do tonight. Is he going to stand around the 3-point line, or are we going to
show up on best bets? We'll see.
That's a big shout out to Danielle Lerner, by the way, for that starting lineup information right there. But Fred VanVleet back on the floor tonight. B. Scott, I know that the schedule lightens up a little bit, but if we can get Fred VanVleet healthy on the floor and contributing on a nightly basis, that'd be a big step in the right direction as well.
Yeah, man, Fred VanVleet, when you just look at the stat line, when you look at the numbers, I mean, just averaging 14.5, 4 rebounds a game. It's not a world-beating stat line, but you got to watch the games and then watch the games without him to fully understand the importance. It's just the simple fact that they don't have anybody else that's really like that can help them get into their offense. And, man, since February 1st, I was hitting on this a little bit yesterday, but I feel like it bears repeating. It's one of the worst offenses, and you can kind of directly tie this to Fred VanVleet. He's missed 18 games, I believe, over the season, and there was that 11-game stretch specifically, about a month ago that he missed, and he comes back and rolls his ankle or steps on the foot of an official in a real kind of freak accident and misses some more time. But, man, since February 1st, this team is bottom 4 in effective field goal percentage. They are bottom 7, it looks like, in three-point percentage.
Yeah, so I got in the face, Craig.
Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bottom 6 in three-point percentage over the last month and change since February 1st. And then from 2, this is the wild part about it. They are the worst team in basketball from 2 since February 1st, other than the Charlotte Hornets, who I almost don't even count because they should be relegated. Like, you shouldn't be in no conversations with what the Charlotte Hornets got going on.
Which is not good enough.
So outside of the Hornets, it's the worst team in basketball since February 1st from 2. And I gave you all the numbers: effective field goal percentage, three-point percentage, 2 field goal percentage from 2. All of VanVleet, it helps you get a better quality shot. Now, I will shout out, I think this is a little bit of the issue that you had with them, with Şengün, floating around the three-point line, not playing like a big man. They've gone to this double big lineup, and it looks a little bit different. The style of play is a little bit different from what it normally looks like, but it's been kind of effective. They went to it against Indiana. They went to it in this last game against the Magic, and it's been pretty good. They're good defensively. Jalen Green has improved a little bit as a playmaker, still not ideal, but hey, man, like the double big lineup is something that feels like it's here to stay, even with Fred VanVleet out there, but definitely with Fred VanVleet, it should be a better and smoother operation.
Yeah, look, I've noticed that too big set, and I do like it. I like Steven Adams being out there, getting him involved, getting him more active, freeing up Şengün a little bit. I just don't like the stagnant. I don't like the Jabari Smith, and I know he's knocked down some, but I just don't like all the stagnant four guys around the damn three-point line and just standing there waiting on the basketball. I just don't like the stagnant stuff. So I hope we get a look, because it changes night in, night out. I mean, Jabari Smith and Amen Thompson and Alperen Şengün. I mean, there's nights when those guys are cutting and moving and attacking the goal and scoring points in the paint and getting dunks and getting lobs, and then that stuff is part of the game. And then all of a sudden it goes to this stagnant, just stand around and shoot open threes. I don't know what we're going to get tonight, but again, the defensive floor, the defensive end of the floor, you always going to get something you like. And with Fred VanVleet, better looks. Let's switch over real quick to the Texans and just update everybody. There were no significant moves made by the Texans. The most significant 2 moves over the last couple of days: Laremy Tunsil was traded for 4 picks. He was traded to the Commanders, and that left another void on the offensive line. The Texans bring in Laken Tomlinson.
That's it.
And he's a guard that I think I would rather be a guy that maybe be competing for a spot instead of plug and play. But that's really the moves on the offensive side of the football. Christian Kirk was traded for a little earlier. On the defensive side of the football, the Kenyon Green trade to Philly for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, another DB. I mean, just solidified the secondary for the Texans. Again, pretty quiet today. I think the biggest news today was Kevin Zeitler, one of the better guards that was left on the market out of Detroit, has been signed by the Tennessee Titans, a 1-year, $9 million deal. So pretty quiet on the Texans front. A couple of players jump off the board that I thought would be a good fit in Houston. I got to believe that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are making calls, making moves as we speak. Maybe a trade somewhere. This interior offensive line has to be fixed, and it's not going to be fixed just through the draft. So just a little update of where the Texans are right now. Again, a whole lot of nothing, and hopefully that changes over the next couple of days, B.
Yeah, and I think the big news, I would agree, was the Kevin Zeitler signing within the division, somebody that should have been on your wish list if they weren't. They should vision fold for an affordable price. I would say the other big thing, though, is to put a pin in, and this is like something we knew and expected to happen, but it was official today because of the calendar. Keep an eye on the Cooper Kupp thing.
Yeah.
Put a pin in that.
Yes.
File it for later. Maybe have on your notifications on the Odyssey app and all your favorite insiders to see what might happen. Because as you have laid out, and I agree with this, and I think it's just a fact of the matter, it makes too much damn sense. The fit, the relationship, the need that the Texans have, the fact that the opportunity cost is minimal in terms of not having to give up any kind of draft capital. And honestly, Cooper Kupp just should not be as expensive as he once was. Now, probably still, expensive and possibly too expensive for your blood, more expensive than what you might like or be comfortable with. But you need to be having the conversation, and you need to be, at least going down that road.
All right, T-Mill's best bets, man. What you got in there, big dog?
Yes, sir. We rebounded like we needed to last night, right? I gave you 6 last night around the NBA. One of those 6 ended up being a push because Donovan Mitchell did not see any game action. So we went 4 for 5 last night, now 5 for 10 on the week. Let's have a successful hump day, turn this thing into a heater. Doing 6 more NBA best bets for you, listed very quickly as always. If you need them, if I say them too fast, go to my Twitter at @TMillRealDeal because they're posted there as well. First, I got an under. Dallas, Mavericks, Spurs, under 236. That's my first one tonight. At my 6 tonight with points +5 at the Toronto Raptors. Then I got the Miami Heat -2.5 as they host the LA Clippers. And then 3 player